Mystery of the Strange Traveler. Phyllis A. Whitney. I. Arrival at Grand Central. Something with sharp corners pressed into Lori's cheek and she awoke as the train jolted to a stop. It was dark in her upper berth, but she knew where she was at once. All the Canes woke up like that, quickly and clear-headedly, all except her sister Celia, who was never sure of her own name till she'd been up for a half hour or so. Undoubtedly Celia was still asleep in the berth below. Only the sharp corner against Lori's cheek puzzled her, and she reached up to push it off her pillow. It slid farther than she intended, pitching down between the heavy green curtain and the berths with a crash that broke the stillness of the Pullman and made Lori wrinkle her nose in disgust at her usual clumsiness. She remembered then that the sharp-cornered object was the book she'd been reading in her berth before going to sleep, and she was concerned lest the fall had damaged it. It was a wonderful story called Hostage of the Hudson, by one of her favorite historical writers, Catherine Parsons. Aunt Serena had sent it to her, with another Parsons book for Celia, and Lori wouldn't have it hurt for anything. She got up on her knees and switched on the cozy light above her head, wondering if it was daylight. She could hear shouting and banging thing around on the station platform outside. But since an upper berth boasted no window, she could not look out and discover whether it was bright morning, or whether they had made the turn down the Hudson River from Albany on the last few hours of the journey to New York. The snaps on the green curtain were stubborn, but Lori managed to pull them apart and put her head out in the Pullman aisle. The car was dimly lit and all the green curtains hung motionless except for a lower berth halfway down, where a bulging, quivering curtain showed that a passenger was up and dressing. So, it must be morning. Lori ripped open some more snaps, leaned out, and went awkwardly to work unfastening Celia's curtain in the berth below. She felt it was unfair that she, who would really have appreciated a lower berth, had been put in an upper, while Celia, who was 14 and only a year older, had been given the privilege of sleeping in a lower. Mother and Dad had come aboard the train to see them off at La Salle Street Station in Chicago, and the matter of who slept in which berth had been settled by Mother before the train pulled out. Lori was the climber of the two, Mother said. Wasn't she always going up trees and over walls, while Celia liked to stay on the ground? An upper berth was meant for Lori. Dad had pointed out that Lori was also the one who always fell off things and out of things, and maybe she'd be safer on the lower level. But Mother had been firm. Sure enough, Lori thought indignantly, she'd skinned her elbow going up that ladder, though she couldn't understand how she'd done it. Maybe it was this business of being left-handed in a world made for right-handed people. Despite her awkward approach, the lower berth curtains came open and she slid them back. Light from the aisle fell upon her sleeping sister. Celia's shoulder-length fair hair, braided for nighttime, spread in two pigtails across her pillow. She was pink-cheeked with sleep and her lips were parted in steady breathing. Lori sighed. She could never help being a little envious because Celia took after Mother, who was fair-haired and fair-skinned, while she resembled their dark-haired, dark-skinned father. But hanging practically upside down out of an upper berth was no position in which to worry about one's unglamorous appearance. "Celia," she called. "Wake up, Celia." Down the aisle a feminine voice from a hidden berth promptly told her to hush, while Celia never so much as fluttered an eyelash. It was too much bother to ring for a porter and a ladder, so Lori reached a bare foot to the edge of the lower berth and scrambled to the floor. She found the book, which had fallen into the aisle, and noted sadly the small tear on the jacket. Then she gave her attention to rousing Celia. She crawled into the berth and sat heavily on her sister's legs, pulling up the wide window shade to look outside. The train was in motion again and the Hudson River right beside the tracks, hazy in the mists of an early summer morning. Lori bounced on Celia's leg and her sister moaned faintly and tried to turn over. Such an ability to sleep was fantastic at a time like this. Here they were on the way to New York all by themselves, to stay on Staten Island with their father's older sister, whom they'd seen only when they were babies. And all Celia could do was sleep. "Silly, it's morning," Lori entreated. "Silly, you've got to wake up." Perhaps it was the hated nickname as much as the pummeling that caused Celia to open one blue eye vaguely. "Wanna sleep?" Celia mumbled. "Lemme sleep." Lori gave her a sharp spank. "We're not home, silly. We're on a train. We're nearly to New York. All of a sudden, we'll be in Grand Central and Aunt Serena will be there to meet us, and we won't even be dressed. Besides, there's the mystery. I want to talk about it." It took another 10 minutes to get Celia safely awake so that she could be trusted not to fall asleep again. Then Lori climbed back to her upper, dressed awkwardly in the narrow space, and climbed down again to rout out her sister. In the small, compact women's room, with its mirrors and wash basins, they finished their dressing. Celia, as usual, took 10 times too long to get her hair brushed exactly right. Lori ran a quick comb through her own short curls and was done in a minute. They wove their jolting way from car to the diner. The head waiter put them at a table beside a big window looking out upon the mist-wreathed Hudson. "I wish it was clear," Lori sighed. "They are right over there and in that wonderful described in Catherine Parsons' book." Celia was more interested in the menu than in scenery and Lori fell to studying it too. Any waiter hovered helpfully as though he knew they'd had to make the trip by themselves. Mother and Dad had had to leave them at Chicago and fly to the Pacific coast. "Now let's talk about the mystery," Lori said, when the waiter had taken their orders. Celia yawned and then stared at Lori. "Your jeans. The regressive, left-handed ones. You're sitting on the wrong side again. You should be over here where I am. I should think you'd remember." Celia had studied the subject in high school last term and was fond of references to dominant and regressive genes and had explained at length to Lori, who was still very hazy on the subject, about why she was left-handed. Lori sighed. Her left hand was on the side next to anybody who took the left-hand seat. She'd be eating with her left hand, and the other person would be eating with his right, and they'd bump elbows. But she never remembered in time about being left-handed. "Let's switch places," Celia offered. "All we need to do is change seats and shift glasses and napkins." They made the change of places quickly and Lori went back to the mystery. "They're two mysteries, really," she reminded her sister. "First there's the business Aunt Serena is going into. She said in her letter to Dad and Mother that we could help, but she didn't say what kind of business it was. Dad said that was typically Aunt Serena. He said even when they were children living down in Brazil, she loved to be tantalizing. But I wish she hadn't spent all those years in New England teaching school." "Teachers are all right," Celia said. "What with you wanting to be an author, I shouldn't think you'd worry about an English teacher." That was easy, Lori thought gloomily, for Celia to say. Celia always got wonderful marks on her report cards, while she floundered along, barely making passing duh. There were so many things in the world to do, and so much to dream about doing, that an awful lot of things didn't seem to get done very well. Her things, anyway. "I still wish we could have gone along on Dad's newspaper assignment," she said. "If Mother could go with him out to the Orient, why couldn't we?" "The Orient is a very unsettled place just now," Celia said in her most grown-up manner. "It's no place for offspring. We're lucky that Dad had a sister who was willing to step in and take us for this year." Said Lori doubtfully. The waiter set down their breakfast, and the two girls gave up talking for a while. But Lori's busy imagination never stopped its picture-making. Would Aunt Serena's new business be a grocery shop? That would be nice because of all the things there'd be to eat. But selling groceries didn't seem to fit in with an ex-school teacher, so it probably wasn't that. And, anyway, that wasn't the important mystery. She washed down a mouthful of pancakes and syrup with a gulp of ilk and burst into words again. "Silly, what is the family mystery, do you suppose?" "Don't call me that," Celia said coldly. "If you go calling me that around a new place, I'm going to think up something awful to call you." Lori hardly heard her. She had gone miles away in her mind, back to the day at home in Chicago when Aunt Serena's letter had arrived, telling about the new house she had just bought. Lori could remember the way Dad had whistled about the address on a street called Victory Boulevard. So, she's going back to the island, he said. And to that spot of all places. I wonder if the ancestral mystery is coming to light again. By the way, girls, did I ever tell you that old story? Lori could remember how eagerly she'd shaken her head, but Mother had waved Aunt Serena's letter in warning. She says we're supposed to tell them if they don't already know, because she wants to do it her own way. Dad had laughed. Leave it to Serena, he said. She'll wring every ounce of drama out of it, if I know her. Guess you'll have to wait, girls. So, they'd had to wait, Lori much more impatiently than Celia, who was apt to adjust herself good-naturedly to whatever came along. After breakfast they went back to their car. The porter had made up their berths, so that they could sit and look out the window while lazier passengers were just getting up. Mist hung over the river all the way down to New York. Then came the exciting moment when the train rushed underground toward Grand Central Station. A stir ran all through the train as people got ready to leave it. The porter came for their bags and carried them to the end platform of their car. He brushed their clothes with a whisk broom and asked if they'd had a nice trip. Then strips of lighted platform appeared outside and Lori knew the train was pulling in. She and Celia clung together as they lined up in the aisle to reach the door, and Lori suspected that Celia's heart was thumping as hard with excitement as her own. The prospect of a new life was fun, but it was a little frightening too. There was no telling how they'd get along with Aunt Serena, and Lori felt a sudden lump in her throat that was pure homesickness. As they stepped out onto the platform, the porter pointed to where their bags were stacked along with others from their car. A blast of summer heat engulfed them. On the air-cooled train they'd forgotten how warm it was outside. Lori pulled their bags from the pile of luggage and each girl picked up her own suitcase for the long walk down the platform. Oh. Look for a red hat, Lori reminded Celia. She said she'd be wearing one. But visitors weren't allowed on the platform. They followed the stream of passengers toward the gates at the far end. They were hurried through these and found themselves beneath the enormous star-studded ceiling of Grand Central Station, listening to a roar of sound, jostled by the rushing crowds, and seeing a dozen red hats. It's so big, Celia whispered, and Lori squeezed her arm, though she felt awed and lost. Then a tall, gray-haired woman wearing a red straw hat moved out of the crowd toward them. Her eyes were gray and reminded Lori of Father's, except that they lacked his lively twinkle. You're Lori, aren't you? The woman asked. And this is Celia. She gave a hand to each girl in turn in a formal greeting. She seemed very dignified and distant, as if she'd be hard to know, and Lori experienced sudden misgivings concerning their Aunt Serena. 2. The new business. The trip to Staten Island was another adventure involving a subway, a ferry, and finally a bus ride across the island. The weather was foggy all the way, and little of the harbor was visible. But they'd have time, Aunt Serena pointed out, to make up for all that. The bus stopped at a woodsy stretch of Victory Boulevard, and Aunt Serena said, "Here we are," and hustled them off. Part of a small lake was visible through the mist and the woods looked dark and thick and inviting. This is Clove Lakes Park, Aunt Serena explained, and it's practically at our front door. There's my new house across the road. The house was small and neat, built of dark red brick. Trim green awnings shielded the front windows. The front door opened off a tiny square of porch, and a fat green pottery jar that made Lori think of Ali Baba stood against a wrought iron railing. When Aunt Serena unlocked the front door, she saw the big bedroom at the rear of the house which the girls were to share. Celia exclaimed softly over a tall blue vase of Queen Anne's lace on a maple dresser, and Aunt Serena looked pleased. Most people regard it as a weed, she said, but I think it's pretty enough to grace any house. The fields around here are full of it. You may choose your beds, girls, and divide the dressing table. I've given you each a bed table and lamp, so there will be no arguments about who gets to read in bed. And when it comes to clothes, the closet is plenty big enough for both of you. Lori noted with approval that the tufted bedspreads were blue, her favorite color, and she dived without hesitation for the bed with a window beside it. Celia, who never moved quite as quickly as her sister, accepted the Comer bed without objection, pointing out that it was cozier not to be plopped right beside a window. Lori dropped her suitcase at the foot of her bed and put her precious Parsons book on the bed table. She'd carried it under her arm all the way from Grand Central. Like the story? Aunt Serena asked. Lori nodded. It's wonderful. I'm nearly through. As soon as I finish, I'm going to read the one you sent Celia. Catherine Parsons lives on the island, you know, Aunt Serena said. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. Meet her? Lori echoed in delight. But at her first glance out of the window toward the rear garden, she forgot the author. Kneeling on the bed, with her elbows on the windowsill, she found she had quite a backyard view. Above the trees next door, she could glimpse the roof of a tall house, set farther back from the road than theirs. But what most interested her was a small building right at the side of Aunt Serena's garden. It was about garage size, but it couldn't be a garage because it had a tiny porch with vines growing up its pillars and a wicker chair beside the door. There were small curtained windows, and in one of them stood a plump red pottery lamp. Silly, come look. Lori cried excitedly. Celia, coming to kneel beside her, put a sharp elbow into her ribs by way of reminder. Celia could be sweet most of the time, but if you got her mad she could be awfully mad, and the thing that made her wildest was being called that nickname. I forgot, Lori mumbled. Honestly, I didn't mean to. Celia took her elbow out of Lori's ribs and looked around at their aunt. What is it, the little house down in the yard? Aunt Serena's smile seemed to warm her whole face. And she looked much less reserved. M.O. That's my new business. Lori looked again. It could be groceries. Or maybe a cake shop. But somehow, she didn't think it was. You forgot to tell us in your letter, she said, getting off the bed. I didn't forget. I just think it's nicer if you build things, spring them at exactly the right moment. Let's see now. There's unpacking to do, your clothes to be hung up, lunch to get. Lori and Celia exchanged sympathetic glances. Grown-ups always managed to figure out jobs to do right when everything was getting interesting. But Aunt Serena surprised them. Unpacking's dull stuff. Let it wait till after lunch. Suppose we go down and look at my new business. The girls needed no urging. Down the stairs they clattered at Aunt Serena's heels and followed the narrow hallway back to a blue and yellow kitchen. Again, Aunt Serena had made attractive use of a common field flower, setting daisies in a yellow bowl on the breakfast nook table. I've put a special hook by the back door, she said. We'll keep the key to the little house right here, so that any one of us can find it when needed. Which means that don't want it turning up on the living room mantel, or under an upstairs bed. Lori made what Dad called a mental note. It was practically mysterious the way her galoshes got left in the bathtub, or her pajamas on the back porch, and she did want to please Aunt Serena. The rear garden was a green square of lawn, rimmed on two sides with gay flower beds. On the third side stood the little house. Aunt Serena unlocked the door. And the two girls stepped inside to look eagerly about. Shelves ran all the way around the one room, and what appeared to be a round, old-fashioned dining room table stood in the middle of the floor. At the back was a waist-high table that looked like a workbench, with a wooden vise at one end. Everything was bare and clean, and there was the tangy smell of wood and new varnish. Like it? Aunt Serena asked. What's it for? Celia inquired. Are you going to make things, or what? Lori said nothing. A little tingle of excitement had begun at the base of her spine and was zigzagging right up her back. Shelves, shelves, shelves. And what would be the most things to put on shelves of exactly that width? It used to be a cobbler's shop, Aunt Serena said. It's been vacant for years, but I wouldn't have it torn down when I built my house. T thought it might be just what I wanted for my little hobby business. Books? Lori breathed the word. It's just got to be books. Aunt Serena nodded. Look inside the cardboard cartons in the comer. Lori got to the stack of cartons first and flipped open the top flaps. Bright-colored book jackets gleamed up at hay, and there was a smell of print and clean new paper. She picked up the top volume and hugged it to her in a quick, ecstatic gesture. It didn't matter that it was a grown-up book of psychology and probably very dull. It was a book, and any and all books made her eager to pick them up, eager just to pat them and flick open the pages and smell the new print. Celia found her tongue first. Are you going to sell them? Will we be able to read them too? How will you get people to come out here where there aren't any shops? Aunt Serena cocked a raised eyebrow at her. The practical approach, I'm glad there's a realist in the family. But to answer your questions in order, of course you can read as much as you like. I'm stocking quite a supply of young people's books. And I do want to sell books, of course. That's the idea of a bookshop. As for finding customers, that remains to be seen. But I'm not expecting this to be big business. Just a little hobby business which will help out and be fun at the same time. Lori was off in a dream world, fishing into one carton after another, hardly aware of what went on about her. She'd found a whole stack of young people's books, most of which she hadn't read, and she felt almost dizzy over the wonderful choice laid out before her. Books, all new books that she'd never met before. It was too wonderful to believe. Aunt Serena glanced at her watch. It's nearly lunchtime. Suppose you two amuse yourselves here until I blow my bosun's whistle. That means come and get washed and don't keep me waiting. Celia said she understood and Lori nodded vaguely. Lori was beyond understanding anything at the moment except a world of books. Celia liked to read too, but, as she said on occasion, she wasn't an absolute reading fanatic. After a few minutes she went outside, leaving Lori to continue her excited burrowing into cartons. There was a whole stack of Catherine Parsons books, Lori discovered, kneeling on the floor and piling them on a shelf above her head. Of course, Aunt Serena would feature these books, since the author lived on the island. Lori found a picture of Catherine Parsons on the back of one jacket and looked at it closely. She seemed to be young and friendly and sympathetic, the sort of person a girl who wanted to become an author might ask questions of without being laughed at. Lori liked the neat way she wore her hair, smoothed back from a central part and looped into a big net on the nape of her neck. You couldn't tell by the picture what color her hair was, maybe brown, maybe blonde, but Lori found herself hoping it would be dark like her own. Somehow, she wanted to find a lot of things in common with Catherine Parsons. There was a little write-up about her accompanying the picture, and Lori read it eagerly. It told how she had lived on Staten Island all her life, though she traveled quite a bit, going to all the places she wrote about and studying their history right on the spot. It told how much she liked young people and how she always read her stories aloud to young friends before she sent them off to publishers, in order to get criticism from the readers who were really her audience. Her hobby was collecting cats. Not prize cats, just cats. Her parents claimed the island cats had heard about her and probably read her books, the way they came around. As for her worst trouble, here Lori stopped reading for a moment because she could hardly believe her eyes. Then she read over the words again very carefully. And found she'd been right the first time. Catherine Parsons had a lot of trouble because she was, of all things, left hand. Lori gave the picture of Miss Parsons a left-handed pat of sympathy. It was funny how left-handed people always felt a sort of kinship with each other and recognized each other immediately, catching some familiar gesture that other people didn't notice. But never before had Lori known anybody really important who had that same quirk of using her left hand. Celia appeared in the doorway just then and Lori looked up. Catherine Parsons is left-handed, she announced dramatically. Celia was not impressed. There's a boy next door, she informed her sister. He's running a lawnmower. So what? Said Lori in a slightly grumpy tone. Books were more interesting than boys any day, and she felt a little annoyed that Celia had not recognized the importance of her discovery about Miss Parsons. I know he saw me, Celia went on. I walked right over and stood on the edge of his yard, but he acted funny. He wouldn't look my way at all. And that's a queer old house, Lori. Come and see. The house sounded more interesting than the boy, so Lori put Catherine Parsons gently down on a shelf and followed Celia into the yard. Sunshine had finally burned the mist away and you could see what things looked like now. There's a house on the downhill side, too, Celia said, pointing to the left. But it's just an ordinary house. This one's, well, peculiar. Thick shrubbery beyond the flower beds cut off their yard from the one next door. But there was a thin place where you could get through, and Lori followed Celia's lead. It was queer how different the next-door yard seemed from Aunt Serena's. Back there the flowers in the garden made everything bright, and there was room for the sun to shine through. Here the trees were high and old, and their shadows crowded the lawn into gloom where it sloped down toward Victory Boulevard in a fairly steep hill. The house itself stood at the top of the hill. It was obviously old and fairly big. Chimneys rose on either side, and there was an old-fashioned fanlight over the door. In color it was a dirty gray, long in need of painting. The boy Celia had mentioned had disappeared around the side of the house, though Lori could hear his lawnmower. Wait, Celia said. Maybe he'll come back. They stood there quietly in the shadow of the bushes that separated his yard from theirs. After a few moments the lawnmower came humming into view, pushed by a tall, rather thin boy with dark hair and a narrow, solemn face. Since he was coming right toward them, he had to see them, and Celia, always at home with boys, smiled. But their neighbor did not smile back. He gave the two girls a quick, startled look, whirled the mower around, and pushed it right back out of sight around the house. Chummy, isn't he? Celia murmured. But Lori was more interested in the opening front door of the house. As she watched, a big man with tanned skin and very white hair came out on the top step. Norman, he called in a strong, clear voice. Norman. The sound of the mower answered him. Obviously, Norman couldn't hear above that uproar. The old man came down the steps and walked toward the sound. He had not glanced once in the girl's direction. The house, left alone, looked as dark and deserted as if no humans had ever inhabited it. Most of its shutters were closed, and the heavy, dark branches of trees nudged its windows. Celia shivered suddenly. It's sort of creepy, isn't it? Lori nodded. It looks as if it might be haunted, yes. It is, said a quiet voice, and they turned, startled, to find that Aunt Serena had come through the bushes and stood beside them. 3. The boys next door. Lori echoed Aunt Serena's words excitedly. Is it haunted? I mean with a ghost and everything? Oh, several, Aunt Serena said in a matter-of-fact tone, as if she'd become quite accustomed to living next door to a house full of ghosts. She opened her hand and tossed an object she held into the air, catching it again and sighing at the same time. I suppose neither of you heard this, Lori and Celia stared at her hand and then at each other in consternation. Neither of them had heard the sound of the bosun's whistle. Aunt Serena sighed again. I know how the young can concentrate on what interests them to the point of shutting everything else out. But I don't want to traipse around the neighborhood looking for you every mealtime. So, listen. She put the whistle to her lips and blew a piercing blast. It was hard to understand how they'd missed hearing it. Lori determined that she'd have an ear cocked for that sound from now on. But she was still more interested in the prospect of a haunted house next door than in anything else. Tell us about the ghosts, she pleaded. Before Aunt Serena could reply, the white-haired man came around in front of the old house and gave the three of them a long stare. Quite evidently, he had heard the whistle. Aunt Serena turned and started quickly back to her own house. "Oh, dear," she said. "Now I've managed to annoy him again, when I'd so like him to approve of us as neighbors." "That boy Norman isn't a bit friendly," Celia told her. I smiled at him and he practically scowled. Aunt Serena paused to lock the bookshop door. "I know. I expect it's because of his grandfather. Mr. Bennet seems to be a very difficult man." "Do you know him?" Celia asked as they went up the back steps. "I've talked to him when I tried to buy his house." Both girls showed their astonishment. "Why on earth would you want that old place?" Lori demanded. "I didn't want it. I was sure he wouldn't sell. I only wanted an excuse to get acquainted with him and perhaps have a chance to get inside the house. But I didn't succeed. He treated me as if I were a peddler. I didn't get past the front door. Run upstairs now, hurry. Lunch is ready." "But the ghosts," Lori wailed. "Aren't you going to tell us about the haunting?" "Ghosts," said Aunt Serena, sounding as vague as though she'd never heard the word. "Oh, those. Someday when the time is right, perhaps. Not now. We've too much else to do. Run now." They splashed through the bathroom, both talking at once, Celia about the unfriendly boy, and Lori about the ghosts. Back downstairs again, they found lunch set out on blue plates in the breakfast nook. There was a sunny yellow cloth and yellow napkins, and the very attractiveness of the table made Lori feel doubly hungry. She still wanted to know more about the house next door, but she was learning that you couldn't rush Aunt Serena into anything. At least, having taught school, she was servant when it came to southpaws, and she gave Lori and her jeans the outside end of the table, where she could wiggle her left elbow without bumping anyone. During lunch Aunt Serena explained her workbook system. "I don't like to nag," she said, "and I'm sure you don't like to be nagged, so I've developed a plan for a fair division of work among the three of us. We'll each have our duties, and when we get them done, we'll be free to do what we like. But each of us has to take on the responsibility for her own job." She opened the notebook she had brought to the table. Today's date was written at the top of the first page, beneath it was the word unpack, and under that, help me with books in the shop. "I've punched a hole through a corner of the book," Aunt Serena pointed out, "and I'm going to put a cord through so we can hang it on the same hook near the kitchen door where the bookshop key is kept. The first thing you do every morning after breakfast is to look at your work program. I'll write down which one is to make beds, which wash dishes, dust, and so on. You won't always have the same jobs, it's more interesting if we shift things around. When each job is done, check it off in the book. All clear?" The girls nodded. It sounded like a good system, and it would be nice not to have anybody telling them every minute what they ought to be doing. Lori helped herself to more scalloped potatoes and munched contentedly. The melodious front door chime sounded just then, and Aunt Serena nodded at her. "Want to answer it, Lori?" She hurried to the door. A boy with a large, napkin-covered plate in his hands stood on the porch. He was rather a large boy, the kind with muscles, who usually wanted to show you how strong he was. His brown hair was the mixed-up sort that never stayed combed, and he was wearing an embarrassed grin all over his face. "Hello," he said. "My mother sent this cake over. Was supposed to tell you something about welcome, but I can't remember Mom's speech. Here." He shoved the plate into her hands and turned to escape, but Aunt Serena came up behind Lori and called to him. "Wait a minute, Russ. How very nice of your mother. But of course, you'll have to come in and meet my two nieces and have a bite of cake." Russ put one big foot on top of the sup other and his face got pink. But there was no resisting Aunt Serena. He came reluctantly back up the steps and into the house. "Girls, this is Russ Sperry, who lives downhill from us," Aunt Serena said, making a place for him at the table. "I hope you'll be good friends." Celia perked up the way she always did when a boy came around and said, "Hello, Russ." Lori said, hi, while Russ mumbled something that sounded like double talk and gave his fun attention to the cake. You have a bicycle, haven't you, Russ? Aunt Serena said, and then went on without waiting for his reply, since she apparently knew the answer. The girls' bikes are being sent on from Chicago and should be here any day. When they come, perhaps you can act as a guide and show them around the island. Russ's mouth was filled with cake, and he seemed relieved to be unable to talk, because he filled it again before it was quite empty, leaving room only for a sort of grunt about the bikes. He looked as though he was ready to run the minute the last crumb on his plate was gone, but Aunt Serena gave him another piece and kept talking until he relaxed a little. Why? She said. I remember when I teamed to ride a bicycle. I was a girl down in Brazil. Russ looked interested in something besides cake for the first time. Gosh. Have you all lived down there? Not Lori and Celia, Aunt Serena said. My father was stationed down there for years, working for an American oil company. My brother and I were born and grew up there. Then later we came to the States. My brother got a job in Chicago, where my nieces were born, and I taught school up in Vermont and New Hampshire. That fellow the hill from you Norman Bennett. Russ paused for another mouthful of cake. His father's down in South America now. I know, said Aunt Serena, and she sounded so odd that Lori looked at her quickly. But she had evidently finished with the topic because in her next words she changed the subject and invited Russ to stay and help unpack books. He seemed to like the idea, and Lori decided he'd probably be all right once he got used to them and stopped standing on top of his own feet, but she was less enthusiastic than Celia. When they'd gone upstairs to do their unpacking, before joining Aunt Serena and Russ in the bookshop, Celia gave her verdict on the new neighbor. He's cute, she stated happily. We'll have fun this summer. Lori suspected that there was no adjective Russ would resent more deeply than cute, but to Celia boys came in two categories. Were cute, or they were drips. Russ had passed her peculiar and immediate test, though Lori had never been able to figure out how she came to her conclusions. Personally, Lori said, laying out a pair of blue jeans that were somewhat gray in the seat from having been submitted to a lot of hard sitting, I think the boy on the other side, that Norman Bennett, looks a lot more interesting. As a matter of fact, she hadn't thought anything of the kind until that minute. But it was a good idea to take Celia down once in a while. Celia combed her fluffy hair for the third time that day, then buttoned herself into a green-checked blouse. That drip. Did you see the scowl he gave us? Lori's interest in Norman Bennett mounted rapidly, though merely on general principles. Here were times when Celia made her feel just plain contrary. She hung her best navy blue taffeta awkwardly in the closet, with the hanger missing the armhole and pushing a bump into the shoulder, then scrambled the rest of her possessions hurriedly into a dresser drawer. Somehow Celia, in almost the same length of time, had managed to hang everything of her own up neatly and put her own drawer in complete order. Lori had given up trying to understand her sister's knack for tidiness. Maybe right-handed people were just better at arranging things. When both girls were comfortable in jeans and blouses, they went downstairs and out to the bookshop. Russ was on a stepladder, lining up on a top shelf, books that Aunt Serena was handing up to him from a box. She nodded at the girls. I was just telling Russ about the party I'm going to have a week from Saturday for the opening of my bookshop. I'm sending out several hundred circulars, inviting people and telling them about the shop. And if it's a nice day, I'm going to have a garden party, with cookies and fruit punch. More, I'm going to invite Mr. Bennett and his grandson next door. Celia took a stack of books from the box and passed them up to Russ, who promptly dropped them, just missing Lori's head. Careful, Aunt Serena warned. I'm hoping to sell these, and I can't give my customers soiled copies. Russ was blushing again, but this time he tried to hide his confusion with words. I don't think the Bennetts'll come to your party. They never go anywhere. The old man doesn't like company, I guess, and he doesn't go visiting. Nevertheless, I shall invite them, Aunt Serena said. Oh, girls, here's a map of Staten Island. Maybe you'd like to get the look of things. Russ, suppose you show them where we're located and introduce them to a few landmarks, while I finish that shelf. From what they've seen around here of woods and lakes and hills, they probably don't realize they're on an island. They probably don't even realize that the island is part of New York City. Richmond Borough, in fact. Russ came willingly down from the ladder and spread the map out on the big round table in the middle of the shop. You get up on the top of any hill and you know it's an island. You can always spot water in one direction or another. You can see the Atlantic Ocean and the Arbor and the two kills. Kills? Lori asked. It's a Dutch word, Aunt Serena explained, for the strips of water that separate us from New Jersey. There's the Arthur Kin and the Kil Van Kuyen. Lori giggled over the odd-sounding names but gave her attention to Russ's stubby forefinger as it pointed its way across the map. There's Victory Boulevard, he said, running from this side right across the island to Arthur Kill. And here's where we are, across from Clove Lakes Park. The old road, Aunt Serena said in a faint, whispery sort of voice that made prickles start at the back of Lori's neck. That's the road it still takes. Any road it's been taking for nearly 100 years, from the watering place to Long Neck. All three stared at her, and she came back to the present with a little laugh. Goodness me. There I go on my ghost story again, and this is certainly not the time. Russ, show them where Richmond Town is. Russ found the place near the center of Staten Island and Aunt Serena chattered on. The village of Richmond was the county seat from I-729 clear through to I-920. The Vorleser House, the oldest schoolhouse in America, is down there. Built in I-696, Russ chanted, with a twinkle in his eye. Aunt Serena smiled. I'm glad I've made that much impression on you. You'll probably hear a lot about Richmond Town, girls. Quite a number of people on Staten Island would like to see the historic village restored. Well, that's enough of maps for the moment, or we'll never get these books in order. Before Russ folded the map, Lori bent over it for a last look. It was not Richmond Town that interested her, but the old road her aunt had mentioned. But though she could trace the line of Victory Boulevard from one side of the island to the other, there were no such names on the map as her aunt had used. At one end it read Tompkinsville, and at the other a Travis, and neither sounded romantic or interesting. Most of all she wondered what Aunt Serena had meant about it taking the road, but she knew it would do no good to ask. By the way, Aunt Serena went on, I've just remembered about the dance tomorrow night in Westerly. When it doesn't rain, they have Wednesday night dances in the park. Maybe you girls would like to go? Wonderful. Celia cried. Lori, we'd better practice our steps. Lori looked at Russ. You going? She asked casually, only to find Celia's elbow prodding her in the ribs. Russ said, I dunno, with a complete lack of interest. Celia shook her head furiously at her sister. You don't ask boys, she hissed between clenched teeth the minute Russ looked the other way. Lori couldn't see why not, but she knew Celia had a lot of elaborate rules she and some of the other girls adhered to. Just at that moment, however, she saw something interesting through the rear window of the shop and forgot all about the dance. Hey, look, she cried. There goes that Bennett boy down the hill from his house, and he's wearing riding pants and B09TS. Sure Russ said. He rides on the bridle paths in the woods all the time. There are a couple of riding stables over on the other side of the lake where you can get horses. Lori watched until Norman Bennett had disappeared across the boulevard. The first inkling of a plan was stirring in her mind. If there were bridle paths over there, there were probably footpaths too. It would be fun to go over and explore. But there were other possibilities that were coming vaguely into view. Norman Bennett was mixed up in some sort of mystery. He might prove interesting to know. The obstacle, of course, was the fact that he didn't seem to want to know anybody. But that only made it more tantalizing. Things that were easy were no fun anyway. Hey, Dreamy, Celia called. You're in on the work here, you know. Come on, grab a book. 4. Dance in Westerly. When the bus turned off Victory Boulevard, the girls counted blocks and got off at the third stop. It was after 8 o'clock in the evening and still light, though the sun had begun to dip in the west. The sound of music came to them from a distance, and on the downhill side they saw other girls in gay summer dresses moving in one general direction. There would be no difficulty about finding the park, and Lori wanted to hurry, but Celia hung back, moving at a more decorous pace. We don't want to go dashing down all out of breath, as if we could hardly wait to get there, Celia said, hooking her hand through Lori's elbow in order to slow her up. Lori gave an impatient pull. You're so pokey. It's true, I can hardly wait. The music's playing and everyone there, and we're late. So why pretend? Nevertheless, she slowed to a sedate walk and compensated for the lack of quick action by breathing deep of the wonderful evening air. The sky was sparkling clear, and there'd be a moon and stars. It wasn't hot and muggy, as Staten Island had been yesterday. A touch of cooling sea breeze made it a perfect night for dancing. As they walked along, the sound of music grew louder, and Lori stole more than one quick, admiring look at her sister. They'd both decided to wear full, printed skirts and white blouses with puffed sleeves. Lori liked strong, bold colors. Her skirt was bright red, with a lively pattern of green and yellow flowers splashed over it. Celia had looked her over critically and suggested the small red barrettes with which her short curls were clasped back from her forehead. Celia's skirt was powder blue, with a sprinkling of tiny white bows for a pattern. Thanks to an expert job of pin curling, her hair swept her shoulders in a fluffy mass, held back by small white bows that matched the patterned bows in her dress. Aunt Serena had inspected them and said they both looked lovely, but Lori knew she could never, no matter what, be as pretty as Celia. Not that the fact bothered her most of the time. But somehow tonight there was a tingle of excitement in the air, she didn't know just why. In her imagination she could see herself sweeping into the dance, looking glamorous and fascinating, sort of like Linda Darnell, who was also dark-haired. The sweeping didn't go so well, however. When they reached the edge of the big square, not even Celia was confident and at ease. At the heart of the square rose bandstand, and on the wide paved walk all around it young people were dancing. Farther back were trees, lawns, benches, and groups of people. Older people watched the dancers, small children, racing and screaming, sometimes cut right through the dancing couples. Lori and Celia walked slowly across the grass, feeling strange among all these people who seemed to know each other. It was Lori now who was the most confident of the two, Celia who hung back, hesitant about breaking in. Come on, Lori said, giving her a tug. We can dance as well as these girls any day. What are we waiting for? But Celia was reluctant, suddenly overcome by shyness. Mostly couples circling the bandstand were girls, but herein a boy danced solemnly, earnestly with a girl. Look, Celia said suddenly. Over there on the edge of the walk. Lori followed the line of her sister's gaze and saw Russ Sperry standing with several other boys. Oh, good, Lori said. Now we know somebody. Let's go over and talk to him. Celia gave her a withering look. Don't you pay a bit of attention to him. When we dance past, act as if we didn't see him at all. But why? Lori demanded. I thought you liked him. Celia shrugged airily. She was herself again now, at ease and confident. That's the way to do it. We're not going to chase after any boy. After a while he'll see us and come over to talk to us. Lori allowed herself to be pulled into the crowd of dancers, falling quickly into step with Celia. Celia paid not the slightest attention as they danced close to the edge of the clearing where Russ stood with his friends. But Lori couldn't resist a quick peek in his direction. Celia's scheme didn't seem to be working very well because Russ was looking right through them, as if he didn't see them at all, and talking very loudly to the other boys about a baseball game. Celia pulled her back, went under her own arm in a circle, and managed to pinch Lori at the same time. Stop staring, she hissed. Lori gave her a good hard, indignant tug that nearly threw her off her feet the next time around. She hadn't been staring, and she felt Celia's plan was very silly indeed. It was getting dark now, and an enormous orange moon had risen over the dark tops of the trees, looking a bit like a stage moon arranged for the special benefit of the dancers. "Let's try our new step," Celia cried a little recklessly, considering that they hadn't got it perfect yet. "And, Lori, do try not to be clumsy." Lori began to laugh before they were through, so that she was too weak to hold Celia on her knees in the last whirl. Celia slid with a thump to the ground and Lori tumbled on top of her. The dancers just behind barely avoided stepping on them and Lori couldn't stop laughing. Then, above the sound of the music, she heard someone else who was also laughing. She looked up quickly, right into the eyes of Norman Bennett, who stood not 3 feet away. In his amusement he looked entirely different from the sober, dark-browed boy they'd seen next door. Even Celia began to laugh as she pulled herself to her feet. Then Norman caught their eyes upon him, sobered, and stepped back into the darkness beyond the bandstand's fringe of light. Lori and Celia exchanged surprised glances. Now what ailed the Bennett boy? For a minute he'd looked practically human. Lori made a move to go after him, but Celia pulled her back. "Don't bother about him. Let's try it again," and Lori really tried, so that this time they ended up in triumph right in front of Russ Sperry. He forgot to act as if he didn't see them, and when Lori threw off Celia's restraining hand and called, "Hi, Russ," he gave them a rather distant hi in return. Annoyed though she was, Celia smiled at the group of boys. But she didn't permit Lori to linger in the vicinity. When the music stopped, the two girls walked arm in arm in a circle around the bandstand and were surprised to run into Russ coming from the other direction. This time he actually stopped and said, "Hi," and Celia began a lot of bright chatter that kept him there looking both pleased and embarrassed. Lori decided she'd had enough of Celia's silly schemes. Obviously, Celia wanted to dance with Russ, and he wanted to dance with her, though he was such a goop he'd probably never get around to asking. Why Celia wanted to bother with him, Lori couldn't see. But she herself had other business and she didn't mean to stand here all night. "Look," she said, going right to the point. "I want to stop and catch my breath. Take over my sister, Russ, will you? I suppose you can dance?" Lori didn't wait for his answer, or for the indignant look she expected from Celia. She slipped away from the lighted circle and walked into the darker area of grass and trees. If Norman Bennett was still around, she meant to find him. She wasn't sure what she'd say to him if she did, but presumably he could be caught and talked to, once you cornered him. When the music started up again, Lori was still searching the park. But though she wove around the outskirts of the crowd, not a glimpse of Norman did she have. Apparently, he had left the park for good, and she finally gave up the hunt. He was a mysterious one, this Norman Bennett, as mysterious as the house he lived in, and sooner or later she meant to catch him and make his acquaintance. By 9:30 Celia was dancing not only with Russ, but with all his friends. She even arranged some dances for Lori. But she didn't want to go home, and Lori had to practically drag her away by force at 20 to 10. Aunt Serena had said they were to be home by 10 sharp, and that didn't mean 5 after. Aunt Serena had a pitcher of lemonade and a plate of graham crackers waiting for them and said they could sleep in the morning as long as they liked. Which, Lori decided later, tossing in bed, was a very good thing. Somehow the fun at the dance hadn't quite satisfied the tingly feeling of anticipation she'd had about the evening from the very minute they'd started out. She'd sensed her disappointment even more strongly when she'd wandered beneath the trees in the park, with a big moon sliding up overhead, and the night offering promise of mystery and strange, exciting events. But there had been nothing really strange and exciting, and she still felt keyed up and waiting, as if, even now, something might fulfill the promise the night had made to her. After much tossing and squirming she fell asleep, only to wake with a start sometime later, catching at the tail end of a dream and wondering what had startled her awake. The bedroom, the house, was utterly quiet. In the other bed Celia breathed softly, deeply, and outside the open window night insects kept up a steady hum. But there were no sounds that didn't belong. Nevertheless, she was convinced that there had been a sound that was out of place, and that whatever it was had been loud enough to wake her up. She slipped out of bed and tiptoed across the room to turn the light switch at the back of the electric clock on her bureau. The dial glowed eerily in the dark, its hands pointing to 10 after 12. She went quietly into the hall and listened, but the house held its breath as she held hers and was very still. Back she went to kneel on her bed and took out the window, down into the moonlit world of the back garden. Against the silvery sky, the roof of the old house next door made a black silhouette, its tall chimneys standing up thin and stark. The yard itself was lost in shadows around the rim, with a square of moonlight marking the lawn. And then somewhere, down there in the darkness, she caught the faint glow of a light. As she watched, the light moved, then was still. Her heart thumped wildly in her throat. It wasn't a clear, bright light, but more like a reflected glow, as if the real light was hidden in some way so that she couldn't see the source. It seemed to be coming, it couldn't be, but it certainly seemed to be coming from inside Aunt Serena's bookshop. And what in the world would Aunt Serena be doing down in the bookshop at this hour of the night? The light was still now, glowing softly. It looked as if it were going to stay right where it was. Hastily Lori got off the bed and ran across the hall barefooted to her aunt's room. "Aunt Serena," she called softly. "Aunt Serena, are you there?" She heard the bed creak and at once the bed lamp came on. "What is it, Lori? Is something wrong?" Lori found that her teeth were chattering from excitement. "There's a II light down in the bookshop. I saw it out my window just now." "A light?" Aunt Serena got up at once, switched on the light in the hall and came across to the girls' room, noting Lori's bare feet as she did so. "Slippers, child. Always put on your slippers when you get out of bed. Then you won't catch cold." Lori refrained from saying that she was unlikely to catch cold in summery weather and led the way across to her window. Grown-up minds always flew to foot coverings, for some reason. But though her aunt knelt beside her on the bed and they both peered down into the darkness, there was not the faintest sign of a light anywhere. "Probably dreamed it," Aunt Serena said after a long moment of staring out the window. "Better get back to bed." "But what if someone's in the shop?" Lori protested. "I'm sure I saw a light." "If there's someone there, I'm not going to investigate now," Aunt Serena said. "Better get to sleep, Lori, and forget about it till morning." She returned to her own room, and Lori lay staring into the darkness, listening to the sound of Celia's even breathing. Nothing short of an earthquake would wake Celia up, wondering about the light. Every few seconds she got up on an elbow and looked out the window, but not so much as a glimmer rewarded her searching gaze. Again, the sense of mystery and adventure was strong within her, the conviction that something strange was going on out there in the night. Nevertheless, common sense told her that Aunt Serena might very well be right. She might have imagined the light. Or it might have been a flashlight in the hands of someone cutting down toward the road, and not someone in the bookshop at all. Why on earth would anybody go into a bookshop in the middle of the night? Unless, of course, it was a thief. But books seemed unlikely things to steal. You'd have to carry away an awful lot before they'd be worth much. Book treasure was of a sort that you could take away only in your head. Or, was there still another possibility? What if it hadn't been anything human? What if the light had been an aura around some ghostly presence? Lori's scalp prickled pleasantly, and she decided that was the most interesting possibility of all. Nevertheless, in the morning she would look very carefully around the bookshop and see if she could any traces of a midnight visitor. She was still unconvinced that she had dreamed the light. V. Grandfather Bennet. When Lori came into the kitchen the next morning, she noted at once that the bookshop key hung safely on its hook near the door. While Aunt Serena was getting breakfast, she quietly took the key and went out the back door. It was going to be a hot day. She'd slept later than usual this morning and the sun was well up in the sky. There was no breath of a breeze, and even in the shade little bubbles of perspiration oozed out on her skin. Lori let herself in the door of the bookshop and looked around carefully. Things were still in disorder, but the disorder seemed to be pretty much the way they'd left it yesterday. Of course, she didn't know the book stock well enough to be able to tell for sure if anything was missing. Aunt Serena would have to check that. What she looked for now was a sign, something she would recognize immediately, that would tell her there had been a midnight visitor. There were 5 windows in the shop, one on each side of the door, one on each of the other 3 walls. She went from window to window, checking the catches. Every catch was turned in to lock the window. None of the starched white curtains seemed to have been disturbed, nothing was. Lori stopped in her rounds and gazed thoughtfully at the rear window. This was the window in which Aunt Serena had placed the red pottery lamp. Had the lamp been set a little to one side of the window when she'd looked at it yesterday? She didn't think so. Aunt Serena thing exactly right, and the lamp looked funny off-center that way. Someone climbing in the window might have moved the lamp out of his path. The catch was turned in just like all the others, but Lori went over and tried the window anyway. It slipped up easily. She tried several times to hook it, but the mechanism was bent just enough to miss, so that when you thought you were locking the window, you really weren't. It would have been quite easy for someone to open that window from the outside, that is, if he could reach it. The windows were set high in the walls, just under the ceiling, and they couldn't be reached easily from the ground. Lori left the shop and went around to the back. A tree grew close to the window, its branches making a quite possible bridge to the windowsill. Here was something Aunt Serena ought to know about. Lori was sure now that someone had been in the shop last night, though what he had come for was a mystery. In bright daylight it seemed unlikely that the visitor would have been a ghost, as she had been inclined to think last night. Ghosts didn't climb in windows and move lamps about. She went inside the shop again for another I-60K. The sup/suppa shelves were taking on the beginning of order, with fiction occupying one side, children's books another, and non-fiction a third. Aunt Serena was arranging everything alphabetically by authors, and Lori found herself looking raptly up at the fiction shelves. There weren't many K authors, but Lori reached up and patted the Ks lovingly. Someday, when she was grown up and a famous author, there would be a whole row of books in this section with the name of Laurel Kane on the cover. She half closed her eyes, pretending that the king on the shelf read a cane, and took it down proudly. This, she could imagine herself saying, is the one I wrote when they sent me out to China on an assignment. Thinking about China brought Mother and Dad sharply to mind, and she experienced again the familiar pang of for them. She wished their letters would hurry and start coming. So far, a hasty postcard from the coast was all they'd received. She put the King book back on the shelf. Maybe what she ought to do was start writing a story to send to them with her next letter, perhaps a story about the haunted house. The only trouble about writing stories was that while they seemed easy enough to start and she could turn out opening paragraphs by the dozen, her interest faded and she found it much easier to dream stories than to write them. But someday when she was famous, and bookstores gave her autographing parties and newspapers published her picture, she'd write lots of stories. A long, clear whistle startled her out of her daydream. That was Aunt Serena's signal, and it meant hurry. She locked the door and carried the key conscientiously back to its hook. You wouldn't how? Lori shook her head sadly. You're always asleep when anything exciting happens. There was a burglar in the bookshop last night. What Lori means, Aunt Serena explained, is that she got her dreams a little mixed up with reality and imagined she saw a light in the shop late last night. There's more to it than that, Lori said indignantly. There is some evidence of crime, if you want to call it that. I can practically prove that somebody got into the shop last night. Aunt Serena poured more batter into the warm iron. Celia stared open-mouthed at her sister. Lori warmed to her story with enthusiasm. The lock is broken on the rear window. Somebody could have climbed the tree outside and got into the shop as easy as anything. And I'll bet somebody did, because that lamp was moved over to the side of the window. I know. Aunt Serena remained calm. I moved it yesterday while I was fiddling with the lock, trying to make it work. I must get the thing fixed. I didn't realize before that it was out of kilter. However, unless there's an awfully big hole in the book stock, I'm afraid I'm not going to be convinced of your burglar, romantic as he sounds. I haven't anything special out there, no valuable old books, nor anything of that kind. That was the end of the burglar as far as Aunt Serena was concerned, but Lori remained unconvinced. Through the rest of breakfast, Celia chattered about the dance the night before, and Aunt Serena seemed to enjoy hearing all the details. It was Lori, however, who told about Norman Bennett laughing at them so unexpectedly. "You wait," she said. "I'm going to talk to that Norman one of these days. Doesn't he have any family around except his grandfather?" Russ said his father was away, but what about his mother? "She died when he was quite young," Aunt Serena said. "And his father practically never comes home. It's terrible, of course, that old man trying to raise a boy and obviously doing a bad job of it. They probably live in a regular shambles over there and eat all the wrong food. Besides that, no boy should grow up in such a lonely fashion. I haven't seen another boy over there since moved into this house. I wish we could do something about Norman Bennett." Her aunt had a strange faraway look in her eye, and Lori's interest quickened. She'd begun to connect that look with the mystery next door. "Why?" she asked. "Why do you want to do something about him?" "Well, for one thing, it might help to pay off an old debt. But mainly because the boy needs some attention. He needs young people around. Why don't you two girls try to get acquainted with him?" "As if I hadn't already tried," Lori exclaimed. "But he does a disappearing act the minute you so much as look his way. Just the same, I'll corner him one of these days." After breakfast, a consultation with the workbook resulted in a surprise job. Aunt Serena would take over dishes this morning, the book informed them. When they'd made their beds and straightened their room, they could go to work addressing envelopes, folding the circulars that announced the bookshop party, and getting them ready to mail. Did either of them know how to type? "I do," Lori told Aunt Serena. "I've used Dad's typewriter lots of times." "She uses the two-finger system," Celia explained, "but she can go pretty fast and only about half of it's wrong." In a good-natured way they squabbled a bit about that while they made beds. Celia was perfectly willing to do the folding and stamping while Lori picked out addresses on the typewriter. Lori read Aunt Serena's announcement and her eyes grew round. She waved the paper at Celia. "Catherine Parsons is going to autograph at the party," she cried. "We'll meet her." Even Celia was impressed, though not as wildly excited as Lori. "Do you know her very well?" she asked their aunt. "I've met her several times since I've moved to the island and I do like her. She was sweet about promising to help make my party a success. I think you'll enjoy meeting her." It was hard for Lori to concentrate on typing addresses after that, and Celia had to check the list for mistakes and send quite a few envelopes back for corrections. Nevertheless, they got a stack of them done before lunch time. The workbook said they were free to do what they liked all afternoon. Celia took a skirt she was making out to the shade of the front porch, and Lori got an apple from the dining room fruit bowl and a book from the shop and climbed into the fork of the tree back of the bookshop. Radio programs were all right, though she felt she was getting a bit old for thrillers and soap operas. Movies were fine on occasion, and she loved doing active things. But reading a book occupied a special spot in her affections that nothing could ever replace. You could go anywhere in a book or be anybody. It was the only way you could really get inside another person's thoughts. And when you liked the people in a story, you could go back and meet them again and again. There was nothing she liked better than reading and eating at the same time, though Aunt Serena had forbidden peanut butter sandwiches while reading her new books. An old sofa pillow made the tree fork reasonably comfortable, the apple crunched juicily as she ate it, and the story was wonderful. It was about the early days when the Hawaiian Islands were first being opened up to the world. The American boy who was the hero had dived off a ship in order to escape a horrible fate. He'd swum to shore, where he'd met native chiefs and got mixed up in a fight for freedom. It was very exciting. Lori forgot the world around her until the sound of footsteps on the scattered gravel of the driveway to the old house made her remember where she was. She peered out from her shelter of branches to see Norman Bennett, again in riding togs, striding down toward the road. She stayed very quiet on her hidden perch. When he disappeared, she closed her book. The plan that had begun to develop in her mind the first time she'd seen Norman going over toward the woods grew as she thought about it. She took a last bite of the apple, threw the core away, and scrambled down from the tree, leaving a little skin on the bark. If Aunt Serena wanted them to get acquainted with Norman Bennett, here was a possible opportunity. Aunt Serena gave her consent to a walk in the woods, though Lori said nothing of her plan. Celia could not be pried from her sewing, so Lori went off across the road alone. It was wonderful in the shadowy depths of the woods, cooler than any other place she'd found that day. After a few moments of walking, the lake and the boathouse were out of view. Even the sound of cars swishing by on Victory died out of hearing as she cut deeper into the woods. A winding path, crossed here and there by bridle paths, led uphill. Surely if she continued to follow the footpath, Norman Bennett would eventually come along on a horse and they would meet at one of these intersections. Perhaps if she climbed to the very top of the hill, she might be able to get a view of woods and paths so that she could see him from a distance and move deliberately in his direction. After a steep climb, the woods ended abruptly, and she found herself on a big, cleared slope where she was really at the top of the world, or at least Staten Island. As Russ had told them, she could see water now, a narrow strip of it in the distance, and a beautiful curve of bridge. The sound of cantering made her turn and she saw a group of riders following a bridle path that swung around the entire clearing. This, certainly, was a good place to wait. She found a bench and sat down, wishing now that she'd brought her book with her. Once or twice, she wondered what she'd say if she did manage to see Norman and hail him, but the problem seemed too difficult to work out ahead of time. There were no trees near her bench, and the sun was warm. She began to feel a little drowsy. Once or twice, she caught herself dozing. The sound of pounding hoofs on the dirt path brought her wide awake, and she jumped up in time to see Norman go galloping along the nearest stretch of path. He didn't see her, and his horse went by like a streak. She realized that he'd circled the clearing while she dozed, and she'd completely missed her chance of intercepting him. It was annoying, but entirely her own fault. Anyway, she'd had enough of this blistering sun. She went disconsolately down from the clearing, this time ignoring paths and cutting right through the woods. There was no underbrush on the steep slope, and she plunged down without plan or course, merely to find what was at the bottom of the hill. Fortunately, she slowed her pace just before she came out above a grassy bank that sloped to the water. She saw the small brown bunny before she saw the man who sat watching it, and held her breath, stepping softly onto the grass. The rabbit was in the path below, poised on its haunches, its long ears pricked upward, apparently aware of a human audience but not particularly disturbed by it. The seated man gave Lori the faintest signal of warning with a raised finger, and Lori stood so motionless she hardly breathed, until the bunny suddenly made up its mind and went hopping away down the path. The man didn't look around at her, but he murmured a word of approval. "Good. I didn't think the human young could ever keep still that long." Lori'd heard that deep, strong voice before, shouting at Norman Bennett. But she hadn't looked at the other human on the scene closely until this moment. Now she was torn between a desire to run off as quickly as possible because he frightened her a little, and a sudden brave urge to talk to at least one of the alarming Bennetts. Courage won out and she dropped quietly to the grass beside him. If she was to start any sort of conversation, she ought to go on from his opening. He glanced at her again as she sat down. This time with displeasure. After a while she found words and spoke them very softly, as if old Mr. Bennett were a woods thing too, and could be easily frightened away. "Sometimes," she said, "you have to keep awfully still, or the outside things never have a chance to come through." It didn't sound very clear, even to her own ears, though she had a meaning which she could feel better than speak. Mr. Bennet looked at her sharply and then turned his attention to a spider weaving its web on a nearby bush. Lori crawled over on her hands and knees to inspect the spider too. Apparently, Mr. Bennet was no more given to conversation than his grandson. But she wasn't ready to give up yet. The spider that so fascinated Mr. Bennet was not doing anything interesting as far as Lori could see, so she sat back on her heels and looked around at woods and sky and pond, at the grassy hillside rising on the other side of the water, and then took a long, deep, savoring breath of the clear sunny. "I like Staten Island," she said softly. "You'd never think that a place like this was really a part of New York City." This time Mr. Bennet spoke, if the way he snorted could be termed speaking. "I'd rather not remember that it is," he said, sounding quite grim over the idea. Lori relapsed into silence. She hadn't made the right opening that time, certainly. Still, he hadn't walked out on her yet. Maybe the thing to do was get right to what she wanted to know without any further attempts at a friendly, soothing approach. "Have you ever seen the ghost that haunts your house?" she asked abruptly. He stopped watching the spider and looked at her, obviously a bit startled this time, and, if anything, grimmer than ever. "You mean the phantom stagecoach?" he asked. This was more than Lori had expected, and it was. Turned to stare in surprise. But he answered her without waiting to be prodded again. "No, I have not," he said. "I have lived in that house all my life and am happy to say that I do not believe it's haunted." Then he got up from the grass, gave her a courteous, rather old-fashioned bow, asked if she would excuse him, and turned down the path that led along the pond. Lori watched him out of sight and then addressed the spider thoughtfully. "If he never saw the ghost, how does he know it's a stagecoach?" The spider had no answer, and Lori turned toward home. At least she knew now the form the haunting took. A whole stagecoach. That was a really good-sized ghost. 6. The light again. Crossing Victory, Lori saw Aunt Serena on the front steps. Russ Sperry running a lawnmower over her grass, and Celia coming down the sidewalk on a bicycle. So, their bikes had come. Lori tore across the road full of excited questions. Aunt Serena smiled. "Yours is out and back, and as soon as Russ finishes the grass, I believe he's going to take you two for a ride. Not too far, the first time, maybe up to Silver Lake." Lori hurried around the house and found the blue bicycle waiting for her. The scratches and the dented fender all looked familiar and beloved. Maybe Pegasus was more banged up than Celia's bike, which didn't even have a name because Celia thought it was silly to name a bicycle, but to Lori it was an old friend. She gave the seat a pat of affection, noted that the rubber on one handle grip seemed to have crumbled just a little bit more, and then wheeled it around to the front of the house. Celia was waiting for her, and Russ had just finished his last patch of grass. "I've found out about the ghost," Lori announced. "Mr. Bennet told me." "You've been talking to Mr. Bennet?" Aunt Serena asked. The sudden interest of the other three was flattering. Lori tried to be very casual. "I met him in the woods and we had a little talk. He says it's a stagecoach." "Well," said Aunt Serena. "Here I've tried every polite way I know to strike up an acquaintance with that man, and you come along and do it at the first try. What's your secret, Lori?" "I guess we aren't really friends or anything," Lori admitted. "Maybe I just surprised him into answering." "But is the ghost a stagecoach?" Celia demanded. "And what in the world is a stagecoach doing around here?" Aunt Serena nodded. "It is a stagecoach, and its story goes back nearly 100 years. Victory Boulevard has a history. It was built by Governor Tompkins because he wanted a way across the island from the bay to the Arthur Kill that would connect him with the road to Philadelphia. A ferry ran from Long Neck to New Jersey. The road used to be called the Richmond Turnpike, and there was a regular stagecoach service." Lori looked out at the cars whizzing by on Victory and wished she could have lived in the old days of the turnpike. But she didn't mean to give up on the matter of the ghost. "But why should a stagecoach turn into a ghost?" she asked. For just a moment it looked as though Aunt Serena might waver and tell them the whole story. Then she shook her head and they knew she'd made up her mind. It's too good a story to waste on a bright, sunny day. A ghost story should be told when the day is gray and rainy, and a storm is howling outside. The first stormy day I'll tell you the whole tale. And then you'll understand why I'd like to see this particular mystery solved. Now suppose you all get off on your ride. The postponement was maddening, and yet in a way it was fun to wait and wonder and let expectations grow. Almost like stopping right at an exciting place in a book and putting the story aside for a while because you couldn't bear to come to the end of it. But Lori knew she'd be watching for stormy weather from now on. They wheeled their bikes down to Russ's house where he could get his. Ghosts? Russ said. Do you really believe all that stuff? Of course not, Celia told him. But it's fun anyway. Lori said nothing. She wasn't sure whether she believed or not, and she didn't want to be sure. Of course it sounded terribly foolish to say right out, I believe in ghosts. But on the other hand, it would be awfully dull not to believe in them. She knew perfectly well that she didn't want to be as sure as Russ was. The thought made her wonder how Norman felt about living in a haunted house. Had he ever seen the ghost? Or had his grandfather ever told him about it? The turnpike, as Lori had decided to call it from now on, ran uphill most of the way to Silver Lake, and the pumping was hard. Sometimes they stopped and walked, though Russ was a little scornful when they got off. For some reason, Lori thought, boys seemed to be awfully proud of being able to pump up any kind of hill. They were rewarded, however, when they reached the top, wheeled their bikes beneath the trees, found a comfortably shady spot, and sat on the grass. Lori said, looky, and was content to soak up the view. The hillside sloped down to an oval of lake that had been turned into a reservoir and fenced in. On the left sup hill/sup Ling Valley made the smooth greens of a golf course, while ahead across the lake the hills dropped away to sea level. She could see the roofs and factory chimneys of Jersey, and away off the distant Jersey hills. That's the bridge I saw from the woods today, Lori said, nothing out the graceful arch to Celia. It's the Bayonne Bridge, Russ informed them. You can see it from almost any high point at this end of the island. Lori lay back on the grass, her hands clasped beneath her head, watching the gulls soar and dip overhead. They seemed to have a special rendezvous on Silver Lake. Dozens of them floated on the quiet water. Celia and Russ talked about the relative merits of Chicago schools and Staten Island schools, about movies they had seen, about sailing Russ had done with his father out of the yacht basin on the South Shore. Lori hardly listened, her thoughts more on the island's past than on its present. Suddenly she sat up and looked at Russ, who was propped against a tree on the other side of Celia. I just happened to think, she said. Maybe you know more about the Bennetts than Aunt Serena does. Hasn't Norman anybody but his grandfather here on the island? What about his father, why doesn't he come home? Gosh. Russ said. What I wouldn't give to meet his father. He's a flyer, but he works for some American company down in South America, and he hasn't been around for a couple of years. He looks like an all-right guy, and not a droop like Normie boy. For some reason Lori turned what her father termed spitting mad. Of all the people to call anybody else a droop. By an effort she kept her indignation down to a mere quiver in her voice. I expect, she said with dignity, that Norman Bennett is a very intelligent and interesting person. He seems much more worth knowing than anybody else I've seen around here. Russ whistled good-naturedly and Celia relapsed into a childish chant in the most irritating manner, Lori's got a boyfriend. Lori's got a boyfriend. You stop it. Lori cried. You stop it right now. Celia squealed and rolled out of reach across the grass, but Lori had a better way of punishing her than by physical strength. If you don't mind, silly, she said, I think I'll go home now. Goodbye, silly. Russ, she ignored, except for one quick look to see how he was reacting to her sister's nickname. By the grin he wore, the prospects looked good. Lori pushed Pegasus back to the turnpike and started on the wonderful downhill coast for home. She didn't look back once to see whether the others were following, but they must have been only a few yards behind, because Lori had no sooner got her bike put away in the basement than Celia rolled up the driveway looking hopping mad. The rest of the day they ignored each other coldly, addressing any necessary remarks they needed to make through Aunt Serena. Their aunt took the whole thing calmly, her only comment being that probably the only combination more difficult in the world than a pair of sisters was a pair of brothers. But that night Lori found it difficult to get to sleep, and she could hear Celia tossing in the next bed. Celia, of course, should have had better sense than to act like a 5-year-old. But on the other hand, Lori couldn't help feeling guilty about revealing Celia's hated nickname to a boy. Now her sister would probably never live it down. She rolled over suddenly to the edge of her bed and reached out a hand in the darkness towards Celia's bed. And oddly enough, at that very moment, Celia must have reached out too, for their hands met in midair and gave each other a little squeeze. "I'm sorry," Lori whispered. "I wish I hadn't done it." There was a sigh from the other bed. "I guess I'll live. And maybe I deserved it, anyway." Lori felt double guilty at this ready forgiveness. "If that Russ character calls you silly, I'll poke him one. Really I will." Apparently, the picture of Lori poking the burly Russ Sperry was too much for Celia. She got to giggling so hard she had to stuff some of her pillow in her mouth to keep from waking Aunt Serena. Lori giggled too, and with the laughter some of the soreness went away. It had always been like that, Lori thought happily. They fought like anything sometimes, practically hating each other, yet knowing perfectly well that nothing could be worse than for one of them to be sent away from the other. Sleep came more easily now, but Lori never slept as heavily and deeply as Celia, and right on the stroke of midnight, while a clock downstairs was chiming, she woke up, just as she had the night before. And this time she knew what had wakened her. In the dream she'd been having, a masked bandit, armed with revolver and cutlass, curious weapon for a bandit, had just flung up the rear window of the bookshop and was climbing in. She was sure it was the sound of that opening window that had brought her wide awake. In a second, she was on her knees in bed, peering down into the darkness. Again, she saw the glow of a light in the yard, and she was surer than ever that it came from inside the bookshop. Tingling with excitement she slid out of bed, this time carefully putting on her slippers. Then she searched for her bathrobe and moved stealthily to the door. Out in the hall everything was quiet. For just a moment she considered rousing Aunt Serena aid, then dismissed the thought. If the light was once more turned off, her aunt would be very annoyed with her. It would be a lot better if she could creep downstairs and have a look for herself before she woke anyone up. She wore her slippers clear to the top of the stairs, and then abandoned them. You couldn't sneak up on a burglar, sup in scuffs that slip-slapped at every step. In bare feet she could move swiftly and much more surely. She felt her way through the lower hall to the kitchen and held her breath as she unlocked the back door. The sound had a thunderclap quality in her ears, but no one stirred upstairs, and the moment she was on the back steps she saw that the light was still there and that it really was inside the bookshop. The grass felt prickly and damp beneath her feet as she hurried across the yard and around to the back of the shop. Sure enough, the window was open and a glow of light came through. A bathrobe was not the most convenient of costumes for tree climbing, but Lori had had some practice with this tree earlier in the day and she knew the way up. The branch that reached toward the bookshop window was sturdy enough, and she made it to the sill with hardly a whisper of sound. It was a good thing the night bugs were chirping like mad. She drew a deep, tingling breath and edged forward so that she could see into part of the shop. The source of the light was evident now. It was an old storm lantern set on the floor, and the intruder had made an attempt to shield most of the light with newspaper and focus the rays in one direction. But she still couldn't see the burglar. Not until she wriggled halfway through the window to a place where she could see over the intervening ledge, did the figure stretched out on the floor come into view. Then, for a single wild moment, she thought of murders and bodies, the figure lay so still. Not until a finger flipped over a page did she realize that the intruder was a boy, stretched full length on the floor, reading one of Aunt Serena's books in the dim light of the lantern. He turned his head. She saw that he was Norman Bennett. 7. Midnight Adventure. Lori kept perfectly still for a second or two out of sheer surprise. Whatever she had expected to discover in the shop, she had not expected to find Norman Bennett reading a book. The cover was tilted so that she could glimpse the jacket. She recognized the story she herself had been reading earlier that day. "Have you come to the part where the boy jumps overboard and swims for shore?" she asked. If the book in his hands had spoken to him, Norman could not have been more startled. He scrambled to his knees and looked up at her in sudden fright, while the pages fluttered together. "Now you've lost your place," Lori said, beginning to feel rather pleased with the situation. Here she had tried every way to corner Norman so she could talk to him, and now he was practically at her mercy. Since she was blocking the only means of escape, he couldn't even run away from her. Why? As he recovered from his fright, a sullen look came over his face, and he got slowly to his feet. "I thought you were a burglar," Lori went on cheerfully. "I saw the light and I came down to investigate. I saw it last night too, but you must have turned it off." Aunt Serena said. "I just dreamed it." "I'm not a burglar," he said in a low voice. "I wasn't going to take anything." Lori wriggled the rest of the way through the window and seated herself cozily on the wide book ledge that topped the lower shelves. An empty section of the next shelf down offered her a hold, and she rested her bare heels on it. Norman continued to watch her solemnly. "It's an awfully good story, isn't it?" Lori asked. He ignored that. "Well, now you've caught me, what are you going to do about it?" "I don't know," Lori said. "I haven't decided yet. First of all, I guess I'll just talk to you some. Why don't you want to be friends with us? Why do you run away every time we so much as look at you?" He thrust his hands into the pockets of his jeans and met her gaze steadily, for all his uneasiness. "I don't run away. I've got other things to do. And grandfather likes it quiet. He doesn't want to go getting chummy with all sorts of people, so there'll be kids around our place making a racket. We don't want to be bothered." Lori could feel herself beginning to simmer, but she suspected that getting angry with Norman Bennett would serve no good purpose. "Maybe we don't want to be bothered with people climbing in our bookshop at night either," she said as mildly as she could. He had the grace to flush at that. To hide his embarrassment, he turned his back on her, kicked the newspaper away from the lantern, and picked it up. "If you'll get out of the way, I'll go home," he said. But Lori had no intention of budging. "You like to read, don't you? You like books a lot?" He set the lantern on the ledge beside her, and in its light, she could see his eyes, gray and wide in his thin face. There was a sparkle of interest in them now, though he only nodded. "I do too," she told him. "I guess I'd almost rather read a book than do anything." "You're lucky," he said, and his gaze moved around the shop with its book-crowded shelves. The two words and the way he spoke them gave her part of the answer to the riddle of Norman Bennett. Somehow the same thing was happening to her in real life that sometimes happened to her when she was reading. She stopped being Lori Kane, and for a few moments became Norman Bennett so intensely that she could understand from the inside what he was like. She could feel the way he must feel up in that old house, watching the goings-on down here at Aunt Serena's. He must have seen the cartons of books arriving, must have witnessed the unpacking, and must have heard snatches of excited conversation about various tides. Perhaps he'd even come down here when no one was around and looked in a window at the wonderful, tantalizing chaos of books. And he must have been filled with a longing he couldn't resist. Maybe by grown-up standards he had done something wrong, but he hadn't looked outside himself enough to see that the desire to come down here and revel in reading had been stronger than his good sense. Besides, if you lived alone all the time and didn't see much of other kids except maybe in school, it would be easy to get mixed up ideas about things. The long silence was making him uncomfortable again. "I suppose you're going to tell my grandfather?" I don't see why I should, Lori said. Of course you can't keep on doing things like this. There's no reason to do it anyway. All you have to do is come over and meet Aunt Serena and let her lend you books to read. You mean she would? Of course. Oh, there are all sorts of strict rules about clean hands, and taking off the jackets and turning pages carefully. And she likes us to tell her just what we think of any of the books we read because that helps her with customers. But you certainly don't have to go sneaking in windows at night. A glow of excitement had lighted in Norman's eyes. The possibility of being given permission to read these books was apparently something he'd never expected. But Lori's quick mind was flying ahead to further possibilities. Of course, she began speculatively, it might be that you could make a little return to my aunt for permission to read some of her books. He looked suspicious at once, and she had a feeling that he was neither used to receiving favors, nor to repaying them. My dad says life is a two-way street, Lori said a little pompously. Nobody goes down it just one way, taking everything handed him without any return. You have to turn around and give things back to other people. What am I supposed to do, Your Honor? Norman asked, and Lori saw the start of a smile at the corners of his mouth. She suddenly remembered the Norman of the night before at the dance, doubled over with laughing. This boy could probably be a lot of fun if ever you got him loosened up enough so he wasn't afraid to laugh. She sat up very straight and dignified on her ledge, as dignified as anybody could be in bare feet, pajamas, and a bathrobe. The prisoner will step up to the bar to receive sentence, oh. Do salute? Norman asked. Lori grinned. Prisoners just listen and look meek. Your sentence may be stiffer than you think. You are ordered to get your grandfather to accept Aunt Serena's invitation and come with him to our bookstore party a week from this Saturday. Norman's mouth dropped open in astonishment. You're completely nuts, you. That's no way to talk to a judge. Do you want to get fined for disrespect of court? It's contempt of court, must be you didn't go to a very good law school. Anyway, the sentence is impossible, I might as well take 20 years and get it over with. Grandfather's having a fit about the party already. He got your aunt's invitation, and he's been snorting and sputtering ever since. There'll be a crowd and noise, and people may run over into our yard. There's something else too, as if he especially didn't like your aunt. Though I don't know why, because he said he'd never seen her in his life until she moved next door. Anyway, he's terribly mad about the whole thing. Lori stopped being a judge, drew her knees up under her chin, and closed her eyes in deep thought. There must be some way. There's always a way. She opened her eyes. What does he like best in the world? Norman answered without hesitation. Nature. Bugs. Animals. Plants. Especially plants. He likes plants better than people any day. Lori closed her eyes again, straining for inspiration. It came in a blinding flash of an idea. I know, she cried and jumped down from the ledge, sending books scattering in all directions. Norman picked them up, while Lori scurried to a carton in one corner of the shop. She'd looked into this box once before and had found it piled full of secondhand books Aunt Serena had picked up on sale. There was nothing valuable, but they covered so many subjects that her aunt had thought someone might be interested. Dust made Lori sneeze as she burrowed into the box, discarding volume after volume in her search. Then she brought up 2 old and rather battered books and thrust them at Norman. Do you think your grandfather might be interested in these? They're by a famous naturalist and they might be just what he'd like to own. Aunt Serena said most of this stuff was out of print now, so they'd be hard to get. Norman flipped through the pages doubtfully. I don't know. They'd have to be awfully interesting to make him overcome his disliking of people. Anyway, you can try, Lori said. Tell him he ought to come down and see them. I don't think your grandfather's so bad, really. I talked to him for a while this afternoon and he didn't snap my head off or anything. He seemed practically civilized. Do try. Aunt Serena wants to get on friendly terms with him, and if you'd persuade him to come to the party, she'd probably let you read all the books you wanted to. In fact, I know what I'll do. Overcome by an impulse of overwhelming generosity, Lori picked up the Hawaiian story and thrust it into Norman's hands. I haven't finished this, but you can take it along and I'll tell Aunt Serena. Just take off the jacket when you read it, because jackets get torn so easily, and put a paper cover on it. The bait was too strong for Norman to resist. All right, I'll try. But I won't promise to get him here. You're expecting an awful lot. But you're smart enough to do it, Lori said, meaning it sincerely. In spite of the crazy way he'd climbed into the bookshop for 2 nights running, Lori felt that she'd been quite right in her early appraisal of Norman Bennett. He was just as intelligent as she'd told that half-witted Russ Sperry he was. She climbed up the shelves again and out the window, Norman trailing her. Nimbly, lantern in hand. Once outside, he put out the light, said, "Slong," rather gruffly, and vanished in the direction of the old house. Lori turned happily back to Aunt Serena's. Not until she had let herself into the kitchen and relocked the door did she remember that she hadn't said a single word to Norman about the ghost that haunted his house. Oh, well, there'd be time for that later. She had an idea that she was going to see quite a lot of Norman from now on. She was just congratulating herself on getting safely back into the house without waking Aunt Serena, when the stairlight went on and she looked up to see her aunt watching her over the banister. It was the most uncomfortable moment Lori had experienced since coming to the island. True, Aunt Serena had been kind and understanding ever since they'd arrived at her house, but so far neither of them had done anything to displease her. Lori had a sudden realization that her escapade was not something a grown-up would be likely to approve. They had milk and cold chicken out in the kitchen, and Lori told her about asking Norman to persuade his grandfather to come to the party. Aunt Serena chuckled and hoped it would work, but she sighed over the way Lori had lent the Hawaiian book to Norman. "I'm afraid I won't have any books left to sell, what with all my best titles being out in a sort of free lending service." "Oh, well, I think I'd rather see boys and girls reading them than to get rich selling them. But, Lori, after this will you let me know when you go on any midnight escapades, so I can come along? I know I didn't believe in your light last night. But you might have run into real trouble exploring by yourself. Shall we have an understanding about this?" Lori gave her promise readily, eagerly. There wasn't anything she wanted more than to be worthy of Aunt Serena's trust. She went happily upstairs to bed, crawling under the sheet in the dark, so as not to disturb Celia. Not that Celia could be disturbed. There she was in the other bed, sleeping her life away, while wonderful things had come to pass in the middle of the night. 8. Book party. Celia heard about the adventure the next morning at breakfast. She shook her head over the picture Lori must have made climbing in that window. "How revolting," she said. "You in that moth-eaten old bathrobe, with your hair the way it always looks, like a tangled scrub mop, after you've been sleeping on it. You must have frightened the poor boy half to death." Lori sniffed. She was sure Norman hadn't thought about how she looked, one way or the other. Celia, however, was as interested as Aunt Serena in the prospect of persuading Mr. Bennett to come to the book party and speculated throughout the week as to whether or not Norman would succeed in bringing his grandfather to the affair. Lori had expected that they would now see more of Norman. After all, he had a book to return and would probably want to borrow another. There was no reason why he shouldn't drop in, just the way Russ Sperry did. But to her disappointment he remained elusive and there was no opportunity to find out how his grandfather had reacted to her scheme. The bright spot in the week was the arrival of airmail letters from Yokohama where Dad and Mother had made their first stop. The trip sounded wonderful, and both girls wrote prompt answers. Continued good weather disappointed Lori. Every morning, the minute she awoke, she knelt by the window beside her bed and looked out hopefully. But every morning the bright, hot sunshine was unchanged. Sometimes there was a slight breeze and fleecy clouds rolled lazily across the sky, and sometimes the air was breathlessly still. But no matter how much she wished for a howling storm that would make a suitable background for the telling of ghost stories, no gray, scudding rain clouds appeared to mar the bright blue of the sky. The one day she wanted it fair was the Saturday of the book party. Fortunately, the good weather held. The bookshop itself was in shining order now, its rows of bright new jackets invitingly agleam. The big dining room table in the middle of the shop carried a double circle of popular titles, with books stacked like a centerpiece at the heart of the circle. Out in the yard, a long wooden table borrowed from Mrs. Sperry had been spread with a white cloth and set with bowls of flowers at either end, courtesy of Miss Celia Kane, as Celia modestly admitted to anyone who inquired. Laurie thought no one could fix flowers better than Celia. When she herself tried to put blossoms in bowl or vase, they looked as stiff as a porcupine's quills. However, it was Laurie who had been inspired to fix up the card table where Catherine Parsons was going to autograph. At least she had collected the decorations, and Celia had set them attractively in order. Since the Parsons books were all historical, Laurie had borrowed some colorful Indian feathers from an old war bonnet belonging to Russ's childhood. A long pipe of the sort the Dutch had smoked was borrowed from Russ's mother. And Aunt Serena had furnished some Indian baskets she brought home from a vacation in the West. As a final touch, a gay garden umbrella had been set up to shade the table. A play of the author's books finished off the colorful exhibit. The invitations said 3 o'clock, and by 2:45 even Aunt Serena was getting nervous. "Suppose nobody comes?" she asked the girls uneasily. Celia was calm. "There'll be crowds," she assured her aunt. "Anybody who books would love to come to a party this. And anyway," Laurie, whose teeth were chattering a little from excitement, tried to add her ounce of comfort, "you invited your friends, and some of them are sure to come." At 3 the first arrival rounded the driveway, following the sign Aunt Serena had set up in the front yard, and after that Laurie and Celia were too busy to worry. The girls acted as hostesses, greeting guests as they appeared and leading them to Aunt Serena, who saw that they were served with fruit punch and cookies and introduced to other guests. Laurie kept a special eye on the driveway, even when she had a guest in tow. Catherine Parsons hadn't appeared yet, and she did so want to be the one to meet her. After all, it was Laurie Kane, not Celia, who meant to be a famous author someday. Several times she stared long and hard at Catherine Parsons' picture on a book jacket, trying to memorize the way she looked. But a real person was often quite different from a photograph, and she wasn't at all sure she would recognize Miss Parsons when she arrived. A hat might make her look altogether different, for instance, or a changed hairdo. But Miss Parsons, when she arrived, was hot wearing a hat, and her hair was combed in exactly the way she wore it in the picture, drawn smoothly back from a center part and wound in a heavy coil on the nape of her neck. Only its color was startling, and not at all what Laurie had expected, for it was a bright and shining red. Laurie knew her at once and hurried toward her. Then, having slid to a stop, Pony Express fashion, practically at Miss Parsons' toes, she was suddenly overcome by a humiliating shyness which knocked out of her mind the speeches she had been dreaming up all day. But Miss Parsons seemed not to mind. "Hello," she said, giving Laurie a friendly smile. "Let me see now, I'll bet you're—" "No, not Celia, Laurie." Laurie gulped deeply and said, I love your books." "Do you really?" said Miss Parsons, sounding so pleased that all the self-consciousness went out of Laurie in a flash. Aunt Serena spied her guest of honor at that moment, and she and Celia both came over. But Laurie kept her place at Miss Parsons' side and let no one come between them. Aunt Serena apparently recognized determination when she saw it and made a spur-of-the-moment decision. "Laurie, suppose you take charge of our author. You can help her at her table, get her a cup of punch, and see that children don't crowd around her too much. I've seen times at school when young people have practically smothered an author with their enthusiasm." Catherine Parsons' laugh was as friendly as her smile. "I don't mind that kind of smothering one bit." Laurie was a determined bodyguard. People were really pouring into Aunt Serena's rear garden, and there was no need to worry about poor attendance. Everywhere little groups stood about talking and sipping punch and taking turns at the line that filed through the bookshop. Mrs. Sperry had volunteered to help Aunt Serena in the actual selling of books, and she bustled cheerfully about through the crowd, little and plump and smiling. Laurie had liked her at once and been amused by the way Russ towered above her and acted now and then as if he were her father. Russ himself had thought a book party a pretty dull affair and had gone off to a movie, though he'd been underfoot that morning, more hindrance than help in the preparations. But not a glimpse had they had of Norman Bennett or his grandfather all day. Any number of times Laurie had glanced in the direction of the old house next door, but no signs of life were evident. It began to seem that Norman had not been able to persuade his grandfather to put in an appearance. The presence of Miss Parsons made up for that disappointment, however, and Laurie was too busy to concern herself further with the house next door. When anyone wanted an autographed copy of a Parsons book, Laurie flipped open the pages and placed the volume conveniently on the table for the author to sign, blotting the signature carefully afterward. While she let no other young people crowd too near, there were moments when she all but leaned on Miss Parsons herself, watching entranced as the author twisted her hand around in her practically upside-down left-handed way and signed her name. There was a flurry of excitement when a photographer from the Staten Island newspaper arrived to take pictures. Miss Parsons suggested that she pose, signing books for Laurie and Celia. The photographer posed them and clicked a couple of shots. The author settled back in her chair and looked around at the tan trees next door and at the woods across the road. "I do love Staten Island," she sighed happily. "Of course I'm a native, and so is my mother, though father's an off-islander. Mother just wouldn't live anywhere else. We're up on Tote Hill. You'll have to visit us sometime." "Could we really?" Laurie breathed. "Of course. Your aunt tells me you want to be a writer. Be sure to bring along a story when you come up." Laurie experienced a mingled flash of pleasure and dismay. She had meant to get a story done this week, but somehow other things had always seemed more urgent and interesting. Now she must get busy and have something to show Miss Parsons if they went to visit her. "I like it here on the island," Laurie said, changing the subject to something safe. "I've never lived where I could be close to woods before. I think my next book after the one I'm now working on will be about the island," Miss Parsons told her. "I've already done a little research on it." "Do you know what the Indians used to call the place?" Laurie shook her head. "It's rather a romantic. The Island of Dark Woods." "The Island of Dark Woods." Laurie spoke the words softly, seeing the island as it must once have been, with only narrow Indian trails cutting through thick, shadowy woods. The deep tones of a man's voice, a voice she recognized at once, cut into her dreaming. She looked around quickly to see Norman Bennett and his grandfather standing beside Miss Parsons. "May I point out," Mr. Bennett said dryly, "that there is a difference of opinion concerning the definition of the Indian name? I believe the Indian Authority, Schoolcraft, says the name was Aquahunga Monocnong, place of the bad woods. Slightly less romantic, I fear." Miss Parsons nodded agreement. "I know. Legend has it that flowering dogwood in the spring gave the island a ghostly look from a distance and won it that name. There's still another authority who says Aquahunga means high sandy banks. I think I'll take my choice and pick the one I like best. The Island of Dark Woods." Laurie recovered from her surprise and gave Norman and his grandfather her warmest smile. "Hello," she said. "I'm glad you came to our party. This is Miss Catherine Parsons, the famous author." Laurie had always seen Mr. Bennett in knockabout clothes. Today, in a well-pressed gray suit, he looked handsome and dignified. Catherine Parsons took his hand, laughing a little over Laurie's words. "Not famous. Laurie exaggerates. But I'm glad to meet someone who knows island history, because I hope to do a story about it one of these days." Mr. Bennett seemed to grow a little more dignified and a little more distant, as though he was getting ready to set up barriers against anyone who tried to step across the fence he had raised around himself. He glanced inquiringly at Laurie. "I believe there are some books I was to see?" "My grandson mentioned, oh, yes. Lori said eagerly. They're over in the shop. She looked around for Aunt Serena but couldn't catch her eye. Norman was no help at all. He simply stood at his grandfather's elbow, looking a little like him, though he was so much slighter and younger, and behaving as if he didn't know anyone here and didn't want to. The book he had borrowed was held beneath one arm. Lori gave Miss Parsons a glance of appeal and was released from her duty. Run along, the author smiled, I'll be all right. Lori led the way to the bookshop. Fortunately, there was a break in the crowd which had been filing through it, so that for a few minutes they had the place nearly to themselves. She went straight to the books that were being held for Mr. Bennet's inspection and took them from their place on a lower shelf. These are quite old, she said, handing them to him. My aunt says they are hard to get. Mr. Bennet took the volumes, eyeing Lori quizzically. Norman, who had followed them into the shop, shifted his weight uneasily from one foot to the other. It seems to me, Mr. Bennet said quietly, that some sort of plot is afoot. I believe that is the common term when referring to plots. They go afoot? Lori felt her cheeks grow pink and threw a helpless look in Norman's direction. But Norman stared at the ceiling as if it completely absorbed his attention. It was almost as if he were saying, I've done my part, I've got him here. You take it from now on. A spark of indignation came to life in Lori. What if there was a plot? It wasn't anything very awful. We'd like to be friends with our neighbors, she told Mr. Bennet, ignoring Norman. Why shouldn't we let you know if we have some books that might interest you? You don't have to buy them or anything. Mr. Bennet was apparently not in a snorting mood today. He turned his attention to the books and looked them through carefully. There was no telling from his expression whether he was interested or indifferent, and Lori gave him up momentarily and turned her attention to Norman. Did you finish reading the story? She asked. Wasn't it good? Norman nodded and set the book down on a ledge nearby, pushing it away from him in a pained sort of way. Then he took to staring at the ceiling again. Lori felt increasingly exasperated. What would you like next? She asked. There are some boys' books here on this shelf. Norman removed his rapt attention from the ceiling and looked out a window. Thanks, he said, but I guess I won't take any more. I can get books at the public library. Well, of course you can, Lori agreed. But this is closer and... I would prefer, Mr. Bennet put in, without looking up from the book in his hands, that my grandson continue to get books from the public library. After all, Miss Kane's books are for sale, not for lending purposes. At that moment Aunt Serena herself appeared in the doorway and came toward them, her hand held out cordially to Mr. Bennet. How nice of you to come, she said. Our bookshop opening wouldn't be complete without you Bennets here. She spoke as if she meant something special and Lori was mystified. Mr. Bennet returned Aunt Serena's look levelly, but without the slightest friendliness. I would like to purchase these 2 volumes for my collection, he said, formally. I was most happy to know about them. Will you tell me the price, please? Aunt Serena seemed to stiffen too. She named a modest sum, accepted a bill from him, and returned his change with no more than a brief, thank you. Mr. Bennet bowed courteously and started for the door, with Norman at his heels. Aunt Serena watched them out the door, looking thoroughly annoyed. Can't you tell him you don't mind if Norman borrows your books? Lori wailed. Aunt Serena shook her head. I'm afraid it wouldn't help. I've never seen such a man. He's forgotten his John Donne, or he'd know that no man is an island. Nevertheless, Lori, we're going to find a bridge to that island one of these days, if for no other reason than because he has no right to make his grandson live in isolation with him. Visitors came into the shop, and Aunt Serena turned hostess again. Lori went soberly out into the warm sunshine. She could see old Mr. Bennet and Norman walking up the path to their own doorstep, their backs stiffly erect, as if they defied anyone to criticize them. Her aunt's words sounded through her mind, and she spoke them softly to herself, liking the sonorous ring of them, no man is an island. She wasn't quite sure what the quotation meant, but she knew that Aunt Serena was not an island and that she lived a full, happy, busy life. Mr. Bennet, however, seemed to like being one. Suddenly, deeply, she sensed Norman's loneliness, his shyness, and was no longer angry with him. Norman needed that bridge, and she, for one, was going to do everything she could to build it. 9. Ghost Story. The moment Laurie awoke on the Monday after the book party, she knew the day was going to be different. The air was damp and chilly, and mist wreathed the garden. Flower beds had vanished, and the bookshop was no more than a ghostly presence. Laurie bounded over to Celia's bed and prodded her awake. "It's going to be a wonderful, horrible day," she cried. "I'll bet it storms like anything. Just the day for haunted houses and ghost stories. Celia, do get up." Once she was awake, Celia became interested in the prospect of a storm. When they went downstairs, Aunt Serena had the radio on and a weather report was coming over the air. The temperature had taken a drop during the night, the newscaster said, and the barometer was falling. Rain was expected and possible high winds. Laurie rushed to the front window and, putting her nose against a pane, looked up the old turnpike. The road vanished almost at once in the curling mists, and the woods over in the park were scarcely visible. Car headlights were a faint yellow glow in the pervading gray. Uphill, in front of the Bennets' sloping front lawn, a patch of mist billowed into a wavering shape. Laurie half closed her eyes and watched it eagerly. She could almost see an old stagecoach taking form. A sudden gust of wind blew in from the sea and thinned the mists away. And there was nothing there, just everyday Victory Boulevard with automobiles rushing by. Was this the day for the ghost story? The girls demanded at breakfast. Aunt Serena would not commit herself. Maybe. They'd see later. The fog might burn off any minute and then the sun might be out. But the fog did not burn off. It was swept away by increasing winds, as the morning sky grew black with scudding storm clouds. "Looks like a regular island squall," Aunt Serena said. "Cold too. How would it be if we fixed a fire in the grate and popped some corn? Popcorn and ghost stories go well together, don't you think? Maybe it's even gloomy enough for candlelight." Laurie squealed her pleasure and cast another anxious look at the sky, lest it disappoint them and clear up. But obligingly, it looked worse every minute. Kindling stood ready laid in the grate, and Laurie and Celia knelt beside their aunt and watched little curls of flame lick upward through paper and slivers of wood. "Maybe you'd like to phone Russ and invite him over?" Aunt Serena suggested. Celia dived for the phone without being urged. Inspiration struck Laurie all in a heap. "Let's invite Norman too. After all, if the story's about his house, he ought to hear it." Celia paused with a finger on the dial. "He'd never come. You saw how he left the party Saturday, without even staying for punch." But Laurie was bright-eyed. "He probably wouldn't come if I phoned him, but I could go over and invite him right to his face," she said bravely. Aunt Serena considered the matter a moment. "It's worth a try," she said. "Go ahead, if you like," and turned back to the fire. Laurie hurried out the back door, and the wind pushed at her heels and urged her up the hill. A spat of rain struck her cheek, and she broke into a run. She didn't have time to think about what she was doing, or to lose courage, until she stood before the Bennets' front door with her finger on the bell. Then she began to wonder what she'd say if Mr. Bennet himself opened the door and looked at her in his politely discouraging way. It took 2 long rings to bring anyone, and Laurie had time to look up at the graceful fanlight above the door while she caught her breath and tried to assemble her wits. When Norman opened the door and stared at her in astonishment, she felt a tremendous relief. "Hello," she said cheerfully. "You're invited to a popcorn party over at our house. Aunt Serena's building a fire and we're going to tell stories and popcorn and have." Norman started to shake his head, but Laurie stopped his refusal before it could be spoken. I'll bet you don't even know you live in a haunted house, she told him in a low voice, hoping his grandfather wasn't within hearing. That's the story Aunt Serena is going to tell, and you have a right to hear it. She wished he would invite her into the hallway, but he seemed too startled to remember his manners. Peering past him into the gloom, Lori glimpsed a staircase so dark wood curving gracefully upward, but the tall doors on either side of the main entrance were closed, shutting their secrets away from her curious gaze. I knew there was some sort of queer story, Norman admitted, but I've never heard the details. Whatever it is, it seems to upset grandfather. Well, here's your chance, Lori said. Don't you ask him if you can come? To her surprise, Norman stepped abruptly out the door and shut it behind him. All right, I'll come. Grandfather's working in his study and he doesn't like to be interrupted. He won't come out for hours. Lori, who had been brought up to report her goings and comings to any adult in charge, felt a little uneasy about this sudden decision. His grandfather might be mad as anything later on, well, it wasn't her problem. And it was beginning to rain in earnest. They raced across the yards together and arrived at Aunt Serena's slightly damp and out of breath. The fire had a satisfying crackle, and Celia was busily fitting tall green candles into brass candlesticks. Russberry said an indifferent hi to Norman, but Aunt Serena's warm greeting made up for Russ's coolness. She gave Norman a place on the floor before the hearth, where sofa pillows had been spread. Lori noticed that in spite of Celia's hurry to invite Russ over, she was treating him rather snippily. It was the first time her sister had met Norman, but she smiled at him as if he were an old friend and dropped her pillow down next to him. Lori experienced a little twinge of jealousy. Norman was her discovery, her friend. She was trying awfully hard to get him to be. Now, she supposed Celia would just step in and manage everything as easily as if winning his friendship had been no problem at all. Russ didn't seem to mind the way he was being treated. He was intensely interested in the corn popper. You can have first turn at popping corn, Aunt Serena said, but you'll have to wait till the fire burns lower. If you like, you can give that log another poke to get it burning. Hey, silly, Russ said, hand over the poker, will you? Celia sniffed. Get it yourself, she said, and Lori understood what was the matter. It was all her fault, and she felt terribly sorry. She reached out a blue-jeaned leg and poked Russ with her toe. Don't you call my sister that. Aunt Serena, don't let him popcorn if he uses that name. But Celia shrugged indifferently. Little boys have to be amused. What he says doesn't matter. She turned a bright smile upon Norman, who seemed slightly bewildered by her attention. Aunt Serena ignored the little interplay as if she were quite accustomed to such spats. She had brought a big cardboard clothes box from the top shelf of a closet and had set it down beside her chair, but she did not open it at once. Listen, she said in a soft voice, and the four young people stiffened on their pillows. The wind was really howling now and tree branches thrashed against the window. It was as dark outside as if night had fallen, and windy gusts buffeted the house. Inside, firelight and candlelight gave an eerie look to the familiar room. Lori could feel little prickles go up and down her spine. If a ghostly step fell on the stairs, she knew she would jump to her feet. But surely ghosts, if there were any abroad, would be out haunting the old Bennett house. It must have been a day very much like this one, Aunt Serena began her story. The exact date doesn't matter, but it was nearly 100 years ago. 90, anyway. The stagecoach followed the Richmond Turnpike and there were practically no houses hereabouts, only the big Bennett house next door. Lori pulled her knees up beneath her chin and stared raptly into the fire. Pictures started to come to life in the grate. In the glowing embers, as Aunt Serena's soft voice wove its tale, Lori could see Richmond Turnpike churn to thick mud and the stagecoach horses pulling hard through the storm. Inside the coach, uneasy passengers held their breath at every jolt, wondering when the big wheels would sink hub-deep in a softened rut and refuse to pull out again. Rain splashed the windows of the coach, Aunt Serena went on, shutting away the landscape from the view of the weary travelers. Some had come clear from Philadelphia, others only from the island. The watering place at the Tompkinsville end of the turnpike was their immediate destination. Of the spot was so called because sailing vessels put in there to take on water from Staten Island's generous springs. From stations near the watering place, one might find ferry service across the bay to New York. On this day the driver, in his drenched seat out in the storm, had more to worry him than the condition of Staten Island roads. A woman passenger had been taken seriously ill and appeared to be lapsing into delirium. The baby girl who accompanied her was hardly more than a year old, and the journey and lack of attention from her sick mother had frightened her so that she was wailing bitterly. At the last stop one of the men passengers had reported the matter to the driver and urged him to get the sick woman into some home along the way, where she might be ministered to in her need. She was in no condition to make the ferry trip across the bay, even if the storm lessened. If the stagecoach mired down in some rut and hours were lost, she might very well die before her destination could be reached. The driver consented to do what he could. There were people he knew living not far down the turnpike. In fact, it was the only house for some distance. He would stop there and see if Mrs. Bennet, whom he knew to be a kind and generous soul, would take the sick woman in, at least for the night. Perhaps rest and a soft bed would be sufficient to make her well again. Mrs. Bennet proved as kind as he had hoped. She sent her grown son out to help the driver carry the sick woman to a bed, quickly made ready, in the big house. She herself flung on a cloak and bonnet and hurried out to carry the frightened baby girl to shelter. Then, while his mother made the woman as comfortable as possible, Robert Bennet soothed the girl baby and made her forget her tears in dimpled smiles. But the sick woman grew worse, in spite of the doctor whom the stagecoach driver sent back to visit her. By noon of the next day, she was dead and the baby motherless. Aunt Serena's voice died away. Laurie sat absorbed, waiting for more of the story. Then the storyteller raised her head as wind-torn branches moaned against the window panes. They say that sometimes, on such a day as this, a ghostly stagecoach draws up in front of the Bennet house and a wraith of a woman is whisked away into the house, to reappear in the bedroom upstairs, where she died so many years ago. Laurie sighed in satisfaction. It was a wonderful story. But it was Norman who spoke into the silence. My father's name is Robert, but of course he wasn't that Robert. No, Aunt Serena said, but he was named for his grandfather, your great-grandfather, who was the Robert who played with the baby girl. Now then, let's get that popcorn started. Russ. Russ needed no second invitation. But the others remained where they were, still lost in the spell of the story. Who was the woman? Celia asked. Where was she from and where was she going? Said Aunt Serena, that is what no one ever found out. Laurie sat up straight on her pillow. But didn't the driver know her name or anything about her? Not a thing. The whole affair was written up in Staten Island papers, the Old Staten Islander and the Richmond Gazette, but no one ever came forward to identify her. She had boarded the coach at Long Neck along with other passengers, but there was no telling whether she had come from the island, or from Philadelphia or some other city. All they knew was that she was traveling toward New York. But that seems impossible, Celia protested. Somebody somewhere would know about a woman with a baby. Wouldn't she have a family? What about her husband? Laurie put in. You know as much as I do, Aunt Serena told them. If there was a husband living, he never appeared. If she had a family, they never claimed the child. The rattle of corn had changed to appetizing pops as the kernels puffed into soft white morsels. There's butter melting over the pilot light on the kitchen stove, Aunt Serena said, and Celia hurried to get it. Laurie found a huge green bowl and a spoon for stirring in butter and salt. Nobody got back to the story until the popcorn was ready and eager hands were dipping into the big bowl. It was Norman who took up the thread again. What happened to the baby? The Bennets raised her, Aunt Serena said. They were very good to her and treated her like their own daughter. But didn't the woman carry any identification at all? Celia asked, so they'd at least know the baby's name? They never knew her last name, Aunt Serena went on, so the Bennets gave her theirs. But they knew her first name because the sick woman called her by it many times before she died. Go on, Lori urged when her aunt paused. What was the baby's name? Aunt Serena looked quietly around the circle of eager faces, an odd little smile on her lips. Her name, she said, was Serena. There was a concerted gasp, and even Russ paused in reaching for another handful of popcorn. Aunt Serena nodded at them. I was named after that baby. She grew up next door at the Bennets and was married in their house. Then she moved away to a home of her own. She was my grandmother. In her excitement, Lori spilled a whole handful of buttered popcorn all over the hearth. Then she was our great-grandmother? That's right. Lori looked at Norman. We're practically related to you. So why does your grandfather want to keep us away? Doesn't he know the story? I suppose so, Norman said, though he never told it to me. But, Miss Kane, does he know that you are? Of course, Aunt Serena broke in. I told him when I talked to him about buying the house, but he behaved as if it were practically an insult. Certainly, it didn't interest him in the least. I suppose when my grandmother Serena married and moved away from the island, the generations that followed lost touch. But I never gave up thinking that the mystery could still be solved, and I came to Staten Island to live, feeling as though I'd come home. My goodness. Lori cried, picking popcorn off the hearth and putting it in her mouth in a very unsanitary manner until Celia slapped her hand. Maybe we have a whole branch of relatives we've never even heard about. Exactly. And I still feel that your house hides the answer, Norman, even though no one has ever found it. Aunt Serena bent to pick up the cardboard box she had set beside her chair. She laid it across her lap and removed the cover, while all four young people crowded about her. The woman who died wore good clothes, though they were threadbare. The baby had only cheap, flimsy things, as if there hadn't been much money to spend on them. There was just a single shabby carpet bag aboard the coach, and some of the things in that bag have been handed down through the years. I have them here. She reached into the box and drew out a tiny old-fashioned doll, with a painted china head, delicate features, and a stuffed kid body. The clothes, made of scraps, had been painstakingly hand-sewn. The next thing to come out of the box was a tight bodice dress and a skirt that must have fallen clear to the wearer's toes. The material had once been a gay soft green, as one could see in folds and hems, but the years had faded it to the color of drying grass. There was a lady's bonnet too, faded and worn, in matching material, and a sewing kit, with ivory-handled scissors and tiny spools of thread. There was an old-fashioned novel that Lori seized upon at once. After that there were only a few lace handkerchiefs, fragile with age, some yellowed kid gloves, a small, sequin-studded fan, and a beaded handbag, with patches of beading missing. Nothing more. It was a meager collection to start from to solve a mystery. Lori paged through the book at once, searching for a signature, or perhaps some letter tucked away, but only a dry and crumbling rose leaf came to light. Looking down upon it, brown against the print of the page, Lori felt a stirring of pity for the woman this book had belonged to. What was her story? Why had no one come forward to claim relationship with her? How terrified she must have been, falling ill in a stagecoach among strangers, not knowing how to care for her baby girl. Somehow it seemed as though the descendants of that girl owed it to her to clear up the story, to find out who she was, where she was going, where she had come from. Lori turned suddenly to Norman and caught him looking at her. Will you help? She asked. She didn't need to explain what she meant. He shook his head uneasily. I don't know if I can. My grandfather is a very strong-minded person. I'll talk to him. Lori promised recklessly. One of these days I'm certainly going to talk to him. What's this? Celia had found something and she held out her palm with a bit of blackened metal on it for the others to see. It was in a corner of this beaded bag. Lori took the object from her hand. It was flat and round like a penny. It looks like a coin, she said. But it's so tarnished I can't make it out. It is a coin, Aunt Serena told them. Presumably it's been in that bag from the time little Serena's mother died, but it's an odd thing for her to have had. It's an old British penny of George II time and it must have been obsolete before the American Revolution. So, it's strange that she should have had it in her bag. Maybe it was a sort of lucky piece, Norman suggested, and Aunt Serena agreed that might have been the case. Hey, look. Russ broke in. Candlelight's no good anymore. The sun's coming out. Unnoticed by them, the storm had swept its way across the island, and the sun was just emerging through thinning clouds. Celia groaned. Back to the mines for us. Lori, do you realize we haven't done one lick of work today? I don't even know what our program is. Lori echoed her groan and went to get the workbook. The boys peered over her shoulder as she turned the pages. But Aunt Serena had been kind. Vacation today, the message read, and Lori and Celia were only too willing to follow the boys out into the wet freshness of the garden, with its clean, tangy smell of the sea. X. The missing scrapbook. Perched in the crook of the tree outside the bookshop window, Lori nibbled her pencil and watched the gentle swaying pattern of green leaves against the blue afternoon sky. Her legs, propped in an uphill fashion along one branch, made an uncertain support for the breadboard that held her pad of paper. Aunt Serena had looked her position over a little critically. Wouldn't literary effort be easier on a regular desk, she wanted to know. But Lori felt it was much more inspiring to be outdoors. After all, she liked to read outdoors, so why shouldn't she write stories outdoors? True, this story wasn't coming very well. Though the first paragraph, she decided, reading it over for the 18th time, was really pretty good. The old stagecoach thundered along the old road that was called the Richmond Turnpike. The horses' manes tossed wildly, and the driver cracked his long whip and the passengers looked anxiously out the windows. This was in the old days of Staten Island and stagecoaches still traveled the old turnpike road. The trouble was she'd been here for an awfully long time and hadn't written anything after that first paragraph. Also, she felt that some of the spelling looked peculiar and that she had used the word old too many times. However, things like that could be fixed up later. The main thing was to get the story down on paper. This was the third day after the book party, and Catherine Parsons had phoned and invited them up this afternoon. Lori was determined to have something to show her in order to prove her resolve to be a famous author when she was grown up. As usual, however, it was easier for her to dream a story than to write one, and the story she was dreaming about had very little to do with the old Richmond Turnpike. She could see herself on the stage of a high school auditorium, with an audience of readers looking up at her. Not only was she one of the most popular authors in the country, but she was a fascinating lecturer as well. As she finished her talk, the boys and girls broke into applause and began to file up on the stage to get her autograph. The teachers were careful not to let them smother her in their eagerness, and she smiled up at each one as she signed her name. Lori looked down at the pad on the breadboard and discovered that she had been signing her left-handed autograph all over it in the space not taken up by the story. Oh, well, she could always copy the story opening onto a clean sheet. Hey, Dreamy. That was Celia's voice. If we're going up to Miss Parsons, we'd better get started. Russ is invited and he's going to act as guide. Come get your bike. Lori sighed, dropped her writing equipment to the ground and swung down after it. Dreamy was certainly the name for her. She had made no real progress on her story at all. She couldn't show Miss Parsons that one scribbled paragraph. In a way she felt relieved. Writing was very hard work. Aunt Serena came out of the bookshop with a package of books Miss Parsons had ordered and gave them to Lori, who had a basket on her bicycle. She was really a very remarkable aunt, Lori thought for the dozenth time. She didn't tell them to be careful, or not to get lost, or to be home early, though you knew somehow that she expected all those things of you without question or urging. Lori threw a last backward glance at the Bennett's house as she rolled her bike toward the road. In the time that had elapsed since Aunt Serena had told them her story, they'd seen nothing of Norman. There was no telling whether he'd said anything to grandfather. The old house was as quiet and absorbed in its own affairs as ever. Russ had halted at the edge of the road and was explaining their route. "I think we'll make it in a circle," he said, "instead of trying to cut straight across. We'll get a better ride that way. Down Victory and up Tote Hill Road, then back by way of Clove Road." It was a good day for a trip, but Tote Hill was steep and they had to dismount and push their bikes. Russ explained on the way up that Tote Hill was not only the highest hill on the island but was also the highest point along the Atlantic coast. They found Miss Parsons' house without difficulty. It was big, though not as old as the Bennetts, and there was an old-fashioned cupola on top of it, to which Miss Parsons took them to see the view. A thrilled Lori looked off toward the towers of Manhattan, riding like fairy castles above the haze of the harbor. In the other direction she could see the Narrows which separated Staten Island from Brooklyn and the curve of Sandy Hook out in the Atlantic Ocean. Later they settled down to ginger ale and cookies in Catherine Parsons' own study, right among her books and manuscripts and writing things. The author's mother was as bright-eyed and lively as her daughter and enjoyed having young people around. Only the multitude of cats seemed to distress her a little. Lori could see now what that write-up on the book jacket had been talking about when it said one of Miss Parsons' hobbies was cats. She was able to count 6 herself. She had rather a start when she found a huge black cat with baleful green eyes sitting not a foot away, looking as if he disliked her intensely. Miss Parsons smiled, "Don't mind him. That's Santa Ana, and he's an old meanie. But he won't hurt you if you let him alone. He only wants to see if he came to scare you." "Santa Ana?" Celia echoed. "What a queer name for a cat." Miss Parsons patted a pile of yellow manuscript on one corner of her desk. "That's in honor of the book I'm working on now about the early days in Texas. Santa Ana was the Mexican general who led 6,000 men against the I-87 who died in the Alamo. But the courage of the Alamo's defenders so stirred Texas that 6 weeks later the Americans defeated Santa Ana at the Battle of San Jacinto and won the freedom of Texas. When this bully of a cat came howling into my life a few weeks ago, I thought Santa Ana would be a very fitting name for him." Lori eyed the pile of manuscript on the author's desk with some dismay. How could anyone ever get that many words written, when all she could manage in weeks was one feeble paragraph? Miss Parsons noted the look. "I hope you have a story to show me this time, Lori." I haven't finished writing it yet," Lori admitted. "But I can tell you what it's about. It's a true story of the island." With Celia's and Russ's help, she related Aunt Serena's story. Catherine Parsons' eyes sparkled as Lori gave the final touch about the phantom stagecoach. "A wonderful mystery," she cried. "I simply won't believe that there isn't a clue somewhere that people just haven't interpreted in the right way. That George II penny, for instance. Somehow, I have a feeling there's a clue there, if only we can track it down. There are other approaches, of course. One is through Mr. Bennett. You girls will have to work on that. And it looks as though you might have Norman on your side, if you go about it properly." "He hasn't been much help so far," Lori grumbled. "Nevertheless, he's a scout planted in the enemy camp. Sooner or later, he may get you through those guarded doors. But there's another approach we can start on right this minute. Are you willing to take a little trip with me?" Lori led the chorus of agreement. Russ helped himself to 3 more cookies to sustain him through the journey. "The Staten Island," Miss Parsons went on, "has a very fine library of material about the island. I suggest that we go down there and pay the librarian a visit." The trip down to St. George took only a little while in Miss Parsons' car. The library collection was in an old house a block away from the museum proper, and Miss Parsons led the way up the high front steps with the air of one who had been there many times. The librarian was interested in the old story and remembered reading an account of it some while ago. "Now let me see." She ran her hand along a shelf of records thoughtfully. There was a scrapbook, I believe, that contained clippings from the Richmond Gazette of about that time, around the early 1860s. There ought to be a record of it. While she searched, Lori, always book-conscious, looked around at the shelves of old books that contained references to Staten Island. Wouldn't they be fun to browse through? Here we are, the librarian exclaimed. According to the files, the scrapbook was donated to the library by the wife of the older Mr. Bennet, who now lives in the house you speak of. It ought to be on that shelf over there. She went to the shelf, then turned to them puzzled. That's odd. Here's the space where the book should be, but it isn't where it belongs. We don't lend out library material, as a rule. Just a moment, while I make an inquiry. She went into the next room, spoke to a woman sitting at a desk, and returned to her visitors regretfully. There's been a coincidence. This noon while I was out for lunch, Mr. Bennet's grandson came in and asked if he could have the scrapbook for a little while. He seemed to think it was very important, and since it had been presented to them by the Bennets, it would have seemed ungracious not to let the family borrow it for a short time. That Norman, Russ said disgustedly. He knew about the scrapbook all the time and he came and got it out right under our noses. We can't judge him yet, Lori insisted. Maybe he's trying to help in his own way. For the present that ended their search. The librarian was able to show them a brief account of the old story in a fat volume of island history, but it told them even less than they already knew. There was nothing to do but drive back to Miss Parsons' house and get their bikes for the ride home. The author came down to the road to see them off. We're not giving up, she told them. We're going to have a look at that scrapbook sooner or later. You girls will have to figure out a way to get past that front door and talk to Mr. Bennet himself. Celia had been thoughtful and quiet ever since they'd learned that Norman had taken out the scrapbook. I know a way, she said gravely. I won't tell you what it is, but I'm going to try it out tomorrow. Lori promptly came up with a lightning flash plan of her own. If Silly was going to be mysterious, so would she. She begged an old magazine from Miss Parsons' mother, put it in her bicycle basket, and dropped behind the others on the ride home. Mr. Bennet plants better than people, Norman had said. All right, perhaps there would be an approach to him through what interested him most. Anyway, she meant to try this special scheme of her own. While the others coasted ahead down the long winding hill, Lori stopped her bike every little while, got off and picked samples of leaves and shrubbery she found along the wayside. Once she had to climb a high bank to get an especially interesting-looking type of vine. The others were out of sight by the time she got back on her wheel, but she knew they'd wait for her at the crossroads. She placed each specimen of her botanical collection neatly between the pages of the magazine and rode carefully, safeguarding them in her basket. Whatever Celia's scheme to reach Mr. Bennet might be, she was certain her own was a lot better. Whatever else happened, tomorrow, sup she meant to get hold of Norman and have a look at that scrapbook, if she had to climb into a window of the old house to do it. 11. Invasion. The next morning, as soon as their picking up chores were done, Celia had a secret conference with Aunt Serena and thereafter shut herself in the kitchen with the door closed. Lori was not mystified. 2 and 2 were easy to add up in this case. Celia loved to bake things and was really pretty good at it. Obviously, she was figuring on the good old rule that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Lori, however, had a suspicion that Mr. Bennet was too much of an individual to be governed by rules that worked for most people. Privately, she felt her own plan would be more likely to succeed. With Celia safely established in the kitchen, Lori asked Aunt Serena's permission to work on the cobbler's bench in the bookshop, a space usually kept for the wrapping of packages. Business had not been exactly rushing in the shop since the book party, but quite a few sales had been made and Aunt Serena was satisfied. She felt that the business would grow gradually as people learned about it. A few orders were already coming in by mail. Lori biked to the nearest shopping district and purchased a scrapbook and a supply of Scotch tape. Then she went to work on her leaf collection. It should be dry first, she knew, between papers and under heavy books. But there was no time for that, if Mr. Bennet was to be approached immediately. She arranged leaves and sprays neatly on the pages and fastened them in place with transparent tape. Her collection looked quite nice, she felt, though somewhat wilted. An excursion into the woods across the turnpike resulted in several more additions, and she had quite a showing prepared by the time Celia had baked and frosted her dozen cupcakes. Celia asked no questions, though Laurie was aware that her sister was curious about what she'd been up to out in the bookshop. Aunt Serena, who was in on all the plans, though not betraying either plotter, was a little doubtful of the whole thing. She offered no objections, however, when Celia packed her small cakes with their swirly frosting into a wax paper-lined box and started off for the house next door. Laurie was after her in a minute, the botany scrapbook under her arm. "I'm going too," she said. "If your scheme works, maybe we won't need mine, but I'll bet Mr. Bennet doesn't even get hungry like other people." As usual, Norman answered their ring and looked at them inquiringly without inviting them in. Celia gave him her brightest smile. "I've brought a present for you and your grandfather," she announced. "Well, thanks," Norman said, eyeing the box in her hands as doubtfully as if it might explode at any minute. "May we see him, please?" Celia continued. "I'd like to give him this myself." Norman's glance toward the closed door on his right indicated that his grandfather was in his study again, and Laurie suspected that he was going to refuse Celia's request. "It's not your fault if we insist on seeing Mr. Bennet," she put in quickly. "We aren't going to leave until you call him. After that, we want to talk to you." The sudden, unexpected smile Norman gave them seemed to light up his whole face. "All right," he said. "But whatever happens is your fault. I don't know what he'll think about this." Before they could reach the study door, it opened and Grandfather Bennet peered into the dim hallway. "Who's there?" he asked testily. "What's all this chatter about?" Celia, brave and cocky until that moment, began to wilt under the old man's sternness. Laurie had to give her a little shove from the rear before she took a step forward and held out the box. It's for you," she stammered. He let her stand there, hands outstretched, and made no effort to help her. What is it? What is it?" "I'm working, you know. Don't like to be disturbed." Laurie could tell Celia was really scared and close to tears. Usually, people liked her sister and were kind to her. She didn't know how to meet anyone like Grandfather Bennet. But Laurie was accustomed to getting into jams and was made of tougher stuff. She propped the scrapbook under one arm, took the box of cakes from Celia, and thrust it into Mr. Bennet's reluctant hands. "Celia told you," she said. "It's a present for you. Some cupcakes she made for you her very own self." "Never touch sweet stuff," Grandfather Bennet said, and handed the box to Norman. "Very kind of you, I'm sure. My grandson will undoubtedly enjoy them. And now, if you'll excuse me." But quick though he was in moving toward the study door, Laurie was quicker. She ducked under his arm and came up right before him in the doorway itself. "Please," she said. We're sorry we disturbed you, but since we have, could I ask you something? I mean, it's better to ask it now than to come around and disturb you all over again, isn't it?" Grandfather Bennet hesitated for a long moment as if he were seeking self-control, counting to 100, maybe. He drew his shaggy sup eyebrows down in a fierce expression. "I would do almost anything to avoid further interruptions," he said. "What else have you brought me?" "Oh, this isn't for you," Laurie said, flipping open the scrapbook so that he could see double-page spread of leaves. "It's something I'm making. I'm awfully interested in learning about Staten Island trees and things. And I thought maybe, since you know all about them, you could tell me very quickly and, her voice died away feebly because she had run completely out of inspiration. She could feel her courage oozing in the face of Mr. Bennet's disapproval, and she knew that Celia was ready to bolt any minute and leave her to her fate. Only a quick glance at Norman held her where she was. To her astonishment, he seemed to be amused. Maybe you could help her, he said to his grandfather. That's sort of an interesting specimen she has there. Don't you think so, sir? His grandfather bent toward the page, but the light was too dim for eyes that were no longer young. Humph, he snorted, with a sharp look at Norman. Very well, young ladies, if you'll come back to the part of the house we live in, where there's a bit more light, I'll have a look at this remarkable collection. He did not lead them into the study, but started for the rear of the long, dim hallway. Laurie was at his heels at once, with Celia following more hesitantly. He pushed open a door at the end of the hall, and the girls blinked as they stepped into the sunlight that flooded a big cheerful kitchen. Laurie looked around the comfortable, spick-and-span room in astonishment. It was old-fashioned in its huge size, perhaps, but the conveniences were modern, and it was apparently part living room as well as kitchen. There were geraniums on the windowsill and a housewifely neatness in evidence everywhere. What's the matter? Mr. Bennet asked impatiently. Laurie, in her astonishment, forgot discretion. It's not a shambles at all, she said happily. A poke in the side from Celia brought her to a realization of what she'd said, and she blushed in confusion. But it was too late to mend matters. Grandfather Bennet was really bristling. So, we're supposed to live in a shambles, are we? And just how did that idea develop, may I ask? Laurie floundered helplessly. Well, Aunt Serena said, after all, 2 men. And besides, Celia came suddenly to her aid, you never let anybody in, so how could we tell? Grandfather was apparently wordless with indignation. Laurie laid the open scrapbook on the kitchen table, trying to distract him. Everything was certainly going wrong, considering that their intention in coming here had been to win his friendship. The scrapbook caught his eye and opened a channel for his indignation. That's no way to mount a collection. Any kindergarten child would know better. If you can't tell an oak leaf, or a maple leaf, when you see one, you'd better, he paused, his attention caught by the spray which had attracted Norman. You're right, my boy. A very interesting specimen. Laurie drew a deep breath, relieved to find that something had won his favor. What is it, sir? She asked eagerly. That, my dear young lady, is poison ivy. I suggest that you study it carefully. It abounds on the island, and an encounter with it is not always pleasant. Celia squealed, and Laurie held up her hands in horror. Norman took a quick look at her palms. You're all right, he said. Maybe you're immune. Immunity, Grandfather Bennet informed them, is not something to be counted on. You can develop a sensitivity by degrees. I would advise complete avoidance. At least he was in a better humor. He paged through Laurie's modest collection quickly, giving the name of each tree and shrub from which she had gathered leaves. She scribbled hastily under each: gum, dogwood, birch, red maple. When she'd finished, Mr. Bennet flipped the book shut. I am most impressed by this thirst for knowledge. But there is something that still puzzles me. If you will be kind enough to tell me the truth, should like to know the real reason behind this neighborly visit. Laurie and Celia exchanged glances, and Laurie, feeling that her knees would hold her up no longer, dropped onto a kitchen chair. There was no use pretending. He might as well know the real reason behind their interest. It's this house, she told him. The old mystery about the woman who died here. I had an idea that this plot was traveling, not afoot, but by stagecoach. But we have a right to be interested, Laurie protested. After all, we're the descendants of that baby girl. Why, she was our very own great-grandmother and... Mr. Bennet waved a hand and stopped her outburst. Yes, yes. I understand all that. And I suppose to the sentimental female mind that story constitutes an excuse for breaking in upon my privacy. But, I assure you, it is not a good enough reason for me. If a solution to what you regard as a mystery had been possible, it would have been found long ago. You are 90-odd years too late. Then why did you send Norman to the museum library for that scrapbook? Laurie demanded. Scrapbook? What scrapbook? Norman gave his grandfather a feeble smile. I didn't exactly say you sent me, sir. I remembered that grandmother had given something like that to the museum, and after I'd heard the story, I thought maybe I'd to read the clippings. You mean the book is here in this house now? His grandfather snapped. Norman nodded. Fine. Then here it stays. And you are to show it to no one. Perhaps I'd better make it clear to all you young detectives just why I have an aversion to stirring up this foolish story. Every few years some enterprising reporter, or author, or historian, digs up the whole thing and tries to make something of it. The last time it happened, the newspapers ran a big story, reporters bothered me for weeks, and for nearly a year curious tourists rang my doorbell in the hope of meeting a ghost or at least getting inside a haunted house. If there is one thing I value in life, it is privacy and the right to do my own work without interruptions. Have I made myself clear? He had certainly made himself clear, and Lori was not at all happy about it. But I should think, she ventured doubtfully, that one of the best ways to end the story would be to clear it up. Then there wouldn't be a mystery anymore, and Grandfather Bennett had reached the snorting stage again. And how do you propose to do that, when everyone else who tried has failed? Maybe all the clues were never clear to one person so he could put them together. Aunt Serena says she thinks this house hides the answer. And we won't give up, you know. We'll never give up. You can't make us. We'll probably bother you until. A typical Kane, aren't you? Grandfather Bennett's tone was sharp. Well, just what would you like of the house? I'll give you one chance. What shall it be? Surprised at this sudden offer, Lori was for once caught speechless. Fortunately, Celia came quickly to the rescue. Perhaps if we could just see the room where the baby Serena's mother died, she suggested. Grandfather Bennett considered the request. Norman, take them up to the room. Perhaps that will earn me some peace. Now, if you'll excuse me, young ladies dash. He gave them a brief nod and disappeared in the direction of his study. Norman grinned at the two girls. Never did I think I'd live to see the day. How about a cupcake? I like M, if grandfather doesn't. But Lori, for once, was too impatient to delay for the sake of food. Bring the box along, she ordered. We're going to have a look at the haunted room. 12. Housebreaker. Norman switched on a light above the stairs, but the single bulb only made the gloomy of the upper hall stretch away into shadowy mystery. For all her eagerness to see the room, Lori hung back on the stair landing and let the others go ahead. She rested one hand on the banister and half closed her eyes, looking down toward the front door, with its graceful fanlight. Almost, she could see that door open and a ghostly figure in an old-fashioned dress come rustling softly up the stairs. Then Celia called, "Come along, Dreamy," and she hurried after the others. The house is so big that we don't use much of it anymore, Norman explained as he led the way toward the rear of the upper hall. Just a couple of bedrooms on this floor. And my father's room, whenever he's at home. There was the faintest hesitation in the words, and Lori glanced at him in swift sympathy. It must be lonely to live in a big old house like this, with only a grandfather who was always busy with his own affairs. Then Norman threw open a door on his left and Lori forgot everything else as the dry, musty smell of a long-closed room met them. The old-fashioned blinds were shut, and only thin slats of light cut through from the outer brightness. Norman went across to open the creaky shutters and let daylight stream in. Lori gazed slowly about the room, her eyes searching for, she didn't know what. Somehow, when Celia had asked permission to see this room, it had seemed like a wonderful idea, as though the room must surely have some message for them, some hint of which way to turn to find an answer to the old mystery. But there was nothing. It was just a room with dusty, old-fashioned furniture. A high, four-poster bed stood against one wall, its springs bare of covering. There was a straight chair, a stiff-looking rocker, a chunky wardrobe, a dressing table, and a bureau. Nothing else. Idly Lori pulled open one drawer after another in the bureau. A couple of pins and a plain bone button were her only reward. Celia sighed, as disappointed as Lori. I don't know what I thought we might find. I suppose it was a foolish idea, so many people must have lived in this room since the day when Serena came to the house. If there had been anything to learn, someone would have found it out long ago. Do you suppose there could be a secret drawer anywhere? Lori asked hopefully. I don't think so, Norman said. Even if there was, how could it give you an answer? The baby's mother was sick. She couldn't hide anything away, even if she knew there was a hiding place. She was too sick. Celia agreed. If anyone wanted to solve that mystery more than anybody else, it must have been little Serena when she grew up. Imagine not knowing what her own name was, or who her mother and father were. How can we hope to do what she couldn't do? Norman finished his second cupcake and closed the shutters. He and Celia moved toward the door and Lori followed reluctantly. After the others had gone into the hall, she hesitated and finally turned back on the threshold. If anything of the spirit of her great-grandmother hovered in this room, she wanted to make it silent promise. Again, she had the feeling she had had so strongly the day Aunt Serena had told them the story, that somehow, they owed it to that troubled girl to find out the story of her mother. Coming? Norman called, and she followed the others into the hall. But while Celia went ahead downstairs, Lori still hung back, searching for something that would give her an idea. They'd probably never have a chance like this again, and here it was slipping through their fingers uselessly. In a few minutes they'd be out of the house, and Mr. Bennet would certainly not be persuaded to invite them back for another search. The dim, unrevealing hall stretched from the front of the house to the back. The doors that bordered it presented only blank surfaces to her gaze. And then her eye caught a second, narrow flight of stairs rising at the far end of the hall. She leaned on the banister to look down at Norman on the landing below. What are those other stairs back there? Where do they? It seemed to her sensitive ears that he answered too quickly, almost as if there were something he wanted to conceal. They don't go anywhere, he said. Just to the attic. There's nothing up there. An attic. Lori looked at the stairs. She'd visited many an old-fashioned attic in books she had read, but never before had she been in a house old enough to have an interesting attic of its own. In books, attics always held wonderful secrets, old trunks and boxes, possessions handed down through the years. Norman. Lori called. Couldn't we mean, after all, we're in your house now, and that attic? Norman looked almost alarmed. Come along, he said, as gruff as his grandfather. You can't stay up there all day. Grandfather said you could go into that one room, and that's what he meant. Lori came downstairs, clumping a little to show her disappointment. Celia said a sharp SSH. Do you want to spoil our chances of ever getting in again? Lori already considered such chances extremely slim. Then she remembered the scrapbook. The excitement of going upstairs had put it out of her mind. Norman, that book you got from the library, was there anything interesting in it? Couldn't you just let us dash? Not a chance, Norman shook his head. Grandfather said it had to stay here where no one would see it. But you can look at it yourself. I've been doing that. It's filled with recipes and clippings from society columns. Nothing very exciting. But the librarian at the museum said. I haven't gone all through it yet. I'll let you know if I find anything, Norman told her and pulled open the front door. Celia went outside at once, her nose slightly tip-tilted. I hope you are enjoying the cakes, she said icily to Norman. I am, he admitted. Thanks a lot. He called after Lori cheerfully. Better stay out off that poison ivy, little girl. Tea. The door closed softly behind them, and Lori and Celia uttered a single fervent, expressive word, boys. All the scorn of which they were capable went into the syllable. H. In the days that immediately followed their intrusion of Mr. Bennet's privacy, nothing of any consequence occurred. The Bennets were again invisible, and if Norman had discovered anything of interest in the scrapbook, he gave no sign that he was ready to impart his knowledge. The first glimpse they had of him after their visit was late one afternoon when Celia called to Laurie from a front window. "Come here quick. Will you look at that? I never saw either of them move so fast before." Laurie ran to the window. Down the walk toward the turnpike went Norman and his grandfather. Norman was running ahead. A bus came to a stop near the house and he hailed the driver. Both he and his grandfather hastened toward the bus and climbed aboard. "What do you suppose that's all about?" Celia demanded. "They seem to be in an awful rush. I never saw them go out together before." "I suppose they have to go out sometimes, just like other people," Laurie said practically. Aunt Serena came into the room just then and made an announcement that caused them temporarily to forget the Bennets. "I meant to tell you, girls. I'm going to a meeting concerned with the Richmond Town project tonight, Anne." "What Richmond Town project?" Laurie asked. Aunt Serena looked faintly impatient. "Weren't you listening when I told you about the old county seat of Staten Island? Some of the oldest buildings in America are still standing down there, and we feel that the village of Richmond should be restored as a matter of historic record. But what I wanted to tell you is that, since you'll be alone this evening, I've obtained the services of a sitter." "A sitter?" Celia cried, and Laurie echoed the word indignantly. "A babysitter?" There was a twinkle in Aunt Serena's eyes, but she answered gravely. "Let's say a young lady sitter. Does that suit you better?" "But we're old enough to stay alone," Laurie protested. "Why, at home dash. She has even agreed to spend the evening reading aloud to you," Aunt Serena went on calmly. "I'm sure you'll all have a very nice time." And out of the room she went. Celia laid a warning hand on Laurie's arm. "Don't get excited. There's something up. Maybe we'd better wait and see. You know how mysterious she likes to be sometimes." Laurie fumed a little until the moment that a babysitter rang the doorbell. Aunt Serena ushered Catherine Parsons into the living room. The writer greeted them gaily and waved a folder in her left hand. "Hello, girls. Has your aunt told you what you're in for this evening?" Laurie recognized the significance of that folder before Celia did. "Your new book. You're going to read it too." Miss Parsons nodded. "I like to try out my stories, if I can capture some young people to listen. I hope you won't mind." "I think you'll catch these two without a struggle," Aunt Serena assured her. "It's such a lovely evening, I've set chairs in the backyard. There's not enough wind to blow your manuscript away, and you can stay outside until it begins to get dark. Don't forget to tell the girls about the trip we've planned for tomorrow." "What trip?" Laurie demanded promptly, and Celia added, "A trip where?" "Let's get settled first," Miss Parsons suggested. "Then I'll tell you about it." They saw Aunt Serena off and wasted no time getting out to the backyard. Celia chose a chair next to Catherine Parsons, but Laurie preferred to sit cross-legged on the grass at her feet. "First about tomorrow," Laurie said. The author smiled. "I haven't forgotten. I'm going to drive you and your aunt to Richmond Town in the afternoon. We're going to have a look at the way the Dutch lived in the early days on the island. Also, I thought we might take along that old George Il penny you told me you found in the purse of your mysterious great-grandmother. Do you think we could find out something about it?" Laurie asked eagerly. "I thought we might show it to the curator of the historical museum and see what he says about it." "I suppose it could be a clue," Celia said doubtfully, "though I don't see exactly how. Anyway, I'd like to see this place Aunt Serena's talking about, but I thought the museum was in St. George near the ferry, where we went before." Miss Parsons shook her head. "No. The Historical Museum in Richmond is separate from the General Museum which we visited." She put on green-rimmed glasses that went up at the corners, Harlequin style, and took a sheaf of manuscript from her folder. "You're not supposed to be polite about this," she explained. "Of course you can tell me what parts you like, if you do like any of it. But you can criticize all you want. She began to read in a soft, clear voice, and Lori found herself transported back to March of the year 1836, when the Alamo fell, and to the Battle of San Jacinto, which later freed all Texas. The story was about a boy whose father had died in the Alamo and who took on his own share in the building of Texas. His younger sister was a spunky child whom Lori liked at once. Santa Anna himself swaggered through the first 2 chapters, going down finally to complete defeat. Whatever became of him? Lori asked, when Miss Parsons paused at the end of a chapter. He was a tyrant and an old meanie, just like your cat. But you make him sound like a sort of interesting character. The author nodded. He's an interesting figure in history. He was made Emperor of Mexico, but his rule was overthrown and he barely escaped from the country with his life. I suppose he has particularly caught my attention because of the part Staten Island played in his life. Staten Island! Lori exclaimed. Texas and Mexico seemed very far away from this quiet in New York. That's right. Santa Anna had a good friend here on the island, a man named Gilbert Thompson who was the son-in-law of our own Governor Tompkins, who became Vice President of the United States. A good many years after the defeat in Texas, Thompson rescued Santa Anna in his own schooner, and it all happened so fast that Thompson's wife was left in Mexico and held as a hostage. It took the State Department to get Mrs. Thompson out of Mexico's hands. Thompson brought Santa Anna here to the island, where he lived for some time. One of the places where he is supposed to have made his home is not far from here, a house that stood at the corner of Manor Road and Cherry Lane. Only they don't call it Cherry Lane anymore. Some unromantic soul changed it to Forest Avenue. He was here sometime in the early 1860s. But so much for Staten Island. Shall I go on with my story? Girls nodded and she began to read again. But Lori's imagination had been caught by the bit of history Miss Parsons had related, and for a while she found it hard to pay attention to the make-believe story. The early 1860s must have been a lively time here on the island, what with stagecoaches and exiled Mexican emperors. That would have been about the same time the baby Serena was left in the house next door. She looked uphill toward the old house. The sun had dropped beyond the trees of Clove Lakes Park, throwing the Bennett house into gloom. It looked more ghostly than ever with shadows flung across the shuttered windows on the upper floor. Suddenly she sat up straight. She was sure something had moved in the gloom close to the house. Celia reached out with one toe to touch her sister's knee reproachfully. Lori hastily turned her attention back to the story. Of course it wasn't polite not to listen attentively to Catherine Parsons. After all, this was an opportunity any girl would envy. Nevertheless, that flick of movement had made Lori curious. As far as she knew, the Bennetts had not come home from their unusual expedition. Of course, it might have been no M6 than a prowling dog, though somehow it had seemed larger in the brief glimpse she had caught. But now the illusion of the story caught her up once more and she forgot everything else. Not until the sky had darkened so that manuscript pages became difficult to read did Miss Parsons pause. I'm afraid we'll have to go inside where there's a light, she said, stacking the loose pages together. Released from the spell, Lori glanced once more toward the Bennett house. There was movement there, so quick this time, and so nearly lost in the gloom that she could not quite believe what she had seen. She clapped her hand to her mouth to stifle an exclamation of alarm. What's the matter? Celia asked. Whatever's eating you? You weren't paying attention half the time. Lori jumped up from her place on the grass, stammering in her excitement. A man just climbed in one of the first-floor windows next door, she cried. I saw him for a second just as clear as anything. At least I think I did. The others looked up toward the house. Not a light burned in the gloom. Nothing moved anywhere. But one front window stood plainly open. That window was probably open all along, Celia said. It wasn't open. Lori cried. The Bennetts wouldn't go off and leave a window like that. Somebody pushed it open just now and climbed in. Miss Parsons set her manuscript down on a chair and gazed uncertainly in the direction of the house, but Celia remained unconvinced. "It's my sister's imagination working overtime again," she explained. "She's always seeing things that just aren't happening." "All right," Lori said, "let's go up and look around, if you're sure I'm wrong." Miss Parsons hesitated a moment longer and then started across the lawn. "Come along. There are 3 of us to scream for help if anything's amiss. We might as well make a check to be sure." They crossed the yard and went up between the trees single file. As they neared the house, Lori could feel the steady pounding of her heart. The house towered silently above them, black against the sky in the growing dusk. "We might walk around it," Miss Parsons suggested. "But let's all keep together, just in case." They went on tiptoe, brushing past bushes that rustled in their wake, and once Lori thought she heard footsteps other than their own. "Hush," she whispered. "Listen." They stood still on the path. The sound of steps was plain. Someone was walking toward them around the corner of the house. But before Celia could let out so much as a squeal, the beam of a flashlight fell upon them, illuminating their faces to the person who held the light. "Hello?" A man's voice addressed them out of the gloom. "Anything I can do for you ladies?" If you'll just take that light out of our eyes, it would help," Miss Parsons quavered. The owner of the flashlight laughed apologetically and lowered the beam. In its reflected glow, they could see him dimly, a tall figure in slacks and a zippered jacket. Lori's memory clicked at the sight. This was what she had seen. "You did climb in that window," she accused. "I saw you." She caught the flash of white teeth as he smiled. "Now I understand. You came up to investigate a housebreak." "Well," Miss Parsons began, a little embarrassed, since the stranger was showing no sign of "my young friend here thought she saw." "And she was quite right," the man said. "I did climb in the window. I got home just now to find my father and son gone, and since I live here, at least when I'm home," he waved his hand graphically. "You're Norman's father," Lori cried. "You're the other Mr. Bennett. Norman said you were named after his great-grandfather, Robert Bennett." "That's right. I take it you're our new neighbors down the hill?" "Lori and Celia are," Miss Parsons explained. "I'm a visitor. We are sorry to have bothered you." She turned back toward Aunt Serena's, but Robert Bennett fell into step beside her. "I'm grateful really," he said, "it might have been a burglar. Let me see you home with my flashlight. It's really dark now." On the way, Lori told him about seeing Norman and his grandfather rush off together late that afternoon. Norman's father nodded. "They probably went to LaGuardia to meet my plane. There was a change of schedule, and I had no way to let them know in time. It's a good 2-hour trip each way, plus time they stay at the field." Robert Bennett lighted their way up Aunt Serena's back steps and turned toward his own house. Lori called after him impulsively, "Norman'll be awfully glad to have you home." A moment later she regretted the impulse, she didn't know whether Norman would or not. But she remembered the break in his voice the time he had spoken of his father. "I hope he will," Mr. Bennett said, and went off into the darkness. Celia went in the house and turned on the lights. Lori followed soberly behind Miss Parsons. More than anything else, she was wondering whether the arrival of the middle Bennett would make a difference to Grandfather Bennett's desire to be an island. If they could get Norman's father interested in the mystery, perhaps there'd be another visit to the house, even a visit to the attic. 13. A penny. From Richmond Town. During the night it rained hard, a heavy, churning rain that soaked the earth. But in the morning the sun came out hot and bright, and by afternoon, when Miss Parsons arrived for the trip to Richmond Town, the island was drying out. With Aunt Serena's somewhat doubtful permission, Lori took the old copper penny into her own keeping to show the museum curator. Of course she wouldn't lose it, she assured the others. Did they think she was a baby to go around dropping things? "Do you really want to know?" Celia asked. Lori sniffed and thrust the penny deep into the left pocket of her blue jeans, stuffing a handkerchief on top of it for safekeeping. All the way to Richmond in Miss Parsons' car, Aunt Serena chattered about her beloved project. If money can be raised to restore the village, we'll have one of the most important examples of living history in America. Not only are some of the original buildings still standing, but the land adjacent is vacant, so that other old buildings on the island could be moved there. Among other things, we'd like to have an old-fashioned blacksmith shop and a country store. People would come from all over the country to see the past as it really used to be. They stopped first at St. Andrew's Church and walked among the ancient gravestones in the churchyard. Lori kept her left hand in her jeans pocket as she walked to make certain the penny would not escape. They started building the church in 1709, Aunt Serena said, and it has burned down several times since then. Each time the walls remained standing and are today the ones that were here during the Revolution. Lori gazed at the graceful spire of the church, rising above walls that had stood for more than 200 years. The sense of age gave her a prickly feeling at the back of her neck. Catherine Parsons knew as much about the place as Aunt Serena. There used to be a British fort on the hill over there beyond those fields. The British were quartered here during the Revolution, and this was a favorite spot for skirmishes because the Americans could make surprise attacks across the Kill from Jersey. There was at least one fight right around St. Andrews, Aunt Serena put in. Lori took the penny out of her pocket and looked at it carefully, not that she expected to learn anything new from it. That morning she had polished it and removed the black tarnish of years. Secretly, she was beginning to feel a weight of responsibility. The penny might bounce out of her pocket, but she hated to admit her concern and give it into Aunt Serena's keeping. Maybe if she held it tightly in her hand it would be safer than in her pocket beneath the shielding handkerchief. The others were walking slowly around the church, and Lori had an urge to be by herself. Interesting as Aunt Serena's information might be, she wanted to walk alone across what had once been a battlefield and give herself over to imagining the past. She wandered down to the brook, which ran along one side of the churchyard, and watched the lazy flow of the water. The earth along its banks was still churned and muddy from the rain last night, but the grass had dried out. She found a patch that had been warmed by the sun and sat down on the ground, cross-legged. In the distance she could hear the voices of the others and was scarcely conscious of them. She was back in a day when America was fighting for its freedom and British soldiers were quartered on Staten Island. The pebble she tossed idly in her hand flew up in the air once, twice, a third time, and then struck her knuckle as she reached up to catch it and flew off in a shining arc to disappear in the grass. Lori clasped her hands about her knees and rocked back and forth a few times before the dreadful truth penetrated. That hadn't been a pebble, it had been the precious, impossible to replace, George I.L. penny from her great-grandmother's purse. She began scrambling around through grass and gummy earth on her hands and knees. How could she have been so absent-minded? She hadn't the faintest idea where the penny might have fallen, though she knew the general direction it had taken in its flight. Not only would she have to face the reproach in Aunt Serena's eyes, and Celia's "I told you so," but she would disgrace herself before Catherine Parsons. Worse than all that, one of the possible clues in the mystery would be lost. She simply had to find that penny. She picked up a short stick from the brook's edge and began to thrust it about in every direction, searching for a shine of copper. She even turned over small stones that were embedded in the earth, in the hope that one of them might prove to be the penny. It had to be found before the others came looking for her and discovered what she'd done. She dug furiously at a chunk of mud from which a thin, curved silver of something emerged. The dirt fell apart to disclose what might possibly be the penny. She picked it up quickly and began scraping the mud from it with her fingers. "What on earth do you think you're doing, making mud pies?" asked Celia's voice from nearby. Lori closed her hand over her find and looked up at her sister. From the feeling of the thing pressed against her palm she tried to decide if it really was the penny. It seemed to be about the same shape and size. But she couldn't make sure without examining it more closely, and she couldn't do that until Celia turned away. "Oh. I'm just poking around," she said. "Studying nature, I suppose," Celia said suspiciously. What's that you've got in your hand? Oh. For goodness sakes. Do you have to be so nosy? Lori demanded, scrambling to her feet. Sometimes I like to be by myself. Why don't you go on back to the others? Are you sure you haven't lost that penny? Celia asked. For a split second Lori hesitated. Then she opened her hand recklessly. Of course not. I've got it right here. She hardly dared look down at her palm, but when she did, the penny was there, though dull and mud-coated. In spite of herself, she heaved a sigh of relief. Certainly, she'd been saved just in time, because Aunt Serena and Miss Parsons were coming down through the churchyard, obviously curious as to what was going on near the brook. You dropped it, didn't you? Celia said. If you go losing it. Well, I haven't lost it. Lori retorted hotly. She held out her grimy hand boldly for all to see. Aunt Serena peered at Lori's palm for a moment. Let me see, come closer. Aunt Serena took the coin from her and scraped at one side with her fingernail. Didn't you polish this just this morning, Lori? Yes, but I dropped it in the mud and... Aunt Serena turned to Miss Parsons. Do you know what I think? The writer looked closely at the penny and nodded. This isn't the same one, is it? Not the same one? Lori gasped. But it has to be. How could there possibly be two George II pennies on the island? Why, that wasn't even the kind of money used here during the Revolution. I think we'd better go up to the historical museum and show the curator your find, Aunt Serena said. But first, Lori, we'd better hunt for the original penny. After all, it has a certain sentimental value, if nothing else. Instead of teasing her sister, Celia turned to her with a sudden will and joined in the search. Tears stinging behind her eyes, Lori dropped to her hands and knees and probed and dug. It was almost worse to have everyone nice about the loss than to have them all refrain from scolding her. It was Catherine Parsons who spied the gleam of copper in the sunlight and retrieved the original penny, only slightly soiled. Aunt Serena held the two side by side on her hand. This is uncanny, she said. I wonder if it means something to our mystery. They piled back in the car to go the couple of blocks to the museum. As the Y turned toward the road, a man crossed ahead of them and went into a two-story clapboard building on their right. There's the man we want to see. Aunt Serena cried. He's gone into the Vorleser house. They stopped before the old house, and suddenly Lori remembered that Aunt Serena had said this was the oldest schoolhouse in America. It was like going 300 years back into history to step through the door onto wide board floors, worn uneven by the tread of many feet. The man who had entered ahead of them came toward them, smiling as he recognized Aunt Serena. It's wonderful to catch you here, Aunt Serena said, introducing the others. We've a problem to put before you. She held out the two pennies, one unpolished and grimy with age, the other glinting from Lori's polishing. She explained what had happened, how they'd brought one penny with them, and how Lori, in searching for it, had turned up its twin. The curator nodded. It's not unusual to find pennies like that in this vicinity. I've turned up several in past years, especially after a rain. But how did they get here? Aunt Serena asked. Were they used as currency? No, they were obsolete even in Revolutionary days. Since they were valueless, the soldiers used to cover them with cloth and sew them on their coats as buttons. Then the shiny one might have come from around here? Lori asked eagerly. It's quite possible, the curator said, though of course equally possible that it could have come from someplace off the island. There's no telling. There might be no telling, but Lori was strongly convinced, unscientific though a mere conviction might be, that the first penny too was tied to the island. What if her great-great-grandmother, the baby Serena's mother, had lived right here in Richmond town? What if she had strolled among these very fields and found that penny herself? It was perfectly possible. And if it was true, then she must have lived on the island, and not just been passing through it on a stagecoach. Dreamy, listen. Celia nudged her in the ribs, and Lori came back to the present. The curator was saying that this old room, with its whitewashed walls, arched fireplace, and raftered ceiling, had been a meeting room for the Dutch inhabitants of the village. He took them upstairs to the schoolroom, where curious wooden desks and seats were set in a row before the schoolmaster's table. "Perhaps you can tell me something," Miss Parsons said. "This has nothing to do with the Dutch on Staten Island but concerns a later period of history. I've become very interested in the stories I've heard about the time when Santa Anna of Mexico lived here. He figures in a book I'm writing, and I wonder if you know anything about his stay on the island." The curator chuckled. "His stay was colorful, from all accounts, but legend has it that his departure was still more spectacular." "Oh, tell us," Catherine Parsons cried. "I don't mind telling you the story, but remember that, although it's recorded in a few histories, there is considerable disagreement as to its truth. It seems the general wanted to get back into Mexico, from which he had been exiled. But he knew he had to do it secretly. His enemies were watchful, and there was always the danger of assassination. One day a few adventurous souls got together on the island and planned to nail him into a well-ventilated piano box. He was carted down Richmond Terrace in broad daylight and sent across to New Jersey by ferry. From there the piano box, with Santa Anna inside, was shipped to Delaware and put aboard a ship bound for Mexico." Lori's eyes were bright with interest. "Did he go clear to Mexico in the piano box?" "I suppose they let him out when he got aboard the ship, but the adventure didn't do him much good. His enemies captured him on the high seas, and that was the end of his attempt to regain the Mexican throne." "It's a wonderful story," Miss Parsons said. "I wish I could use it in my book, but I'm afraid it doesn't fit in." Aunt Serena, however, was more interested in the history right under their feet than in legends about a Mexican tyrant. "There must be a restored Richmond town," she said as they went downstairs and out into the sunlight. "We're managing a little at a time," the curator told her, "but there's the need for much more money than we have. The interest of the public needs to be aroused." "At least I'm stirring up some of the clubs I belong to," Aunt Serena said. Her eyes fell upon her two young nieces. "Now there's a project for two bright girls. With all that imagination, Lori, and with your practical sense, Celia, you ought to be able to figure out a way to raise money for such a worthwhile cause." The bright, imaginative, and practical girls looked blank. Lori followed the others out of the Verlizer house, her mind a jumble of pictures of Santa Anna, of her great-grandmother, and of George II pennies, all of which were coming to seem curiously connected in her mind. 14. Mystery of the Workbook. The boathouse man pushed the rowboat away from the landing, and Lori dipped her oars. Celia sat on the opposite seat, her hands clasped about her dungareed knees, and squealed directions. "Lori, we're going right into that other boat." "This or, Lori, this or." Lori paid no attention. Silly always got like that in a boat. The other rowboat was giving them a wide and cautious berth, and there wasn't the slightest danger of bumping. She settled to a steady stroke, sending the boat toward the middle of Clove Lake. They were early today, few others were abroad in the park. They had learned to stay away from lake and woods on weekends, when people swarmed over to the island from Manhattan, but today everything was just right. Celia, always nervous on the water, began to relax. "I've been thinking about what Aunt Serena said yesterday about raising money," Lori announced. "You mean the book business isn't going so well?" Celia asked. Lori snorted. "If you'd just listen. The books are doing okay. I mean the Richmond Town project. She sort of handed us a challenge when she said we ought to be able to think of a way to raise money." "But how?" Celia asked. "I don't see that there's anything we can do unless somebody else starts something." Lori swung the boat around to miss a sargasso sea of weeds clogging a section of the lake and began to row toward one of the bridges to the island in the middle. "Why can't we be the ones to start something?" Why couldn't we give a show of some kind? We've done that more than once back home. When we were little, Celia pointed out. Baby stuff. We couldn't raise any real money. Bet we could. Bet we could put on something really good if we thought about it. Oops. Celia cried. You're running us right into the bridge. Lori shoved in her calmly against the stone side of the arch and pushed the boat back to a safe course. We could get some of the kids in our Sunday school class to help out. And Russ has lots of friends. Even with 5 or 6 we could put on a show. What show? Celia asked. Of course, if you really want to be an author, you could write a play. Lori squirmed and barely caught her right oar as it popped out of the oarlock. Maybe Miss Parsons would help, she said quickly. They passed under the bridge and rowed for the middle of the second lake. Lori rested the oars for a few moments and looked off toward the woodsy hill rising above the valley, as if she might find inspiration there. I wonder what it was like when the early Dutch settlers were here, she mused. And the Indians? There were massacres, Celia said. I'm glad I wasn't around. The Dutch kept buying the island from the Indians and the Indians kept taking it back. I was reading about it in a book. Because the white men cheated them, Lori said heatedly. Remember the story Miss Parsons told us about the Indians finally coming to a big council meeting with the Dutch, and each one bringing a bit of sod and a twig from every kind of tree on the island to show they were really giving up all the land. Except the hickory and the ash, Celia put in. They kept their right to those for bows and arrows. Dreamily, Lori began to row again, heading right for a bank. Why couldn't we put on some historical scenes about Staten Island? There must be lots of interesting events we could use. Miss Parsons would know. Eek. Celia squealed as the nose of the boat rammed straight into the bank. Laughter broke out ashore. Some sailors. Russ Sperry cried. I've been watching you zigzag around the lake like skitterbugs. We're not going anywhere special, Lori informed him with dignity. I can row perfectly well when I'm paying attention. Russ thought that was funny. You need a navigator. Come on back to the boathouse and pick me up, I'll get a ticket. You really think you're good, don't you, said Lori, but at Celia's urging she turned the boat toward the landing. On the way she had more to say about the play idea. Just where would we present colossal production, demanded the skeptical Celia. Lori had one of her blinding flash inspirations. How about the Bennett's attic? I'm sure it must be as big as any hall. Celia stared. You're crazy. Absolutely balmy. Art can just see old Mr. Bennett letting anybody give a show in his attic. I could be an Indian princess because I'm dark, Lori went on as if she had not heard her sister's scorn. You'd make a lovely Dutch girl, Celia. Aunt Serena would help with costumes, I know she would. And she has a big mailing list that we could send announcements to. We could have some reserved seats for 50 cents, and 25-cent seats farther back. And we could rig up a curtain across one end of the attic to make a stage and... She was interrupted by Russ pulling the boat up on the sloping wooden landing. It was surprising to discover that she had rowed all the way back, while still so far away in her imagination. The idea of being a Dutch girl appealed to Celia, who immediately began revising her attitude toward a show. But she still held to her conviction that her sister was crazy in thinking of the Bennett attic for a theater. On this point Russ agreed when informed of the plan, but as he took over the oars from Lori, he surprised her by praising the main idea. Maybe you need a stage manager, he said. I did a job like that on a school play last term. Want to hire me? After that the thing seemed to grow like a snowball, gathering larger and more exciting ideas as Russ rowed along. By the time their hour on the lake was up it looked as though they had a real idea. Aunt Serena was out in the shop with a customer, and Lori had to wait to tell their plans. Her aunt listened seriously, laughing a little at their wilder ideas, but quietly approving the good ones. However, she shook her head over the Bennett attic. There are limits, Lori dear, she said. But I do think Catherine Parsons might be just the one to help with the details of the play. And we won't worry about a place to hold it until we see how it's really shaping up. Celia was chosen to propose the matter to Miss Parsons over the phone. Since Lori was so excited, Russ was sure she'd scramble things and not make herself clear. Celia, at the telephone, looked around at the others, nodded, and smiled. "She'll do it," she whispered. When she hung up the receiver, she had good news. "She's going to list some of the high points of Staten Island's history and then check with us to see what we'd like best to use. And she'll write some skits when we get things lined up." "Wonderful!" Lori cried. "Maybe we could do the Santa Ana thing. You know, the piano box, Anne. How historic can you get?" Celia demanded. "Where would we find a piano box, and who'd carry it, anyway?" Miss Parsons wanted to know where we'd hold the show, but I said we hadn't figured that out yet. "I have it figured out," said Lori calmly. When the others, even Aunt Serena, burst into laughter, Lori went huffily out to the back porch. Indignantly, she sat down on the steps to consider the matter. Of course, it would be difficult to get permission to use the Benetti attic. If Norman's father hadn't returned, it would be impossible. But somehow, she had liked the glimpse she'd had of Mr. Robert Bennet, even in the dark. And she'd liked the way he sounded. He didn't in the least seem to be the sort of person who'd be content to be an island, like his father. The very way he'd lighted them home and talked to them marked him as different. What's more, he seemed ready to like the Canes. She glanced uphill toward the old house and gave a little start of surprise. For the first time in her memory, all the shutters were open upstairs and the house looked alive and lived in. She was right. The arrival of Norman's father was going to make a difference. It might take a bit of doing, but she thought it quite possible that he would get the use of the attic for them. And she liked things that were hard. Easy problems weren't interesting for long. Of course, as she admitted readily to herself, her desire to give the show in the Bennet attic was not solely for the sake of the performance itself. Sup, what she really wanted was an excuse to get into the attic, to explore, to turn out any hidden secrets the years might have concealed in its dim comers. Let the others laugh if they liked, she was going to get into that attic. As she got up from the steps to go back into the house, something caught her eye. Some careless soul had left the workbook on a porch chair, instead of on its hook where it belonged. Aunt Serena wouldn't approve of that. Lori picked it up. As far as she could recall, she hadn't had the book in her hands that day. Celia had looked into it the first thing that morning and had read their program aloud. Lori had not seen her replace the book on its hook, but it would be most unusual for tidy Celia to forget a thing like that. Idly Lori turned the pages to today's entry. When she stared with unbelieving eyes at what she saw there. Printed in red crayon letters were 3 words, "Who is Alma?" She leafed quickly through the rest of the book, but the following pages were properly blank. Just that one mysterious crayon scrawl. 15. Who is Alma? 3 days had passed since Lori had stared at those words scrawled in red crayon, and after 3 days the mystery of who had written the question, "Who is Alma?" was as baffling as ever. Today Aunt Serena had taken her 2 nieces on a sightseeing trip to New York. They'd visited the top of Radio City and gone to a show at the music hall. They'd ridden the subway shuttle from Grand Central to Times Square and had taken a long walk up Broadway. Now, standing in the stern of the Staten Island ferry, Lori watched the towers of Lower Manhattan group themselves into their own special fairy castle pattern as the boat slipped out into the bay. It was fascinating to watch the swirling, foaming wake of the ferry and see the gulls dipping and gliding, but even while her eyes were busy, her thoughts kept turning back to the puzzle of the workbook. Behind her in the upper cabin, Aunt Serena and Celia sat near a window, from which they watched the teeming life of the bay without further punishing their tired feet. But Lori had no desire to behave in what she regarded as a middle-aged manner. Besides, she had her own thoughts to occupy her. Immediately after she had discovered the workbook, she had confronted Celia, Aunt Serena, and Russ with her find. All three had disclaimed any knowledge of it. Aunt Serena said she'd been out in the bookshop most of the morning, the screen on the back door had been unhooked and anyone could have reached in to take the book. But it seemed to Lori that it would have to be someone who knew about the workbook, and that narrowed the suspects down to no more than 4. At first there had seemed to be only 2, Aunt Serena and Celia, and Lori wasn't entirely sure that it hadn't been one of them. Celia would seem the least likely person to have scribbled those words. She couldn't be as sure about Aunt Serena, who loved mysteries and surprises. Alma might be somebody about to come into their lives, and this could be Aunt Serena's way of introducing her. Then Lori had remembered that on the day Aunt Serena told the story of the house next door, Celia had brought out the workbook while Russ and Norman were still there. Both boys knew about the book. It could have been either one. Russ had teased about it, and part of the time had pretended that he had written the words. Lori suspected that he was only teasing Celia and had had nothing to do with it. Norman was Lori's favorite suspect. He could have come to the house for some reason, rung the back doorbell, had no answer, and reached in for the book. He could have written the message and then left the book on the back porch. If it had been Norman, then it was just possible that Alma had something to do with the mystery. But there had been no opportunity to find out. Aunt Serena had decided that they'd better stay away from the Bennetts for a while. The boat was swinging out past Governor's Island, and Lori left her post in the stern and started walking around the deck. Not until she was rounding the deck the second time did she see Norman and his father leaning on the rail and looking out across the water. Their attention was on huge and beautiful lady holding her torch aloft above the harbor, the Statue of Liberty. What unexpected luck to run into them on the ferry. Aunt Serena could have no objection to her speaking to them now. She went quietly down the deck and knelt on the bench beside Norman, her arms resting on the rail. His eyes were fixed on Liberty, his attention on what his father was saying. He did not glance around to see who had come up beside him. "It's pretty satisfying to see her again," Robert Bennett said. "I've missed her these years I've been away." Lori turned her head to look cautiously at Norman, who was still unaware of her presence. How, she wondered, would it be best to get the answer to the puzzle about the workbook? If she gave him time, he might find a way not to answer. But if she surprised him with a sudden question? She leaned closer on the rail. "Who is Alma?" she asked softly. He started and saw her at last. Mr. Bennett smiled, but said nothing, seeming to understand that something important was in the air between Lori and his son. Slowly a grin broke the solemnity of Norman's expression. "So, you guessed?" he asked. "I was pretty sure it must have been you. You found something in the scrapbook, didn't you?" "That's right. There's a complete story about the death of that woman in our house. Somebody named Alma was mixed up in it. There was a butcher too, though I can't make much sense out of that." Mr. Bennett's curiosity got the better of him. "What's up? Or can you two let me in on it? Don't you know the story?" Lori asked. "I mean about a woman and a baby who were taken inside your house from a stagecoach." "So that's come up again," Mr. Bennett said. "I certainly remember hearing stories about it. It's been a family mystery for a long while. How do you come into it?" "It's our family mystery too," Lori explained. "That baby grew up to my great-grandmother. Our Aunt Serena was named after her." "Serena." Mr. Bennett was plainly startled. He turned away from the rail and sat down on a bench, pulling the other two down beside him. "Serena Kane?" Lori nodded. "I'm Lori Kane, and she's my aunt." A wide grin broke over Mr. Bennett's face. "The Kanes. Nobody told me your last name. Why, your grandfather was Uncle Dick to me, and just about the best friend I ever had." This was certainly a surprise, considering the way Grandfather Bennett had cold-shouldered all the Kanes. "Then you ought to be interested in helping to clear up the mystery," Lori said earnestly. "We think there must still be a way to find out who that woman was." "Only Grandfather won't help," Norman put in. He says the last time the story came up he was bothered for months with people who wanted to interview him and get inside the house. He says I'm not to show that scrapbook to anybody. He wants to be an island, Lori snorted derisively. An island? Mr. Bennet repeated, puzzled. I've been calling him that, Lori explained, because Aunt Serena had a quotation about no man being an island, Norman's father nodded. John Donne said that, didn't he, a couple of centuries before there was any talk about our being one world? Let's see, how does it go? No man is an island, every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. I forget the rest. Something about, because I am involved in mankind. I like the way that sounds, Norman said quietly. I like the words, Lori agreed, but I'm not sure I know exactly what they mean, except that Grandfather Bennet shouldn't try to live like an island. Mr. Bennet looked again at the Statue of Liberty, framed majestically by the harbor of New York. She knows the truth. She knows that disaster to a coolie in a rice field in China affects men across the world. Perhaps we have to educate my father a bit. Perhaps we'll have to show him that even he is involved in mankind more than he thinks. He sure is since you got home. Norman laughed. You mean maybe we could see that scrapbook? Lori asked. Maybe, said Mr. Bennet. We mustn't go too fast. The ferry was nosing in toward the slips on Staten Island. Aunt Serena's on this boat, Lori said. Why don't you come inside and meet her? Mr. Bennet was even more delighted, and the three went through the nearest door to the upper cabin. There was quite a reunion inside and Lori and Celia began to piece out bits of the story. Their grandfather, whom Mr. Bennet called Uncle Dick, had apparently once been very welcome in the Bennet household. He and Grandfather Bennet had been like cousins. Even after Dick grew up and moved to Brazil, where he worked for an American oil company, he was welcome at the Bennets whenever he made a trip home to the States. Later, when Norman's father grew up and went to South America himself, he had lived for a while in Uncle Dick's house. By that time, however, Dick Kane's own children, Serena and Jeff, had moved to the States for good, so Norman's father had never met them. But about what might have happened to Tom Grandfather Bennet against the Kanes, Robert Bennet said nothing. However, to Lori's delight, he was as interested in the old mystery as the Kanes were. He invited them to come over the following morning and promised that he'd see what could be done about showing them the scrapbook. Ferry passengers had begun to crowd the forward end of the boat, lining up to hurry ashore, and both Bennets and Kanes took their places on deck. The ferry swayed as it struck the bumpers on the slip and nosed into place. The bridges came down with a bang, and the first impatient passengers hurried off the boat at a run. Lori and the others went ashore and strolled toward their bus. Lori dropped behind to walk beside Norman. I still don't understand about this Alma business, she said. What was it you were saying about a butcher? It doesn't make any sense to me, Norman answered, dismissing the butcher. It never made sense to anyone, even at the time. Nobody named Alma ever showed up. But you wait, maybe you'll get a chance to read the piece yourself tomorrow. With that, Lori had to be content. 16. In the attic. Norman's father opened the door of the Bennet house and gave Celia and Lori a welcoming smile. Hi, girls, he greeted them. I haven't tackled the problem of the scrapbook yet, but come on in. Won't your aunt be here? Celia explained that Aunt Serena still felt uncomfortable about coming over without an invitation from Grandfather Bennet. Norman's father led them into a large living room on the right of the hall. With the front windows open and the furniture unshrouded, the house had a more lived-in look. The furniture was a little stiff and old-fashioned, but the room had an air of dignity that made Lori feel rather respectful toward it. B.A. Norman's off to Four Corners on an errand, his father said, but he'll be back soon. If you don't mind waiting a few minutes, I've a letter I want to finish writing. Lori glanced across the hall toward a familiar closed door. Is he in there? My father's working on a book about Staten Island trees and plants. We needn't disturb him. Robert Bennet went out with a wave of his hand, and Celia seated herself uneasily on the very edge of a faded sofa of wine-colored satin brocade, however, was too restless to alight permanently anywhere. She walked around the room, looking at knickknacks on a wall shelf, pausing in fascination before an ancient grandfather's clock. Then she tiptoed to the door and peered into the shadowy hallway. The house was as quiet as ever, with the stairs stretching mysteriously upward out of sight. Laurie took 3 tentative steps into the hall. "Don't go out there," Celia whispered behind her. "It's not good manners to go wandering around a house when you've been left in one room." "SSH," Laurie warned. "Be quiet." Recklessly, she went to the foot of the stairs. As if some instinct drew her, she mounted to the landing before she stopped to listen. Her heart was thumping in her throat. Celia stared up at her in shocked surprise and beckoned her down. But there was still no sound anywhere, and Laurie shook her head and went up softly to the 2nd floor. She knew as well as Celia that what she was doing was inexcusable. It was an invasion of the Bennet hospitality, and her mother would have been quite upset if she'd known about it. But somehow Laurie felt that this one time she had to follow her instinct. This was an opportunity, she told herself, that might never come again. This was her chance to go right on up to the attic. Why had Norman seemed uneasy when she'd suggested it before? She felt suddenly sure that his resistance had not been due to respect for his grandfather's wishes. There was some reason why he had not wanted anyone to go up to the attic. Which, of course, redoubled her desire to do that very thing. The last flight of stairs was steep and narrow, and the door at the top was closed. Laurie reached out anxiously and tried the knob. To her relief it turned easily, and the door swung open before her. Once more she held her breath, waiting for some sound below. The house creaked a little, the way old houses do. But though the sound startled her, she recognized it for what it was and tried not to imagine that someone crossed the attic floor. Gently she pushed the door wide open and was surprised to see that the big room before her was far less dim than the stairway. In the sloping roof at the rear of the house a skylight had been set, and daylight streamed through to light the attic in every corner. She stepped softly into the room, leaving the door open to assure her escape in case of need. Certainly, this was a far neater attic than any she had ever met in a book, and in that way, it was a disappointment. Somehow, she had imagined piles of old boxes, ancient trunks, heaps of discarded objects on every hand. Instead, the floor was swept clean, the corners and areas along the walls were free of clutter. Grandfather Bennet's housewifely neatness was as much in evidence here as it had been in the kitchen downstairs. The only object to mar the smooth, bare sweep of the floor was a tall screen set just beneath the skylight, hiding that section of the room from inspection. The house creaked again and Laurie started nervously. However, there was nothing frightening about the attic. Except for the area behind the screen, every inch of the room was perfectly visible and had nothing in the least disturbing. What lay behind the screen, she'd soon know. Just by way of precaution, she slipped out of her shoes. Then she padded softly across to the screen and looked behind it. Was she far from what she might have expected? There was an old kitchen table there, with a linoleum dash covered top, some rough wooden shelves against the wall, and a homemade easel standing where it would best catch the light from the wide window overhead. Arranged neatly upon the table were various boxes of paints and crayons and chalks and a tall glass containing an assortment of paintbrushes. One of the shelves held sketchbooks, another, loose drawing paper, still another, what looked to be finished paintings and drawings. Here, quite evidently, was an artist's studio. Was it Grandfather Bennet who painted here, Laurie wondered. She pulled tentatively at a pencil sketch on a shelf, and it came out at her touch. It was a drawing of a spot she recognized readily, the big clearing at the top of the hill above the chain of lakes. The bridle path encircled it, and in the distance was the arch of the Bayonne Bridge, exactly as she'd seen it from the clearing. The drawing was not the work of a professional, obviously, for the scene was not expertly drawn. Nevertheless, the artist had caught the feeling of the spot and made it recognizable. Lori suspected that it was the work of a younger person, and that meant the artist had to be Norman Bennett. So, this was his secret. This was why he had not wanted her to investigate the attic. Feeling a little guilty, but with her curiosity burning higher than ever, Lori pulled one drawing after another from its shelf. Norman had talent. He was good. Not professionally good maybe, but better than any artist his age she had ever known. She thrust the papers back in place and reached for the next shelf. This time she received a further surprise. While there was a certain crudeness and inexperience revealed in the other drawings, the pictures she now held in her hands were watercolors done with such care that they seemed perfect to her in every detail. One by one she turned them over, replacing them on the shelf when she'd looked at them, until she held just one beautiful picture of a birch tree. All these paintings were of leaves, plants, or trees, but of the lot this was the one she liked best of all. She was lost in her study of it when a voice shouted downstairs. There was no mistaking Grandfather Bennett's tones, or the displeasure in them. There was no mistaking the identity of the person he wished to summon. "Is Lori Kane in this house?" he bellowed. Lori Kane. Where is she? A full realization of what she'd done in invading the attic swept over Lori. Drawing in hand, she flew for the stairs and almost tumbled down them in her haste. When she came to the final flight, she jumped whole steps and arrived breathlessly right under Grandfather Bennett's startled nose. "Well," he said, looking her over from stocking feet to blown hair. "So now it appears that you have freedom of the entire house?" No, sir," Lori began. "It was just that I..." He waved her into silence. "You are wanted on the telephone in my study." Lori dropped her effort to explain. After all, how could she explain so bad-mannered an act as her own? She wished she hadn't taken off her shoes. That made it all look even worse, and she realized it looked bad enough. As she went through the hitherto closed door of the study, she was aware of book-lined shelves and a desk heaped with pages of manuscript paper, all neatly covered with pen and ink writing. The receiver of the telephone lay on the desk waiting for her. She picked it up. Hello, she managed, still out of breath. Catherine Parsons' pleasant voice came back to her. "Hello, Lori. I do hope I didn't disturb Mr. Bennett. But I'm over here at your place with some ideas I've worked out for the play, and I'm anxious to have you and Celia look them over. Will you be home soon?" Lori glanced helplessly at Grandfather Bennett, then beyond him to the doorway, where Celia and the younger Mr. Bennett stood looking in. "Anything wrong?" Mr. Bennett asked. "Just a minute," Lori told Miss Parsons on the phone. She waved the receiver at Norman's father. "It's Catherine Parsons, you know, the lady you met with us the other night. She's helping us plan some scenes for a play, and she wants to show us what she's worked out. I guess we won't be able to wait for Norman." Mr. Bennett remembered Miss Parsons. "Why don't you ask her to come up here? Are we running a public meeting house?" Grandfather Bennett broke in. Lori grinned at him uncertainly and put the invitation to Miss Parsons before she could be stopped. Then she set the phone back on the desk and nodded at Celia and Mr. Bennett. "She's coming right over. I'm sorry about your phone," she added to Grandfather Bennett. "But we won't bother you anymore. We'll leave you on your island." Celia gasped, but Grandfather Bennett seemed not to notice Lori's words. He was staring at the drawing she held in one hand. Suddenly he took it from her and examined it more closely. "Did you draw this?" She shook her head. It belongs to Norman. At least, I think it does. I found it in the attic, and when you called." Without waiting for her to finish, he laid the drawing on his desk. "I'll keep this, if you don't mind. And now what was that you said about an island?" Lori went red with confusion. I just meant the one you live on so you won't have to get involved in mankind," she blurted. Grandfather Bennett stared at her for a long moment. Perhaps, Norman's father suggested, this is the moment for the island invasion to retreat to the last beachhead. He got them all out of the room and left Grandfather Bennett with the drawing. An artist in the family I didn't know about. Maybe it's time I came home for good. Miss Parsons rang the bell just then, and a moment later Norman wheeled his bicycle up the walk and joined them in the living room. Lori wondered vaguely what to do about her shoes. I'll confess, Miss Parsons admitted cheerfully, that I'm a designing woman. Women Serena Kane told me about that scrapbook. I wanted to be in on seeing it. I didn't telephone only because of my play plans. Better get the book, Norman, his father said. You can't keep us all in suspense any longer. Norman went to the sofa on which Celia sat and lifted one of its cushions. Beneath it lay an old-fashioned scrapbook. My goodness! Lori cried. It was there all the time. Mostly nobody comes in here, Norman said sheepishly. He put the book into Lori's hands. I guess you're more interested in this than anybody else, so you ought to get first look. I've put in a slip of paper to mark the place. Say, what happened to your shoes? I just took them off, Lori said, and wished again that she'd never gone into the attic. Celia pulled her down beside her on the sofa, and Miss Parsons sat on the other side. Mr. Bennett perched on the sofa arm and looked over Miss Parsons' shoulder as Lori opened the book to the marked section. The account was quite lengthy and had apparently been written several months after the mysterious woman had died in the Bennett household. Her last moments were movingly described. Several times while she tossed in delirium, she had cried out a woman's name, Alma. Alma. Sometimes she seemed to become angry and murmur confused references to a butcher, but no one had been able to discover who the butcher might be. Numerous pleas had been made in newspapers entreating Alma to come forward and identify the woman who died, but there had been no answer to the requests. The account listed the articles that had been found in the shabby carpet bag, and Lori read the list eagerly. The things Aunt Serena had shown them were all there, though nothing was said about the copper George I.L. penny, which had probably been too insignificant to mention. But there were a few other items listed which were not in Aunt Serena's possession, a paisley shawl, and one or two further articles of dress. Probably these had fallen apart or been lost in the passing years. A cameo brooch was mentioned, and a book other than the novel Aunt Serena had. This book was a volume of ballads by a long-forgotten author. Lori looked up from her reading. You'd think the brooch and the book would still be in this house, wouldn't you? I've been thinking about the pin, Norman said. Dad, didn't Grandmother used to wear a big cameo pin sometimes? Robert Bennett nodded. I remember seeing something of the sort. Serena might have given it to her. Father would know about that. I expect it's still among my mother's jewelry. But I don't see how it would help us. It might have a secret compartment, Lori suggested quickly. Celia giggled. Lori's always reading about secret passageways, hidden drawers, concealed compartments. But I don't think they happen much outside of books. Where do authors get such ideas then? Lori asked indignantly. Maybe that very book mentioned in the article is right upstairs in the attic of this house. Attics are always full of old books. Not our attic, Norman put in, and Lori was forced to agree with him silently. If there was a corner in which an old book could have been hidden in that spick-and-span attic, she hadn't discovered it. But that was not something she was going to admit to Norman just now. I wish Serena Kane could see this scrapbook, Miss Parsons said, glancing hopefully up at Mr. Bennett. I think it might be arranged, he said. Would you like to take it over to her? Of course, it ought to go back to the museum library in a few days, but I think we can keep it out long enough for her to see it. Lori was rereading the account of the death scene, her eyes dreamy. I know, she cried suddenly. We could do this very scene in our play. Couldn't we, Miss Parsons? It would be Staten Island history too. I could be the dying woman and do a lovely delirium. And if we gave the show upstairs in the attic of this house, it would be especially appropriate. We could even. She broke off, suddenly aware that Norman and his father were staring at her. She could feel her cheeks grow pink. A show? Norman said. In our attic? It was just an idea. Lori looked at her shoeless toes. We want to raise money for the restoration of Richmond Town. So, we're going to present scenes from Staten Island history. Only, we haven't a place to hold the show yet, and there's that big old attic upstairs. So, I thought you. I'm afraid not, Mr. Bennett said. It's a good idea, and I wish we could say yes. But I suspect that my father would never allow it. Of course, you can ask him if you like. Lori could imagine herself making such a request of Grandfather Bennett, especially when she was already in his bad graces. Across the hall the study door opened, and Grandfather Bennett's voice was again raised in summoning tones. But this time it was not Lori he wanted. Norman, he called. Norman, come here. Now she was in for it, Lori thought, as Norman went out of the room. The cat was going to be let out of the bag for sure. Norman would find out just what she'd done. There was only one thing she wanted now, to get out of this house before she had to face Norman again. But she couldn't leave without her shoes. As soon as Norman had crossed the hall to the study, she flew out of the room and up the stairs to the attic. 17. Discovery. The shoes were where Lori had left them at the top of the attic stairs. She slipped into them quickly and ran across to Norman's studio to see if she had left everything in order. A drawing or two needed to be tapped back into place. This done, she hurried to the door. Before she could take a single step down the stairs, she heard someone coming up from the first floor. She drew back from sight behind the door, holding her breath. Probably whoever it was would go into one of the rooms on the floor below. The sound of footsteps, however, kept right on. Someone was coming up to the attic. There was nothing to do but stand there waiting helplessly, feeling very foolish indeed. If it was Norman, and she suspected that it was, he would not like finding her here. The footsteps halted at the top of the stairs, the door was pushed open angrily. Lori had a glimpse of Norman's stormy expression as he went by and wondered if she dared try to slip away in the moment his back was turned. But she had already experienced those squeaking attic stairs, and it would be worse to be caught running away than to stay where she was. He went straight to the shelves where his drawings were kept, pulled out a tea stack and turned back to the door with the pile in his hands. Lori squared her shoulders. She had never seen him look so grim before, and this frightened her. Seeing her, he gave no sign of surprise. He simply came toward her, his mouth tight and unsmiling, holding out the drawings. All right, he said, since you started this, you'd better finish it. Lori, bewildered, took the stack of pictures from him. Finish what? She managed. I might have known you were the snoopy sort, he went on, the kind who couldn't mind her own business. Well, now you can take these down to my grandfather yourself. I'm going riding in the woods. Norman, please, Lori began, but he brushed past her and ran downstairs. She heard his door slam shut on the floor below. Slowly she started down the stairs, still holding the drawings he had thrust upon her. In the second-floor hall she hesitated. Would it do any good to try to talk to him? Through the door? Would he listen at all to her words of apology? After all, she hadn't meant anything like this to happen. She hadn't gone to the attic to spy on him. Only her delight in his pictures had made her sort through them, and certainly she hadn't intended to take one of them downstairs to show his grandfather. Besides, since they were such good pictures, why should he mind having his grandfather see them? Why should he try to keep them a secret? She took a few steps toward his door, but at that moment, Norman, evidently changing to riding boots, flung a shoe across the room so that it crashed into something with a loud clatter. He was mad. This was no time to try to talk to him. She tiptoed down to the lower floor and went hesitantly to the door of Grandfather Bennett's study. He looked up as she came in. Where's Norman? He said he was going riding, Lori faltered. I guess he's mad about something. He told me to bring you these. She laid the drawings on the desk and started for the door. Wait a minute, Grandfather Bennett said. Surprisingly, his voice sounded kind, almost friendly. She paused, wondering what was coming next. He sat there for a while, turning the drawings over one by one, studying each with absorbed interest. Then he glanced up at her. I knew he was painting, of course, but I didn't pay much attention. These are excellent, Lori, excellent. I tried to tell him, but he seemed not to care what I thought. Grandfather Bennett sighed. I don't understand the boy at all. Perhaps it's been too long since I was a boy myself. Lori went quietly to a window and stood looking down through the old trees on the Bennett place toward Richmond Turnpike. Her own indignation with Norman had died away and was trying to accomplish that trick Aunt Serena had spoken about. The trick of getting inside another person's mind and feelings until you became that person, so you could understand why he acted as he did. She could practically think herself into being Norman Bennett in this dark, lonely old house, with his father far away in another country. Here he'd stayed with a grandfather who took care of his necessities sternly and conscientiously but never made a real friend of him or tried to understand his interests. She could feel Norman's loneliness, sense it deeply. If, finally, after all the lack of interest on his grandfather's part, there should be sudden approval and attention, wouldn't she perhaps, without altogether understanding it himself, be sort of resentful because of it? Had never come before and now came so late? For an instant she could even experience a surge of anger against a girl who intruded on private affairs, and against a grandfather who suddenly noticed someone who had been right there all the time. It was queer being two people at the same time, herself and Norman. The only trouble was that she had no words with which to explain this odd sort of thing to Grandfather Bennett. Aunt Serena would be able to explain it, but it was completely beyond her. Unfortunately, Grandfather Bennett didn't want to have anything to do with Aunt Serena. Which reminded Lori of an angle that she could talk about. She turned abruptly from the window. Why don't you like the Canes? She asked. What did they ever do to you? Grandfather Bennett looked at her sharply. For a moment she wondered if he would be angry with her. Instead, he answered as directly as she had spoken. Your grandfather, Dick Kane, took my son Robert away from me, he said. Lori was startled. My grandfather? He'd have been that baby Serena's son, wouldn't he? That's right. Dick and I were good friends when we were boys. He used to come to this house often. Then he grew up and married and went to South America to live. He'd have continued to be welcome here on his trips home if he hadn't persuaded Robert to go to South America too. I'll never forgive him for taking my son off to a foreign country. It seems to me that my distaste for the Canes is quite understandable. Lori pondered that. She could see how he must have felt. But, after all, it hadn't been her doing or Aunt Serena's. It seemed unfair to hold the actions of one minute against an entire family. She didn't quite dare to point that out to Grandfather Bennett. At least he had cleared up something. But then how did Norman come to live with you, she asked, if his father was in South America? Having opened up a little, Grandfather Bennett seemed willing enough to go on. My son married an American girl he met in Brazil. She had no family living, and before Norman was born, she came here to stay so that her son could be born in the States. Afterward she was never very well, and she couldn't go back to a life of moving from place to place. So, Norman grew up here. Lori felt sorrier and sorrier for Norman. When she thought of her own family being away, and how she felt about their absence for just this little while, she could become almost gulpy about him. Her mind skipped imaginatively onto other matters that might be opened up while Grandfather Bennett was in this unusually communicative. You must have known the other Serena then, she said, the one who was left here as a baby. Of course. She was very good to me when I was a boy. I remember one time in college when I became interested in old books. She gave me a most interesting volume for my collection. Lori's interest quickened as if someone had thrown a switch. What sort of book was it? Was it something of her own? Yes, it was. It was a real treasure because it had belonged to her mother. Then that must have been the other book the scrapbook mentions. Lori cried. The book of ballads. Do you still have it? I presume I have. Grandfather Bennet walked to a shelf-lined wall and ran a hand along a row of books. Here it is. I suppose this is more of your mystery? Lori took the precious volume from him. Oh, somewhere, there has to be a clue to tell us who that woman was. She paged feverishly through the book. E.R. Don't you think the first Serena searched nearly all her life for the answer? Grandfather Bennet asked. If it was to have been found, she would have found it. Lori was still busy examining the old book. It was truly odd-looking with a padded cover of red plush and faded satin flowers with raised petals. The book leaves were edged in gilt, and the text ran down each page in 2 columns of fine print. Old books must certainly have been hard to read. But though she examined the volume front and back, she found nothing more than a brown and crumbly 4-leaf clover, a bit of satin ribbon, and the words of a poem copied in beautiful yet fading script on a sheet of yellowing paper. If I could just show this to Aunt Serena, Lori said hesitantly. I mean, even if it isn't a clue, she'd be interested because it belonged to her grandmother. Grandfather Bennet regarded her solemnly for a moment. You may give the book to your aunt with my compliments. I'm sure it will mean more to her than it does to me. You mean she can keep it for good? Lori gasped. He nodded. After all, I owe you Kane something for helping me to discover my own grandson. He turned back to the pictures on his desk, and Lori knew that she had been dismissed. She tiptoed out of the room with the book. The living room across the hall was empty, the others must have left. She was about to let herself quietly out the door of the house when a thought struck her. Obeying a sudden impulse, she went back to the door of grandfather's study. Without giving herself time to lose her courage, she put her thought into blurted words. N.A. We're going to give a play to raise money for the restoration of Richmond Town, and we want to use your attic for a theater. Can we? It all came out in one breath. Grandfather Bennet looked up from Norman's paintings. You want to use my attic for what? Lori closed her eyes as full realization of her appalling boldness rushed over her. I guess it was a crazy sort of idea. I'm sorry. She began to back away from the door. Suppose you come in and tell me about it, Grandfather Bennet invited. 18. The letter. At Aunt Serena's urging, Miss Parsons stayed for an informal lunch, and plans for the play really got underway. Everyone was becoming increasingly enthusiastic about the idea, except Lori. Not that Lori had lost interest. After all, the idea had been her inspiration. But right now, she moved in a sort of dream world of private problems and puzzles out of which she could not seem to rouse herself to take part in the lively play plans. Aunt Serena had been impressed by the scenes Miss Parsons had sketched out and had suggested that if the first performance, which would be no more than a neighborhood affair, probably given in somebody's basement or backyard, went well, they might be able to put on a second show on the little stage in the museum's basement meeting room. The whole thing could become a real Richmond Town project, not only as a means of raising money but as a vehicle for publicity. Interest would be aroused all over the island. Lori, listening, felt remote and a little vague. She said nothing at all about the talk she had had with Grandfather Bennet. After all, there was nothing to say. He had listened in astonishment, though courteously enough, but when she was through, he had said merely that he would think the matter over. The statement had not sounded too promising. After lunch, Miss Parsons sat in the yard with Celia and Russ Sperry and listed the number of people they would need to put on the performance. Since everyone would play more than one part, they could probably get by with a dozen young people. Once or twice the authors had looked over at the remote Lori. When Celia suggested that she and Russ and Lori start off on their bikes and visit the houses of possible candidates for acting parts, Lori was relieved. Now they'd all go their separate ways, and she could get away by herself. Even Celia looked surprised when she said she didn't want to go along, she had something to do. Aunt Serena raised a quizzical eyebrow and felt her forehead. Cool enough, she reported. No fever, sure you're all right, Lori? Lori managed a grin, but Celia shook her head doubtfully. She's either coming down with something, or she's got something up her sleeve. Anytime Lori doesn't jump in and try to run things, watch out. Eventually, the group broke up. Miss Parsons drove Aunt Serena to the store to do some shopping, and Celia and Russ rode off to secure the services of Indian maids, Dutch settlers, and British and American statesmen. Lori, left alone, scurried upstairs to retrieve from beneath the pillow where she had hidden it the book of ballads Grandfather Bennet had sent to Aunt Serena. Somehow Lori had not wanted to turn the book immediately over to her aunt. She would give it to her later today, of course, but first she had to have some time alone with that book. Her brief leafing through it under Mr. Bennet's eye had not satisfied her one bit. She hurried downstairs and around to the rear of the bookshop, where her favorite crotchet tree once more offered her a thinking perch. She climbed carefully to the forked branch that made a rest for her outstretched legs. Her unusual caution was out of consideration for the book she carried. If anything happened to it before it was placed safely in Aunt Serena's hands, she would be disgraced again. The near loss of the penny was still sharp in her memory. Once she was safely in the tree and could study the book undisturbed, she postponed the moment of opening it for a little while, her attention rapt on other matters. She wished Grandfather Bennet would let them have the attic, though, as far as the mystery went, the attic was no longer very important. The book she had hoped to find there had quietly turned up in Grandfather Bennet's study, and the queer feeling she continued to have that the attic would play some part in unraveling the mystery made no sense at all. Just the same, it would be something of a personal triumph if, in the face of everyone else's disbelief, she came up with Grandfather Bennet's permission. And if they won that, Norman would surely take part. He couldn't hold out with the play going on under his own roof. He couldn't go on being angry with her. Or could he? She'd about decided that you could never tell what Norman Bennet would do. Not a glimpse of him had she had since he'd stamped out of the attic with the announcement that he was going riding. Apparently, he'd gone and had not returned. Or if he had come home, it had been in one of the rare moments when she wasn't watching his house. But thinking about these matters was getting her nowhere. She wriggled about to find a more comfortable position on her perch and opened the book against her knees. This time she examined it slowly and carefully. There was nothing written on the flyleaf or the title page. She turned the pages gently, one by one, searching for something that did not belong, some clue that would lead her to the book's first owner. There was nothing. She found again the crumbled four-leaf clover which had not brought luck to whoever had placed it between these pages. She found the bit of satin ribbon, probably used as a bookmark, and again she found the brownish sheet of paper on which a poem had been copied in neat, feminine handwriting. This time she read the 6 stanzas softly aloud to herself. The words were flowery, the laments of a lovesick maiden who had given her affection to a most unworthy gentleman. The lady, having discovered the full extent of her love's wrongdoing, had been left with no choice but to give him up, even though she loved him in spite of all. Lori thought she sounded like a silly sort of girl to have liked a man of that kind in the first place. She wondered why the poem should have attracted anyone so much that it had been copied. It had been taken from this same volume, she had discovered. Lori closed her eyes dreamily. Perhaps the lady who owned the book had been in love too. Perhaps she had meant to send this poem to the man whose love she was giving up. But that didn't seem to fit, since the owner of the book had been a married woman and the mother of a baby daughter. Surely no one would use such scornful words toward a husband. You sleeping or thinking? A voice inquired from the ground beneath her tree. Lori's eyes flew open and she looked down in astonishment at Norman Bennet. I'm sorry I was such a porcupine this morning, he said sheepishly. I guess a good ride through the woods made me feel better. You were prickly, Lori told him, but I don't blame you much. If I'd been in your place, I'd have acted the same way. Norman, I didn't mean to snoop into your things. And I never meant to show that drawing to your grandfather H. Maybe it's a good thing you did, Norman said. I guess I really wanted him to see what I was doing, but I was sort of afraid. He can be sharp sometimes, and I didn't want him to laugh at what I'd done. Lori sat up in the crook of her tree. Nobody would ever laugh at those pictures. They're awfully good. He said so himself. I know. There was something like wonder in Norman's tone. He thinks maybe he can use some of them when his book is published. And Dad wants me to take drawing lessons. Lori beamed at him. That's wonderful. Grandfather sent you a message, Norman went on. He says you can use our attic for your play, providing you don't hold all the rehearsals there. He thinks he can stand it for just a couple of times. Lori, excited, started to scramble out of the tree. She grabbed for the book of ballads, meaning to hand it to Norman in the middle of her scramble, but her hasty fingers caught it at the wrong angle, and it went hurtling out of her reach, to strike the ground sharply on one corner. Oh, goodness. Lori cried. Now look what I've done. She dropped to the ground and knelt beside the book, picking it up gingerly. Old and brittle as it was, the damage had been severe. The front cover had ripped half off, and the plush design was disintegrating. How can I show it to Aunt Serena now? She wailed. This is the other book that was mentioned in the scrapbook. Your grandfather gave it to me to give to my aunt. And just look what I've done to it. Norman turned it about in his hands, examining the damage. Maybe the cover can be glued back in place. But this padded stuff on the front is practically falling apart. I guess it must have been rotten from age. He lifted a torn bit of plush padding in the middle of the cover and, sup, as he did so, something slipped from beneath it and fluttered to the ground. For an instant Lori stared. Then she pounced on the sheet of paper, her hands trembling with excitement. It was hidden under that padding, she cried, there must be a sort of pocket there. She spread the paper carefully on the grass, and Norman knelt beside her to look at the faded writing on the page. It was a letter and Lori read it softly aloud, the beating of her heart almost stopping her voice in her throat. Dear Clyde, now that I have discovered the full extent of your perfidy, I cannot continue to be your wife. I have known for some time that my dear father was right in warning me against you. But being a foolish, weak woman in love, I did not listen to my beloved parents. For the sake of little Serena, I have stood this terrible friendless life, the continuous danger of arrest and disgrace. I felt that I might help you to lead a better life. But now that you have taken up with that monster, I can stand no more. Do you forget that my dear first husband died at his hands? He and all the courageous men with him. That inglorious deed will forever stain the pages of history. I do not know whether my father will still his anger and take me again into his home. Perhaps the sight of my baby, of whose existence he is unaware, will soften him. At any rate, when you return from this escapade, you will find me gone forever. Amelia. Lori's voice hushed as she read the signature aloud, just that one name, Amelia. There was no last name given, no address. W. Serena's mother wrote this, she said softly. Her name was Amelia, and the baby's father's name must have been Clyde. But what all the rest means, I'm sure I don't know. It looks like dropping the book out of a tree was a good idea, Norman said. You wouldn't have found the letter otherwise. I wonder why she never mailed it to him. Lori closed her eyes, trying to understand. Probably she would have if she'd been able to get wherever she was going. She was sick, and maybe she didn't want strangers to read what was in her letter. Maybe she hid it in the book until she could see about sending it herself. Only she didn't live to send it. Could be, Norman said. The sound of Miss Parsons' car stopping in front of Aunt Serena's reached them. Lori, with Norman following her, hurried out to show the book and letter. But though Aunt Serena and Miss Parsons were delighted with the discovery and read the letter through with the same hushed eagerness Lori had felt, they could not see that it led them anywhere near the solution. There was still no telling what Amelia's last name had been after she was married or as a girl at home. There was no telling what was meant by the reference to a monster, or to her first husband's death. Clyde had evidently been a wrongdoer of some kind, but what his sins were one could not guess from the letter. And we still don't know who Alma was, Lori pointed out, when Aunt Serena had read through the letter for the third time. Then she remembered her remarkable news. But anyway, we can have the Bennett attic for our show. Norman's grandfather says so. We'll have to do most of our rehearsing somewhere else, but we can have the attic for dress rehearsal and for the night of the play. Well, said Aunt Serena. Lori, perhaps you'd better let me in on your secret. How do you manage to get around people? It's a natural talent, Miss Parsons laughed. Here come Celia and Russ. The two had a list of volunteers who would be willing to take part in the play. Miss Parsons agreed that Lori ought to play the baby Serena's mother in the death scene in the Bennett house. After all, she had suggested the idea. Now they even had a name for the character, Amelia. It was further decided that Norman would be the doctor in the same scene. The day went quickly, what with memorizing parts and acting them out. That night before she went to sleep, Lori knelt on an elbow beside her window and looked out through the trees toward the Bennett house where lights still burned in the darkness. Who had Amelia been? Where had she come from? Where was she going? And why, Lori wondered, did she herself still feel that somehow the answer, if there was an answer, would come from that neat and empty attic? Surely Amelia had never set foot in it during her short stay in the Bennett household. Yet something about the thought of it tugged at Lori's imagination and kept her awake long after the rest of the household was asleep. It was as if she already knew the answer and didn't know it, as if the pieces of the puzzle were all assembled and there for her to read if only she could figure them out. But what the attic had to do with the problem she didn't know. The only time it would play an important role was on the night their group would present its interpretation of Staten Island's past history. Would anything special happen that night in the Bennett attic? 19. Alma again. A fury of activity lighted the next few weeks, rehearsals in the backyard, with Russ directing, Aunt Serena sometimes stepping in and supervising, Catherine Parsons generously taking a vacation from her writing and coming down to help. Aunt Serena discovered a book of historic dress in a box in her shop and enlisted the aid of several mothers of young actors in the contriving of inexpensive costumes. They were going to be very modern about scenery. A screen would represent a room. A screen plus a couple of branches gave them a woods scene. Out of the storerooms of the historical museum came a few pieces of furniture to lend real color and flavor to the settings. Lori learned to run a mimeograph machine, borrowed from the church, and she and Norman, after inking themselves thoroughly, got out the announcements. A new actor was enlisted for one scene. Miss Parsons felt the play would be incomplete without a cat in it somewhere. She brought one after another of her various pets down to be auditioned and, strangely enough, it was the big black cat Santa Ana that proved himself an actor. He was haughty and quite at home on a stage. He curled himself regally before a make-believe fireplace, adding just the right touch of home atmosphere. He never condescended to notice his fellow actors and was apparently untroubled by the temperament that sometimes disrupted an entire scene. By the morning of the dress rehearsal, everything was more or less in readiness. Grandfather Bennett, duly warned, went for a tramp in the woods, and a throng of whooping Indians and demure Dutch maidens took over the Bennett attic. Lori was such a success in her big death scene that, though this was only a rehearsal, Catherine Parsons burst into applause. But through it all the attic told Lori nothing. Norman's studio had been temp 6 rarely removed to a lower floor. Folding chairs had been borrowed from the church and set up to take care of the hoped-for audience. The stage had been set off at one end of the attic by means of an improvised curtain, which collapsed only twice during dress rehearsal. Dressing rooms were allotted on the floor below. The rehearsal ended in a mixed state of hope that things would go better in the actual performance and grave doubt that they would. Aunt Serena still thought a further, more important performance might be arranged if the affair went off well this time. The rehearsal over, Lori went for a ramble in the hills above Clove Valley, wanting to get away by herself where she could practice her various roles. She found a woodsy clearing where only the squirrels could watch and rehearsed until she was sure she could play her parts in her sleep. The next morning, she overslept, due perhaps to the output of energy she'd flung into preparations for the performance to be held that night. For once Celia was up first and Lori did not open her eyes until awakened by a series of wails and squeals from her sister. "Oh, Lori, how terrible. Lori, wake up. Look at yourself, Lori. Just look at yourself in the mirror." Lori sat up in bed. "What's the matter? What are you yelling about?" Celia rushed to the dresser and brought back a hand mirror. Lori took the mirror and stared at the strange apparition that looked back at her. Nose, cheeks, chin, forehead, all were a mottled, lumpy red. Aunt Serena, attracted by Celia's outburst, came to the door and regarded her niece with the resignation born of long experience with the young. "It never fails," she sighed. "One of the star performers always comes down with something spectacular at the last minute." "But what have I got?" Lori moaned. "Oh, golly, it itches like anything." "Don't you dare scratch," Aunt Serena warned. "I've a bottle of some nice soothing stuff in the medicine cabinet that will help. But I'm afraid you aren't going to look very pretty for tonight. That is as impressive an attack of poison ivy as ever I've seen." Celia dropped to the edge of her bed. "Lori, why did you have to go off in the woods yesterday? Why couldn't you just stay home and play safe? Why does something always happen to you?" Lori pulled up her knees and put her burning face down upon them. "Don't scold her," Aunt Serena told Celia, and went off to get the bottle of lotion. Lori stayed where she was, her forehead against her knees, sick with disappointment. The lotion was white, and when Aunt Serena had dabbed it all over her face and along her arms with bits of cotton, Lori knew she must look worse than ever. "I can't be in the play tonight," she said fearfully. "Everybody would laugh if I walked out looking like this." "Maybe Amelia could be dying of some mysterious disease," Celia suggested hopefully. "I'm afraid not," Aunt Serena said. "Staten Islanders know poison ivy when they see it. Lori would be a comic character, not a tragic one." "I'm terribly, terribly sorry, honey, but I'm afraid you won't be able to take part in the play tonight. There just isn't anything that will cure poison ivy except time." They went out tactfully and left her alone. Lori flopped over on her stomach and wept a few quiet tears into her pillow. Life was bitter ashes in her mouth, and more than anything else she wished her mother wasn't far away on the other side of the world. There were times when there was no possible substitute for a mother. But Lori couldn't be a drippy sponge for long. In books the show always had to go on, no matter what. Somebody had to play Amelia if she couldn't. She slid out of bed and dashed past the mirror on the dresser so she couldn't be further shocked by the sight of her own face and leaned over the stair rail. "Silly," she called. "You'll just have to be Amelia. You know the part as well as I do, so start rehearsing it. As soon as I get dressed, we'll have to figure out who'll play my other parts, though they're not so important." For once Celia didn't object to the nickname. She came to the foot of the stairs. "I'd love to do Amelia, Lori. That is, if you don't mind." Of course she minded, Lori thought, but she went grimly back to the bedroom and got dressed. When she went downstairs to breakfast, Aunt Serena gave her a look of approval. "I can see you're an exponent of my favorite philosophy, Lori. Fix whatever you can fix and accept with courage what you can't fix." Sometimes Aunt Serena still managed to sound like a school teacher, Lori thought crossly. But in spite of herself she was glad to have won her aunt's approval. It was difficult, however, to accept with courage the rest of the day. Russ's outburst of laughter when he saw her was no comfort at all. Norman didn't laugh and he was truly sorry, but he had to go through with the extra rehearsals to get his part of the doctor straight in the scene with Celia, and Lori couldn't bear to watch them. She went out in the bookshop and sought her favorite solace in times when things were going wrong, a good story. She found a lovely one in which the heroine's troubles were much worse than her own and read for 2 straight hours. She felt better when she put the book down and returned to society. After dinner she put on a new, thin coating of lotion, deciding that it toned down the scarlet swellings to some extent, and threw herself feverishly into helping with last-minute preparations. Oddly enough, Grandfather Bennet was the most comforting person she met that night. He didn't exclaim in startled fashion when he saw her. "An interesting case," was his casual comment. "What's that gunk you're smeared with?" "Aunt Serena's lotion," Lori answered. Grandfather Bennet sent her to the bathroom to remove it. When she returned to his study, he gave her a jar of ointment, with instructions for its use. "I'm a frequent victim of the disease myself," he said, and Lori felt a little better. One of the upsetting things had been the feeling that she'd stupidly forgotten about poison ivy and gone tramping through patches of it without a care. But if someone like Grandfather Bennet got it too, perhaps she might be excused. The Bennet gunk was more soothing than Aunt Serena's. After the first application, Lori found that the desire to scratch had subsided. She began to feel that she could at least sit in the audience and watch the performance without squirming. At the last minute, Grandfather Bennet decided to go with her, and they climbed the attic stairs to find a seat in the rear. Aunt Serena had warned her not to sit in front, where her appearance might distract the actors from their lines. The audience, consisting basically of the relatives and friends of the actors, was satisfying in size. The curtains parted without mishap and Catherine Parsons stepped out to give her opening speech. She did it engagingly, explaining about the hope for restoration of Old Richmond Town as a historic shrine all America could visit. Then she introduced the first sketch of the evening. Everything went beautifully, much better than it had in rehearsal. Not too many people forgot their lines and had to be prompted, and even Santa Anna the cat played his role successfully. Norman's father was up in front in the audience, and during intermission he smiled around at Lori. Not until the performance was nearly over did Lori grow tense with something like anticipation. It wasn't that she was fearful lest Celia, so briefly rehearsed, might forget her Amelia part, but rather that the years were turning back and that the long-past scene was really about to repeat itself under the Bennet roof. If she watched closely, Lori thought, perhaps she would find some meaning that no one had grasped before. That was ridiculous, of course. This was only an imaginary reconstructing of a happening no one now alive remembered. Celia, leaning on the arm of the girl who played Mrs. Bennet of that day, performed her part very well, though not, Lori felt, as dramatically as she herself would have done it. Celia came onto the stage, looking white and weak, and staggered to the couch that represented a bed. Lori was tense on the edge of her chair, waiting, she did not know for what. Celia leaned against the pillows of the couch, a pitiful figure in her delirium. "Serena, my poor Serena," she moaned. And then, half intelligibly, "that butcher. That horrible butcher." And finally, "Alma, Alma, Alma." Norman, as the doctor, bent above her and shook his head gravely. And then, right in the middle of so dramatic a scene, one of those unforeseen happenings occurred that plague even professional performances. There was a sound of wild commotion back of the scenes, and out onto the middle of the stage bounded Catherine Parsons' huge, wicked-looking black cat. Apparently Santa Anna was in a state of furious indignation, for his tail was an angry plume, his eyes spit evil yellow lights, and his claws were ready. There was no Alamo for him to attack, but Lori clapped a horrified hand over her mouth as the cat leaped from the center of the stage to Celia's couch at one bound. Celia's last groan of "Alma" changed to a shriek, as Santa Anna's claws struck through the quilt that covered her legs. Norman retained his presence of mind. "My patient must not be disturbed," he announced firmly, and pulled the spitting cat from the covers and carried it off stage. The audience rocked with laughter, there could be no going on with the scene. The curtain was mercifully drawn on the disconcerted actors, and the audience was allowed to laugh itself out before the pageantry of the final scene could be presented. Lori did not join in the laughter. She stared at the curtain as if she had seen a ghost. The butcher Amelia had referred to when she was dying, the monster she had mentioned in her letter. Santa Anna the cat, Santa Anna, the general who had lived for a while on Staten Island, the murdered husband of Amelia's letter and his brave companions, the inglorious deed that stained the pages of history. And that last wailing cry of Alma. "I've got it!" Lori cried suddenly to no one at all. "I really think I've got it." Grandfather Bennett looked at her curiously but asked no questions. The performance ended, the audience broke up, and Lori went into action. It took considerable maneuvering to get Aunt Serena, Miss Parsons, all the Bennetts, and Celia into the living room downstairs. After the way Russ had laughed at her poison ivy, she didn't care whether or not he joined them. But he seemed anxious to make up for his outburst and helped her get the others together. For once Aunt Serena was a little impatient and looked as if she were ready to fly in any one of 6 directions. "Whatever it is, Lori, don't you think it could wait till tomorrow?" she said. "There are 1,000 things to be done, and we're all tired tonight. But I have to show you. I just have to show you." Lori pleaded. "It's the mystery. I think I know about Alma." That caught their attention. She went over to the satin brocade sofa and flopped down upon it, poison ivy and all. "Look," she announced dramatically. "I'm unconscious." Norman joined in the laughter and Celia said, "You're telling us. Anybody who goes out and rolls themselves in poison ivy." "Oh, hush, silly," Lori cried. "This is important. Don't you see, I'm doing the Amelia scene. Now just suppose I'm in a delirium and mumbling all sorts of words." She fell back onto the sofa and murmured some run-together L and AM sounds. Then she sat up and looked at them triumphantly. "What was I saying?" "Alma," Celia said. "That's the way I did it in the play." "No, no, no," Lori cried. "In the scrapbook they talked about a butcher, and in that letter, we found Amelia wrote about a monster and said that her first husband had been murdered by him." She appealed to Miss Parsons. "Remember in the letter about the inglorious deed that would stain the pages of history? Well, listen." She fell back on the sofa and repeated her effort. This time Miss Parsons gave a little cry. "Lori, it could be. The sounds are enough alike. And Santa Anna was here on the island at that time. Goodness knows, people from Texas certainly regarded him as a butcher and a monster. And what inglorious deed would a Texan think of but the Alamo?" Aunt Serena gasped. "You mean she wasn't saying Alma at all, as everybody thought, but Alamo?" "Lori's theory is quite possible," Miss Parsons said. "Without the clue of the letter to guide them, as we have it to guide us, it would be natural that everyone thought it was a name she was calling. The fall of the Alamo was years before, and it wouldn't mean to a northerner what it would to anyone from Texas." "That would explain a lot," Aunt Serena nodded thoughtfully. Quite likely in her delirium her thoughts turned to the past and her first marriage. Certainly, she had reason to hate Santa Anna. If she discovered that her husband was aiding him in some way, the realization could have been the crowning horror that made her decide to go home to her parents. The piano box escapade. Catherine Parsons broke in, and then they all began to talk at once. Grandfather Bennett was the only one who had anything sensible to say. "It's quite possible that you have a real clue to follow," he agreed, "but I doubt that anything can be done about it tonight. I suggest that the debris in the attic be left as it stands for now and we all adjourn to our various beds." Lori was reluctant to do anything so practical. She was keyed to a point of excitement that Aunt Serena said was no combination to go with poison ivy. If she didn't calm down, she'd probably have to stay in bed all the next day. Gee. The threat of such a fate sent Lori up to bed. "Just think," she murmured to Celia after the light was off, "maybe we're part Texan." "Shh, shh," Celia hissed. "I don't care if we're part Eskimo. I want to go to sleep." But Lori, though silenced, lay awake for a long time, imagining what it would be like to visit a whole string of second cousins, or whatever they were, down in Texas. Maybe the family owned ranches or something. She finally fell asleep riding a bucking bronco and waving a 10-gallon hat. XX. A matter of genes. Unfortunately, the Texas lead proved thoroughly disappointing. Weeks of letter writing and research uncover only the fact that the records were incomplete. It was quite possible that one of the men who had died in the Alamo had had a wife named Amelia, but there was no knowing for sure. Lacking Amelia's maiden name, or her name by her first marriage, they were helpless to carry the search any farther. Present-day affairs were being arranged more satisfactorily than mysteries of the past. Norman Bennett's father had decided to stay home for good. Much more of the Bennett house was opened up for use, and a young colored woman named Anna was hired as a housekeeper. Lori and Anna struck up an immediate friendship, well cemented by the exchange of large slices of delicious apple pie for the loan of books from Aunt Serena's shop. Lori, Norman, and Anna shared a taste for adventurous reading, and many were the discussions held in the Bennett kitchen after Grandfather lifted his ban on Norman's borrowing of books. Grandfather was still an island, but he let down a drawbridge now and then. Oddly enough, it was Anna who put her finger on the one thing in the mystery that everyone else seemed to have overlooked. On this particular morning, Anna was mixing a batch of cornbread in the Bennett kitchen, while Lori sat on a stool and anxiously watched the clock. Her anxiety had to do with whether the cornbread would be drawn from the oven, piping hot and ready for butter, before Aunt Serena blew her bosun's whistle for lunch. Norman, sitting on the back steps with a sketch pad on his knees, grinned through the screen door at her. "Don't they ever feed you at home? Stop looking tragic. We'll save you a piece anyway." "It won't be the same," Lori wailed. "Not after it cools off." "We'll beat the whistle," Anna promised, "you'll see." "But look, I've been thinking about your mystery some more. It's too bad you can't track down Amelia's family, but what about the other branch? You're related to that." "What other branch?" Lori asked, her attention on the yellow batter in the big green bowl. Norman looked up from his sketching. "Say, that's right. You are related to the other branch. Why don't you try to trace that down? Maybe it would be easier." Lori looked from Anna to Norman. "You mean Clyde? Of course he was baby Serena's father, and that would make him our great-great-grandfather. I'd sort of forgotten about him." Anna's eyes sparkled with lively interest. "That's what I mean. Maybe he's not the sort of ancestor you'd pick yourself, but he might have had relatives who were all right. And their descendants could still be living." Lori cried. Cornbread was forgotten. She dashed out the back door and around the corner of the house, with Norman at her heels. "Hey," he called. "Where are you going?" "To find out about Clyde." Lori tossed the words over her shoulder as she ran toward home. Aunt Serena was waiting on a customer in the bookshop. The moment the woman had made her purchase and gone off, Lori burst into words. "We haven't thought about Clyde's side of the family at all. What's the matter with us? Why didn't we think of being related to Clyde?" Aunt Serena regarded her thoughtfully. "Suppose he sounded like such an unappetizing sort of relative that we probably didn't want to own up to him. But it's perfectly true that his side of the family may still be traced, if only we can discover his last name." "How can we begin?" Lori asked. Aunt Serena went to a closed-in shelf and pulled open the doors. "I've been picking up all the old books I can find that deal with early days on Staten Island. If you want to look at what I've collected, it will at least be a beginning. Then there's the museum library to try again. Hunt for every mention of Santa Ana on the island, and, of course, watch for the name Clyde. It's a thin possibility, but something might turn up. Then we can try talking to people whose families have been on the island a long time. You can start looking while I fix lunch." Lori thought wistfully of Anna's cornbread, but the search seemed more urgent. Presently Celia came from the house and joined in the hunt through old books. First, they looked through indexes for Santa Ana. His name was not mentioned often, and the stories weren't very consistent. Sometimes the piano box episode was accepted, sometimes it was doubted. Sometimes the general was placed at one address, sometimes at another. And then, in an old paper pamphlet that Lori found tucked between the pages of a book, she discovered the name she was searching for. "Listen to this," she cried, lifting a dramatic hand for silence. Here's the piano box story again. The sheriff on the island who sort of had Santa Ana in charge was one of the men who helped nail him up in the box. Some of the others who helped get him off the island are named. And one of the names is Clyde. Clyde Dibney. Celia became excited. It has to be the same one. It just has to be. Let's tell Aunt Serena. No, Lori said, not yet, let's wait till we really have something to tell her. There's something else to try first. She went into the house and brought out a Staten Island telephone book. They all sat on the front steps and tried to look at the same page at the same time. But though they traced the column up and down a half-dozen times, there was no Dibney listed in the book. I suppose the family has died out, Celia sighed. Or moved away, Norman said. Lori shook her head. There just have to be relations of Clyde Dibney here on the island. Why? Celia asked. We don't even know for sure that he belonged here. Aunt Serena summoned them for lunch, and they agreed not to tell her about their discovery until they were sure they could not track the name down alone. She was always surprising them, it would be fun to surprise her for once. It was Lori who suggested that they consult Catherine Parsons. She's lived on the island all her life and she might know some of the old families. After lunch, bikes were rolled out and the climb up Tote Hill was repeated, this time with Norman along instead of Russ. On the way the weather began to change, and it looked as though another island fog might be drifting in. Catherine Parsons had been working all morning and was willing enough to play hooky from her book. Lori told of their discovery of Clyde's last name, and the author sat up, her eyes dancing. Dibney. You're sure? But there is a Miss Florence Dibney on the island. She's quite old, and she lives with a married couple of another name, so that's why you couldn't find her listed in the phone book. She's clear at the south end of the island, in Tottenville. Suppose I call her up and see if we could drive out to visit her this afternoon? The visit was arranged, and Norman, Celia, and Lori went out to Miss Parsons' car. The wonderful thing about Catherine Parsons, Lori thought, was that you could count on her to be helpful, no matter what came up. But there was something almost strange about the way she was acting now, almost as if she knew a secret she was holding back from them. Miss Dibney lived in one of Tottenville's old houses, and her visitors were ushered into a dim, old-fashioned sitting room. Miss Dibney was elderly, but far from quaint. Her short gray hair was smartly dressed, and she wore a gray sweater and navy blue skirt with as casual an air as any teenager. Her handclasp was firm, and she was satisfactorily curious about their visit. Again, Lori was allowed to be the spokesman, and Florence Dibney listened with keen interest to the long story of the Bennets, Amelia, the baby Serena, and the discovery of the name of Clyde Dibney. Now and then Celia or Norman interrupted, when they felt Lori was missing some point, but Catherine Parsons didn't break in once. An odd little smile curled the corners of her mouth. When the story was out in full, Miss Disney nodded at the young people and then went out of the room for a few moments. When she returned, she had a small notebook in her hands. She turned on a lamp beside her chair and began to leaf through it slowly. Lori's curiosity could not be contained. Was there a Clyde Dibney in your family? Do you know the name? Maddeningly, Miss Dibney did not answer. She went on with her slow turning of pages. Lori threw a desperate look at Miss Parsons, but the author shook her head in warning. Miss Dibney found the place in the book for which she searched, and looked up at them. Would you like to listen to something written in an old family diary? The yes, that came from Lori, Celia, and Norman was like one voice. Miss Parsons settled back in her chair. Miss Dibney began to read. Father has at last told my brother Clyde never to darken this door again. He has had enough of extricating him from one escapade after another. Mother wept, and so did I, but we have been forbidden to have anything more to do with him. I will say for Clyde that he took it well. He may be weak and not altogether honest, but there are times when he has courage. And always he is somehow charming and appealing. He says he is going far away, and I shall miss him. But father is right, I know, and we must abide by his decision. Miss Dibney looked up. Sounds like the same Clyde your Amelia wrote about, doesn't it? Here's an entry months later. At last, a letter from Clyde. I recognized that queer left-handed scrawl of his Anne. Left-handed? Laurie cried. My goodness, said Celia. That must be where you got your left-handedness. It's a family trait. Miss Dibney went on with her reading. I recognized that queer left-handed scrawl of his, and hid the letter from father. It came clear from Texas. He has met a lady down there with whom he seems completely smitten. If only she will prove a sobering influence in his life. Does he give the lady's name? Laurie asked. Stop interrupting. Celia scolded. But Miss Dibney did not seem to mind. No, I'm sorry to say the name of Clyde's wife is never given. Our diary keeper writes that he returned to the island with his wife, but they lived in Richmond town, and her father's stern edict that the rest of the family must have nothing to do with the wayward son seems to have prevented the dutiful females from seeing him again. There is only one more reference, a sad one made months later. There seems little doubt that Clyde was aboard ship when the schooner was wrecked. He was not among the survivors, and we can only suspect that he came to a tragic end by drowning. I think of the little brother I remember and weep secretly. My mother has become most sorrowful and quiet. I believe she blames father, though Clyde's name is never spoken between them. I wonder about the poor lady from Texas whom he brought to the island as his wife. I have been tempted to try to find her, but I am fearful of father's anger. He became quite violent over Clyde's part in the Santa Ana affair. I can only pray that his wife has been able to return to her Texas home and a happier life. She could have made no friends here, what with Clyde's continued nefarious existence. So, she really lived in Richmond, Miss Parsons said, and probably found that penny right there, just as you suspected, Laurie. What we'll never know is how she happened to take the Richmond Turnpike stage when there was a closer one she might have boarded. She might have been trying to board a stage where she would not be recognized. Maybe, Laurie said. Anyway, Amelia must have been dead before Clyde was lost at sea. Probably he never came back to discover that she'd gone away. Miss Dibney nodded. It's a forlorn story, and it's especially sad to think that the Dibneys never knew about their grandchild. The writer of this journal was Sarah Dibney, my great-aunt. Clyde would have been my great-uncle. He was always hush-hushed in the family, and I never knew anything about him until after Aunt Sarah died and this diary came to me. Then you're a sort of aunt to us, aren't you? Celia asked. Miss Dibney gave both girls a warm smile. We'll have to sit down with a paper and pencil sometime and figure out the greats and its seconds, she said. But right now, I'd like to say that I'm very pleased to have these two branches of the family reunited. Are there any more relations of the Dibneys left on the island? Laurie asked. Maybe we have a few cousins several times removed, or something? Indeed, you have, Miss Dibney said. In fact, there's a great niece of mine whom I'd like to have you meet at once. You mean she lives here in this house? Laurie demanded. No, not in this house. But let me introduce her. Young ladies, my niece, Catherine Parsons. The three young people stared at the author for a long, surprised moment, and then she waved her hand at Laurie. Her left hand. Don't look so astonished, Laurie. I have my share of our Uncle Clyde's left-handedness. You knew when you brought us out here. Celia exclaimed, one could tell you had a secret by the way you smiled. Laurie came quickly to her new relative's defense. But it was more fun this way. Much more fun. Look, are you Aunt Catherine, or? That's too complicated to go into for the moment, Miss Parsons said. Let's say cousin. It sounds closer, somehow. She came quickly across the room and put a hand on each girl's shoulder. Hi, cousins. Norman had been listening with an interest as absorbed as if he'd been at a play. He grinned at Bliss Parsons. Say. You can't leave me out of this. We Bennetts adopted one of you Dibneys, so that makes me a sort of adopt. But Lori had thought of something, and she jumped to her feet. Aunt Serena. We've got to go right straight home and tell her. They went out to the car. Fog had really begun to gather now, it would be necessary to drive slowly. Another idea struck Lori. Maybe writing talent is inherited too, she told Miss Parsons. Maybe that diary writer wanted to be an author. Maybe that's why I want to be one. Miss Parsons gave her a quick, rather solemn look, and packed Norman and Celia into the back seat, with Lori up in front. She and Lori had things to talk about, she explained that It's about this idea that you want to be an author, Lori, she said when they were on their way. There are different kinds of wanting to be. I was your age, I wanted to be a movie actress. But I always thought about glory and being famous. I never thought about really learning to act, about working at the art of being an actress. Writing was something I did all the time and wanted to do, but acting wasn't. Lori, do you want terribly to put words on paper? Lori watched the misty highway ahead as the car followed a curve. Why, no, she said. I guess I don't really. It always seems as though I don't ever get around to putting words down on paper. I thought it was like that. You want to be an author. But you don't want the doing part that will make you become one. Don't be disappointed, Lori. You've other talents. You'll find a way to use those later on. What talents? Lori asked mournfully. Liking people and understanding them is one. Writers need that talent too, but there are many other ways to use it. You'll see. For a little while Lori felt downcast and disappointed. It was hard to give up that IKEA shelf in the bookshop where she'd been determined to have books by Laurel Kane. But at the same time, it was a relief not to feel that she had to write a story. The fog had been growing thicker with every passing moment, and they decided to leave their bikes at the house on Tote Hill until the next day, instead of returning to Miss Parsons, and drove directly to Aunt Serena's and broke the exciting news. Aunt Serena hugged Catherine Parsons and gave Lori a solemn look. You going to be a detective when you grow up, young lady, she asked, and they all laughed together. Afterward Lori climbed the slope to the Bennett house with Norman because she wanted to tell Anna the rest of the story, especially since it was Anna who had started them on the road to the solution of the mystery. Wreaths of mist clung damply to the trees and swirled across Old Richmond Turnpike. A car went by now and then, with a brief shine of yellow lights in the fog. At the top of the hill Lori stood looking down toward the turnpike, feeling again the sense of mystery that always came with the fog. Suddenly she put a hand on Norman's arm. Look, she whispered. Down there on the road. She felt the muscles tense in his arm. Had he seen what she saw? Where the old road flowed past the Bennett house, a wavery form was taking shape in the mist, something like a stagecoach. There were horses visible for a moment in the ghostly, writhing whiteness. It's the stagecoach. Lori cried. Come on, Norman. We've got to go down there and see it. Norman caught her wrist and pulled her back. But you see it, don't you? You're not afraid. It's not a harmful sort of ghost. He pulled her gently up the path toward the Bennett house, and when she looked back over her shoulder again, the fog had crowded in so there was nothing. No horses, no stagecoach, but just drifting mist. If she'd gone down there, she might really have seen the ghostly stagecoach, she thought. Or she might have found a ragman's wagon and old nags of horses. There'd never be any knowing now. And it was better, she suddenly realized, not to know. Now she could always believe that she had really seen the phantom coach. "It's a funny thing," Norman said as they went around to the back of the Bennett house. "I didn't hear a sound, did you?" That was true, Lori thought. No creaking of wagon wheels or clopping of horses' hoofs. It could have been. She smiled at Norman as they went up the back steps.